I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
It says it's I just chose to.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
I used to wear a mask coming out. That's terrible. I used to wear a mask coming out, but then that caused COVID, so I stopped wearing a mask for my Halfstack talks. This is Milos. Milos is originally from Serbia, lives in London, and we met through Halfstack and Cityjs. And about a year ago, we were like, we should have an event in Belgrade, and here we are. So welcome. If you need anything throughout the day, just let us know. Just a few quick things to get started, and again, thanks for your patience. So welcome. So what's Halfstack? Halfstack is this sort of thing that I came up with after getting burnout on conferences, and I just tried to remove all the things I hated about conferences, like queuing and vendor pitches and being told that this is the one right way to do something or else. And what I ended up with is a talk that's just fun, relaxed, creative, and we've been bringing it to different cities around the world, starting a pub in London. This is kind of a typical venue, like it's pretty chill, pretty informal, not too big. The idea is throughout the day, you should have the opportunity to meet everyone here if you want to. Or if you're an introvert, you don't have to, but even if you're somewhat introverted, you could still meet everyone. We have a lot of ways to participate, so we'll talk about that in a moment. Cityjs, my friend Aris was like, I want to do another Halfstack event. And I'm like, dude, that's crazy. I don't want to do more than one Halfstack event. Now we do like a whole bunch, but he wanted to do something a little bit different. So Cityjs was born, and it's now in like 8 cities as well, and it's cool. And the idea was by coming together, we could each bring a little bit of a flair of our own conference to you and kind of combine it into one fun day. And so that's why we did that. So what we ended up with was a fun day, 11 amazing sessions, good food, good drinks, pub quiz, lightning talks if you want to give them, battle decks, which is kind of a fun improv style thing. There's sign-up sheets for lightning talks or battle decks if you want to participate. The lightning talks will be sometime in the afternoon, and the battle decks will be at the start of the after party. There's swag, there's people, there's prizes, lots of cool stuff. So that's the gist. I like to recognize that times are a little bit tougher than they were when we started Halfstack a couple years ago or a few years ago. So this year, to cut on our budget, we decided to outsource the humor. And we did that through our good friends, ChatGPT. You might hear about ChatGPT and OpenAI a lot today. It won't surprise me if you hear about them. So we started this earlier this year, like in Phoenix, like, hey, could you give me like 10 good TypeScript jokes, right? And it came back with, oh, they're painful. Like they're just cringeworthy jokes, right? So anyway, that's what ChatGPT said. I'm like, wow, that's really cool. This guy seems really familiar though, and I wanted to make a really awesome video revealing who ChatGPT really was. But then I got lazy and I found this really nice Scooby-Doo meme online. And who do you think ChatGPT really is based on this? Any guesses? Well, yeah, maybe, but my opinion is ChatGPT reminded me a lot of Clippy. So Clippy 2.0 is ChatGPT, in my opinion. But so then we had an event in Charlotte in April. I'm like, well, there's other services. There's this one called Jasper AI. We'll try it out. And it was like $50 a month. I'm like, yeah, no thanks. Cool, but my humor, I'm trying to save money, not spend more money on humor. So then there's another one called UChat, which is an interesting name. And its jokes were just as bad. Like, why did the TypeScript developer only drink tea? Because they didn't want to catch the Java virus. I'm like, that's really cruel and bad. And like, as much as I don't necessarily like Java, I don't think it's a virus, and that's just mean-spirited and out of the Halfstack way. So I asked Google Bard, could you come up with some good jokes? And Google Bard, its idea of jokes is just like fact. Like, what's the best way to learn TypeScript? By reading the documentation. Well, okay, you could at least say like RTF, or something like funny. I mean, it's just really, really bad. I was like, Google, where's your sense of humor, man? Like, what's the most common TypeScript error? Const x equals 1, x equals hello. Okay, why is that funny? All right, so I was getting really sad that like wouldn't work. And I found this site called Punchlines, and you give it the start of a joke, and it gives the end of the joke. So like, hey, 2 TypeScript developers walk into a bar, and then it finishes it for you, right? And so I did that. It's just really cruel. It's like, just kidding, they don't go to bars. Like, wow, way to like be mean to developers all over again. So that one's out. So I go, well, maybe ChatGPT is the answer, but maybe we just need to redirect it a bit with a better prompt. So I'm like, how about a limerick about TypeScript developers? And it did all right. There once were TypeScript devs so fine, whose code looked just like a gold mine, with types so well typed and bugs really rarely tripped, their compiler errors made for great wine. That's not bad. That's actually kind of clever. And then I go, how about a haiku? And what did I get? So a humorous haiku about TypeScript developers in Belgrade. And why TypeScript? Just because, right? So in Belgrade's embrace, TypeScript devs race to embrace type-safe coding grace. That's okay. That's all right. And then I gave it one more redirect. I'm like, well, what do we call our event, right? Because like Halfstack plus Cityjs Belgrade or the reverse is really kind of tedious to say. And you'll see throughout the day, probably half the time we forgot the right both names, or we accidentally typoed the month because we're Americans and we forgot that 8 is not 9. So we zero indexed our months on our shirts, which is cool. And like 10 of us looked at it and thought it was fine. I was looking at the shirts yesterday. I'm like, it's not August. What's wrong with us? Anyway, so we said, could you give us like a name for the conference? And then maybe the first one was really bad and maybe 10 more. And these are like some truly seriously awful marketing fuck names, like Urban Stack Summit, JS Hub Connection, Byte City Confluence. Wow, this is wretched. So the outsourcing experiment basically went up in flames. I really love keynote effects. I try to use all of them throughout the day. And so my TypeScript jokes or JavaScript jokes are really just generally flame wars. So basically I'll say something like tabs versus spaces, and I just leave the room. Or what do we got? Semicolons versus not, and I just walk away, And 300,000 messages later on Twitter, there's no decision, right? Or X, I guess, not Twitter. Yeah. Framework A versus framework B. Like that's just the worst. For years, I just made a living giving talks like, which framework should I use? And I would always basically present frameworks in an unbiased way, even though I was a framework creator. And then people would always say, well, which one should I use? I'm like, figure it out. What else we got? TypeScript or not discussed. How many of you like TypeScript? How many of you do not like TypeScript? You can admit it if you don't like it. You might use it and just choose not to like it. That's totally fine. That's choice. It's freedom, right? So don't be afraid or ashamed to say that. So mostly I would say I have one really good JavaScript joke, and I promise I will tell you that later. I invented that one like years and years and years ago, and it's been way overused ever since. So anyway, you've seen our sponsor video. I'm going to skip past that because you already have had enough rotations of that. It's been a while since we've been together. Maybe you have been together recently. Just remember there's a code of conduct. The way I say it is treat everyone like you would treat your grandparents and everything will be fine. That's the easiest way, I think. And if you were mean to your grandparents, you probably shouldn't be here. So simple as that. But if you're in doubt, if something's going to infringe on someone's happiness or well-being here, this is just not the place to do that. So do it somewhere else, please. Or not at all. This is me and my son as zombies. This is what COVID felt like. So it's happy to be back here in real life, not in zombie form anymore. You might have seen my son in that video. This is a couple years ago, but we have a lot of fun. So lunch is going to be delivered around 12:30. It's Lebanese food. We did ask people for dietary restrictions. If your needs are not met and there's nothing to eat, either you can just run and go get something and we'll reimburse you, or you can tell us and we'll try and order you something if there's nothing that you can eat. That's easier than like accounting for every possible permutation on the planet. There'll be a mid-afternoon break. There'll be pizza during the pub quiz. The bar opens at noon. Well, just whenever we start lunch, you can have a beer if you want to. Like this is the type of place where if you want to chill and have a beer while listening to talks, that's acceptable. Just don't have 20 beers and expect that you're going to not violate the code of conduct. So just like moderate yourself and have fun. There's this fun rule called the Pac-Man rule. Does anyone know what the Pac-Man rule is? Besides wearing a mask, it's not about masks. The Pac-Man rule, the idea is you're here with your friends, right? And you're excited, and you're talking to them, and you're standing in a circle, and you're closed off. And so someone else is here, and they don't know anyone. And they look at that group, and they're like, oh, they don't want to talk to me because the circle's closed. But if you like make a little mouth, like the Pac-Man mouth, that's saying, hey, we're open to your conversation. It's not a private conversation. We're open to meeting new people. So then basically, if you come and you fill the mouth, then you just make the Pac-Man a little bit bigger. And again, it's a way to encourage people to know that they can come up and talk to you, especially if they're like, here by themselves. So Pac-Man Rule is fun, and of course it's a great video game. So the super official schedule, you've all been waiting and wondering and asking. It's basically something like this. The speakers sort of know when they're speaking, though now we're about almost an hour behind what I told them last night. So, but we'll make up for it. There's not going to be Q&A after the sessions. If you have questions for the speakers, just talk to them throughout the day. That's the idea. The speakers will be here until the after party and probably through the after party. So if you have a really awesome question for them, go talk to them. That's why they're here. This is not a conference where like the speakers sit over there and everyone else is over here. Like the speakers are just all throughout the audience. If you're a speaker today, raise your hand. See, like some of them aren't even here yet because they probably overslept because they're on Serbian time. But there's 11 of us, so hopefully you have a great time and enjoy what we have to share. But really the conference is not about the sessions per se. It's about us getting together and just having fun together and sharing ideas and talking and just having fun. I like to use Halfstack as a reminder of why I became a software engineer. So it's not like, it wasn't to like write the world's best rich text editor, right? It was to like have fun creating things. And so hopefully the talks inspire you or remind you of things that are interesting. There are social media options. I personally never use social media. I just have other people do that for me because I hate it. But if you like social media, you're welcome to participate. If you do not like social media, just tune it out. It does not matter. So that's my advice there. If you can't find Halfstack or Cityjs Conf, it's pretty easy. Most of them have the word Halfstack Conf or Cityjs Conf in them, except for Instagram, where we both seem to have fucked up. We originally registered Halfstack Conf to the halfstack.com email address, and so we can't recover it. So it's kind of a funny story. So every year we just add another year to it. So again, just most of all, have a great day, have fun. And again, there's the option for lightning talks, which is like, oh, sponsors upstairs? Okay, there are a couple of sponsors who have set up upstairs, Vonage and Storyblock, I believe. You're welcome to visit them. We will be eating upstairs. You don't have to like, oh, there's a prize or a game. What is that? That's an LED awesomeness. An LED backpack. You know, I have the panel for that. I just never put it into my backpack. They're really cool, actually. Oh, those unfinished side projects. How many of you have like a fun side project you've never finished that you want to work on more? Yeah, like Halfstack and Cityjs are all about those fun side projects. And like sometimes it's like conference-driven development where you actually get it done for a conference talk. So maybe next year you'll present your side project. So let's see. Yeah, so toilets, there are 2 back there. And there's 1 at the end of the hallway down there. So there's only 3, so just be patient or go early, whatever. Anything I'm forgetting? Any questions before we start? No? Okay, then we'll welcome our first speaker up. He knows who he is, name, yep. Thank you. All right. Now, given the challenge in sharing, I'm going to make sure you're set up before I leave the stage because I do not want to mess that up for you. Yeah. Okay. So there's the mic. This will work. Nice. That is forward, that is back. So it's kind of opposite of how the ones used to work. Awesome. Cool. All right, thank you.
Hello. So good morning. Sorry for starting late. I am Naim. This is pronounced Gamberlo. It's an Arabic one. It's not so easy to pronounce. This is not true. I was the Associate Director of Engineering at ZWI a week ago. Next week, I'm starting off to a new role. You can find me in any social media, almost, apart from Facebook and Instagram. And on the top QR code there, you can find my book on micro frontends, which has almost everything. It's written with React, TypeScript, and Module Federation. And on the bottom QR code, you are going to find the current presentation right here. So let's start. So I'm going to talk to you about how I actually told my wife that I shrunk the UI. We are going to talk about all the adventures that we have in ZWI, all the issues that we found along the way, and all the solutions that we gave them. So a small agenda. We are going to have a small intro on what the hell microfrontends actually are. We are having a look at the routing, the common components, and the microfrontend versioning. We are going to have a look on how we implemented the microfrontend communication. And we are having 3 bonus things written directly from the book. The first one is with regards to slicing the elephant. We are going to see how to break the monolith. And last but not least, we are going to have a look at some organizational strategies. So, small intro into microfrontends. Microfrontends essentially allow an application to be split into smaller applications. And each application, or microfrontend, or MFE, is developed and can be deployed completely autonomously from all the other microfrontends. There is another thing, which is called host, or kernel, or platform, or cell in the bibliography. And this essentially is an application that glues all the microfrontends together to have a final output for the user, a full-blown website. In addition, the approach of microfrontends reduces the complexity and all the risk that is associated with large monolithic applications that we know them as now. And the benefits of it is that we have way smaller code base because we actually split all the microfrontends into their own repositories, which allows the teams to actually work completely autonomously on different parts of the application. And this also allows the usage of different technologies. And this actually works, and it's awesome. So, first problem that we faced right when we started in ZWI 4 years ago. We have to solve how routing works, because we don't have a single application, we have multiple applications inside an MFE application. So, how did we solve the routing problem? There are various ways actually to do that. The first one could be to actually implement your routing on the server. The second one could be to have edge routing on the edge of the user. Or you can have client-side routing, as for instance React works. In addition, we have to split the routing between the host and the microfrontends themselves, so that essentially by having a combination of both, we have a concrete routing experience. So what we did in ZWI was to implement a 2-level routing strategy. Essentially, this is the combination of routing on the host level and then routing on the microfrontend level. The good thing with routing is that you can actually use any kind of router that you have used so far. It could be Angular router, Vue, Svelte, or React router. And the good thing is that everything works because of the split of the code and the logic. Regarding the first level of the routing, which is essentially the routing on the host. Essentially, host manages the navigation between the microfrontends, and the host is responsible for actually managing the navigation and returning all the errors to the user, meaning that if a particular microfrontend doesn't exist, then the host is responsible for actually returning 404 or 401 or whatever browser routing errors out there. In addition, after we have navigated successfully to a microfrontend, then what we do is to actually go and handle the routing of the microfrontend on its own level, meaning that the second level routing is all about having the routing on the microfrontend. However, we have there is the caveat there that all the microfrontends should implement exactly the same user experience in browser navigation error pages, so that the user is actually aware, so that the user experience is actually maintained throughout the whole user flow, let's say. So to see this essentially and understand it a little bit easier, we can see this image right here that says the following. We do have, for instance, the myawesomemfeapp.com website, and the first level of the routing after the first slash is with regards to the microfrontend that it's going to be rendered. So for that particular place, the host is responsible for actually fetching from somewhere, and that somewhere is also need to be cared for. It fetches from somewhere the microfrontend. So if microfrontend A or microfrontend B or C actually exists, the host is responsible for fetching them and rendering them to the user. However, if a particular micro frontend, for instance, a micro frontend D, doesn't exist, then the host is responsible for actually returning a 404 error. In addition, after we have successfully navigated to the micro frontend A, then it's the responsibility of micro frontend A to actually handle all the routing, meaning that if A or B or C URLs right here actually exist, then the micro frontend A is responsible for actually retrieve them to the user and display them. If a particular route doesn't exist, or the user doesn't have access to get to this page, then the micro frontend A is responsible for actually returning 401, 403, 404, or any kind of error to the user. And again, it's really important to understand that all the micro frontends should have exactly the same user experience for the user. Problem 2. So we need, at some point, common components between all the micro frontends. And again, in the bibliography, you can see those components called common components, aka cross-framework components, aka shared components, aka raka maka phone. So I see that you are people of culture. So there you go, because you laughed. I thought that no one would actually. I thought that no one would actually get this, so that's good. So common components with logic. In GWI, we used two different technologies. The first one was Elm, and the second was React. So in order for those two to have common components that work between them, we needed something, let's say a technology that works across every front-end framework. You can think common components for components such as widgets or models or pop-ups or anything that can be utilized across different micro frontends and frameworks. So the solution that we gave was to actually implement the functionality once, either in Elm or in React, and wrap the whole output of this component into a web component. In case you are not familiar with web components are extensions to normal HTML components, HTML elements, and you can register them to the DOM, and you can utilize them across your whole session in the browser. So in order to actually talk with those web components, the micro frontend had to pass some data to them. And it was pretty possible that those data should be complex objects. So for this reason, what we decided to do is that every time we wanted to pass the data to a web component, we serialized all the complex JSON all the objects to JSON objects. We stringified essentially, which was really, really bad. Every time the user ended what they did with the web components, we retrieved those data through custom browser events. And it had some good and some bad stuff. So the good stuff was that we actually saved time, because most components we were already there, because we have already implemented the micro frontends. We just took the functionality and wrapped it out in an output, in a web component output. Another thing that we did and really helped us was that we introduced a single repository to have the common code of all the web components. The bad thing with this approach, though, was that it actually introduced complexity. And we had complex serialization and deserializations, which could potentially create issues on the runtime. And we were not able to actually catch them in the build time, because we also had TypeScript. The pipelines were also complex, because imagine that we had to wrap components in Elm, in React, and this output should somehow be built together and be packaged in a library. So we did have some complex CI/CD pipelines, but after we got that successfully, then everything ran smoothly. And last but not least, there was no what you see is what you get functionality. But we were lucky for that, because we actually used Storybook in order to fix this issue. Up to the time that we haven't used Storybook yet, we were just testing the web components directly when they were consumed from the micro frontend. But with the introduction of Storybook, what we did was that we had quicker development cycles, because we now had the what you see is what you get functionality, and we were able to actually test out stuff before merging to all the micro frontends. Another thing was that all the developers were staying updated, meaning that Sorry. Okay. Meaning that everyone knew exactly the latest version and how this latest version actually seems to the users, which was awesome. And last but not least, this enabled better communication, not only between the developers, the engineers, but also between product managers and our designers. Because imagine that this storybook was essentially an internal website that anyone had access to. Problem number 3, micro front-end versioning. And with that, we mean that we needed to connect the host, the kernel, with all the micro frontends in a way that micro frontends could be easily updated by either engineers or designers or product managers. We needed to have a single tool and not multiple tools, because this was a crucial step in our CD process, essentially. And those versions of micro frontends should be instantly uncast in all environments. This was really hard to do. Last but not least, we decided that we didn't know what we didn't know. It was 2019, and no one has actually implemented versioning up to that point. So we just decided to proceed with an agile way, meaning an agile mindset, meaning that we made small iterations, and we inspected and adapted on where we are to make our next step. The solution that we gave to this was an internal tool, which was called front-end configuration. And now the more cool name that we have is just MFE tool. And this MFE tool essentially has quite a lot of features that enabled us to go way, way faster with our micro front-end application development. The first one was that we have the ability to create whole applications, whole micro front-end applications, because we didn't have a single tool that worked for a single application. Anyone in the company could create micro front-end application by using this tool, which was awesome. Another thing was that we had the ability to easily update all the micro frontends, regardless the environment. We had 3 environments: testing, staging, and production, and we were able to update regardless of the environment. Another thing was that we developed the front end of this tool with React and the back end with Golang, along with its own dedicated database. And we also gave all the latest versions to the front end, so that any user, if something goes wrong, could immediately roll back to the previous version and, let's say, continue to, so that the application continues to work properly. In addition to easy rollback, we have added a thing that we called in GWI maintenance mode. And essentially, this is just a button that restricts the access to a particular micro frontend, or the whole application, or even the API. And we did that in order to prevent all the access from everyone that actually puts pressure to the machines if something goes wrong. Last but not least, we gave support for feature branches, but not the feature branches that you may have already used. So according to Atlassian, and what is the feature branches? The core idea behind the feature branch workflow is that all feature development should take place in a dedicated branch instead of the main branch. Usually we have 3 main branches: develop, release, and master/main. Now, what we did with this tool was essentially to match the feature branch code that we have to a specific UI. And this UI could be deployed in any environment. This UI was also accessible with a dedicated URL, so that it would not, let's say, pollute the main environments or the production environments that we have there. And it was accessible by just using the GWI platform URL /feature branch name /micro frontend name. So essentially, what we did was to introduce a 3-level routing strategy, according to what we were saying just before. Apart from that, we gave the ability to all the engineers to work on the same feature in multiple micro frontends together. So if a particular feature was spanning across 2 or more micro frontends, we were able to actually fetch all the needed versions and just display them to the user, because we just fetched JavaScript bundles from Google storage buckets. So it was very easy for us to fetch different versions and just display them to the user, which essentially made all this architecture super scalable. Problem number 4, and my worst one. Unfortunately, micro frontends at some point should communicate with each other. And we managed to delay this implementation for almost 2.5 years. But at some point, we just couldn't move on. We had to make the micro frontends communicate with each other. Why didn't we proceed with micro frontend communication? Because we were sure, and we were true to that, that this could be essentially Pandora's box that can create chaos in all our platform. So, just what the bibliography again says is that you can have multiple micro frontend communication methods. You can use props every time that you initialize a micro frontend. You can communicate by using platform storage APIs, using message channels, or even utilize the host as an event bus. Or you could just mix and match those methods, or even more. However, particularly to GWI's infrastructure, what we did was a thing that we called it shared state. Essentially, we created a shared library that had predefined actions in it, and those actions are responsible for navigating to another micro frontend with a predetermined payload. Does this remind you of anything? It works almost identically to what Redux does, for instance. And we tried to restrict it, but we wrote it ourselves so that we didn't have all the additional libraries and all this kind of stuff. We did it ourselves so that we were sure that we knew how that worked. However, as we said, we tried to restrict the micro frontend communication, because it was a wannabe bug generator, and it was in our case. So even the first feature that we had with micro frontend communication, I think we had quite a few bugs in production right from the start. So just if you're going there, just try to restrict the communication as much as possible. Let's go to the bonus parts now. So we are going to talk on how to slice an elephant. And it's really important at this step to understand that we are not slicing an elephant. So with that, we mean that there are various ways to actually split your application into micro frontends. The first and the most used way is to have vertical slicing or domain-driven slicing. This essentially is based on domains or subdomains, and each domain gets its own independent micro frontend, which works completely autonomously. Another approach is to have horizontal slicing, and this horizontal slicing essentially splits the whole application into layers, and those layers could be, for instance, the top menu level bar, or the sidebar, or a footer, or widgets on the side. So this is the horizontal slicing. And what most people usually do with micro frontend implementations is hybrid slicing. So they use a mixture of both vertical and horizontal slicing. There is another thing that it's not so micro frontend oriented. This is called islands architecture. I just brought that here because it's good to even have heard that. Essentially, what this does is just render HTML pages on the server and bring all the rendered pages to dynamic placeholders on the front end of the user. And this could remind people of server-side rendering, which is true. But again, this is, you have to just read it to understand the whole concept, because I cannot just explain it in half a minute. Last but not least, we do have the component slicing. Component slicing essentially splitting your whole application into components. And the first question that pops to mind is, how the hell am I going to actually manage all of those components and orchestrate them? There is a library for that. It's called bit.dev, and it's really awesome if you want to go this way. So a little bit more about the vertical slicing. As we said, it divides the application into domains. And the good thing is that those micro frontends are really self-contained and completely autonomous, which enhances the separation of concerns. The good thing is that different teams can work on completely different features, completely different micro frontends. And it opens the way, for instance, to actually split your teams into micro frontends. It's really, really awesome. If you are going with vertical slicing, please have in mind that you have to utilize two-level routing in order to manage all the versions, all the routing in your micro frontends. And another thing is that it's pretty possible that you are going to use common components, especially if you use different frameworks. Regarding the horizontal slicing, as we said, it divides the application into layers. Those layers essentially could be headers or footers or sidebars or whatever. And the good thing is that it improves the code maintainability, and essentially each team works on the area of its expertise. So you have maybe a footer team or a header team or a sidebar team. But this is, again, a problem. Everything comes with a risk. Every decision comes with a risk, especially in micro frontends. And if you do that, it's pretty possible that you are going to create silos in your application. And this means that, for instance, if the team needs to make a change in the footer, then and another team maybe needs a change in the footer, then it's pretty possible that the header team or the footer team is going to be a bottleneck. So you have to take this with a salt of grain of salt. So, in general, are written using single-page technology, let's say. So, in order to do that, in order to proceed with this problem, there are three ways to actually identify the micro frontends of your existing application. Possible that each menu item is a micro frontend for itself. Another thing is the second bullet right there, which means which is to actually find the component dependencies. And you could actually make a deep dive into your code to understand where are those bottlenecks. And usually those bottlenecks mean that this is a micro frontend of itself because it's pretty complex. And bullet number 3, you can have a team look at the existing team structures. And by that, what do we mean? That usually problems are solved by an existing team. This means that it's pretty complex. So it's pretty possible that the existing team structure leads the way of how you should split your application into micro frontends. Another question with regard to breaking the monolith is okay, I'm going to start. Am I starting with the most complex or the most easy micro frontend? Because, for instance, if I just create a micro frontend for the footer, it's going to be super easy compared to creating a placeholder that puts everything in there and I don't know what else. So my personal opinion is that the best approach is to actually go with the most complex one. Why? Because you want to tackle the most hard challenges up front. In addition, you could identify all the roadblocks way earlier. And the third bullet, which is my favorite, the team, whenever they start a new project, when they start to actually split the monolith into micro frontends, they have a super morale. They feel that they can do anything. And any kind of problem is going to be tackled anyway. If this is done to the end of the project, where everyone is fatigued and doesn't want, let's say, to do anything else, then probably it's prone for failure. So you have to consider the impact that essentially the splitting of your monolithic application is going to have on all your development teams. And last but not least, you may have to consider if there is a need for restructure or reorganization of your teams. Another thing is the organizational strategies. With regards to cross-functional teams, cross-functional teams essentially allows the team to tackle the super complex problems that are out there. And this is due to the fact that they are enabled by way greater flexibility and adaptability. Particularly if you do have full stack teams and you also have backend engineers and your backend is written using microservices, what we did, and may be of benefit to you too, is consider adapting backends for frontends architecture to enhance your team's autonomy. And there is a pun here that BFFs and MFEs are BFFs. So yeah, it's really good. What we did in ZWI essentially was that we had data services, data microservices that offer all the services to the backends for frontend. And micro frontend that we had a single backend for frontend, which aggregated all the data for it and just served them to the micro frontend. Last thing for today is to talk about the domain-driven design. So as you are all aware, DDD can help all the teams to better understand all the boundaries of the system, which is really, really, really great, and enable everyone to speak the same language. And DDD can be applied to micro frontends as well. How? You can design your micro frontends around aggregates. You can use the domain events of the DDD for micro frontend communication, and you can implement your repositories by having in mind that all the communication with the backend essentially is a repository of itself. So that would be everything for today from myself. Thank you very much. And you can ask me anything, I'll be just around here.
Thank you. We'll get the next speaker set up. She's coming out in a second. I probably just broke 5 things by just closing my laptop, but there's still
I just purchased the same.
that was a good joke. It looks like you're ready. You want a microphone?
Yeah.
All right, let's give it up.
Hi. Hello, everyone. Okay, let me check if everything is all right. Okay. Hi, how are you? Are you okay? Yeah, perfect. So I am Eleftheria. I'm coming from Greece. I'm really glad to be here. It's my first time, and I feel that we have similar cultures, so it's really awesome for me being here. I am a community manager, but my background is with front-end and app development, and I really care about things such as UX, hence this talk. Okay, you can also find me on most of the social media. I do use Twitter a lot, so if you have any questions, you can find me here, of course. You can ask me any questions you want, but also if you are a bit shy, you can find me on Twitter, or you can email me, or do whatever you like. Okay, before that. Okay, so we will talk about UX versus UI, so user experience versus user interface, because a lot of people have these two things very connected, but it's not the same thing. So we are here to talk about the differences and also the similarities. And what we are going to do differently, it's also we are going to see these two disciplines from the perspective of the designer/developer and the perspective of the user. Then we are going to see 10 rules of how you can create better products. And it doesn't matter what your product is. It doesn't matter if you have an app, if you have a physical product or whatever. These rules are going to work for everyone, guarantee. These rules are not by me. They are from Don Norman and Jacob Nielsen. And then we are going to have two shorter parts, the do's and don'ts of UX and the do's and don'ts of UI. It's going to be some tips, some, again, smaller rules and stuff like that. It's going to be fun, I promise. Okay, now let's start. Who? Not so fun. And now if we go to something a little bit closer to us as developers, you may have seen something like that. I mean, how hard should it be to set a password or reset a password? But I think that we've all seen something like that. And then maybe something like this as well, or even this. It depends on what you're doing, but I'm pretty sure that you have bumped into ugly interfaces or not so user-friendly interfaces. Yeah. Okay, now let's start with actually talking about UX and UI. I will start from the user's perspective because things are a little bit easier and we all have been users. So the user interface is what a user interacts with a product and what taps or clicks on. And the whole experience is localized in a device. Maybe we have our mobile phones, our laptops. The experience is there. On the other hand, the UX is how they feel when they're using a product. It's all about the how. And the experience is localized in our physical body. For example, if I'm using an app and this app doesn't work well, maybe my face will be like, ugh. Or I will move my hands up and down because I will not be happy with that particular app. Now, from the designer/the developer's perspective, things can be a little bit more complicated, and that's why I wanted to start with this analogy. You can see here this big icy mountain, but if you are in a distance, you can only see the tip of that iceberg, and this is UI, is only what you can see. But it's not only that. Underneath that, there is whole other mountain. There is the icy weather at the sea that holds everything together. This is the UX. So again, from the designer's perspective or the developer's perspective, because I guess most of you are developers and this presentation is for developers, the user interface is what you can see and interact with, but the user experience is what you can see alongside with what you can see and what holds everything together. Okay, now that we got this, let's go to some examples. I'll start with a simple one. So, would you prefer a riding-sharing app, like Uber, that doesn't let you save your favorite destinations or doesn't let you pick up your friends from the road, or you have to do stuff, but you have to click a lot of buttons? Or would you prefer another riding sharing app with a very similar UI, but this time you can pay however you want, you can save your favorite destinations, you can pick up your friends, you can do whatever you want, and it's super easy and it works everywhere. I'm pretty sure that you would pick the second option. And this example, it might be obvious, but it's not. Because I have here another app. Are you familiar? It's called Free Now. Do you know this app? Okay, thank God you guys know that app. I'm from Greece, as I said, and we don't have Uber there or a lot of other similar apps, but we have Free App. It's the worst thing, I'm telling you guys. It's the worst thing. Their app, it doesn't work as it should work. And I have a lot of problems with that app, so I'm not going to rant a lot about it. But I also have a video here. It's from the reviews that other people left for this app. I also have, okay, that should be the resource that you can see it on your own, but you cannot see it. Anyway, this app has 1.2 stars out of 5, so you can imagine how it is. Yeah, anyway, we can talk about that later if you want. And I also went to their website just to see if people in Serbia can use it. And their website is so shitty, sorry. It doesn't say in which country you can use it. What does a UX designer do? They are doing a bunch of things. And I have here a pyramid. I will start from bottom to top. We have user research and analysis, content strategy, information architecture, interaction design, and visual design. The UX designer, or it could be the UX researcher, usually we have a lot of names. They will start from bottom to top, and mainly they will focus on the 3 bottom layers. I have, again, a lot of details. I'm not going to talk about them right now because I'm not sure if you want something like that, and I have quite a lot of details. But if someone is interested, you can find me after this talk or send me an email or on Twitter something, and I will send you the presentation so you can look at it on your own. I will skip these slides. Okay, and now let's move to UI. I have pretty much the same question. So what does a UI designer do? And this is a little bit trickier because people, when they hear UI, they think it's all about buttons, colors, maybe typography, maybe, and that's it. Well, I'm here to tell you that it's not only that. For example, this is UI. We talk to a machine, the machine will give us answers, and this is UI. Another kind of UI, but still UI. And then we also have this. I'm not saying it's pretty, but I'm pretty sure you all have used something similar. It doesn't do, like it doesn't have icons, it doesn't have fancy typography, it doesn't have animations, but it's still UI. So I'm sharing these examples just to say that it's not only buttons and colors and stuff like that. Okay, so what does a UI designer do? Again, I have the same pyramid, only this time we will focus on the top 2 layers. So we have interaction design and visual design. So basically when we have all the information from all the other stages, this is when the UI designer is coming and they will handle all the other stuff. But first, we do need things such as research, which is something a lot of companies forget to do. We do need to have our users. This is really, really, really crucial because, again, a lot of companies, they don't think about their users that much, or they think they know who the user is. And this is usually the biggest mistake. You have to go out and you have to speak with the users. You have to see how they're using your product. And we will talk about that a little bit later as well. Okay, again, I have a lot of details. I'm not going through them right now, but feel free to ask me about the presentation so you can see it on your own. Oh, yeah, that's let's not forget about that. Okay, cool. And now I think that we are at the point that we know what UX is, we know what UI is, and we know that these two things are not the same thing. So again, a quick recap. When we talk about UX, it's all about how the user will feel when they are using our product, but UI is a lot more about, I don't want to say the visual stuff, because we saw that it's not only the visual, but a lot of times it has to do with this. So from the user's perspective, things can be a little bit like different, but for us, from the developers, the designers, the researchers perspective, these two things are well connected. You can't have UI if you don't have UX. And I say that because I also see a lot of companies, when they are searching for a designer, they will only mention the design work that they have to do. But when you actually get the job and you go to the company, you will see that you have to be the researcher, you will have to do some statistics, some analytics and stuff like that. So keep that in mind, that it's not only about UI, but a lot of times, and that's how it should be, you have to do UX as well. And if they don't ask you to do UX, do that on your own. And this is also very crucial, because a lot of companies, smaller companies or startup companies, they will ask their developers, mainly their front-end developers or app developers, to take a lot of design decisions as well. And it's, I think, cool to know how to take and how to make these decisions better. And we will talk about that in a bit. Okay, I will skip that quote. Okay, now let's see the actual rules and some more examples. We have 10 usability heuristics. Heuristics means making decisions with the information that you already have. And as I mentioned when I was starting this presentation, these 10 rules are not coming by me, but they are coming by Jacob Nielsen and Don Norman, and they were manifested in 1995. Don Norman is the person that he, let's say, invented the UX. He's the pioneer of UX. He started as an engineer in the USA, and then he had a master's in psychology, and he was the first person that saw how people are using machines. And because he was the first people that really saw, not, he didn't just ask how do you use that, but he observed how people are working with products and services and all this kind of stuff. And that's how UX was born. And after that, he started working at Apple, and now we have Apple as we know it. Anyway, enough with history. I'm going back to the rules, but just to know that. Cool. First rule, visibility of system status. Imagine taking your phone out, and as soon as you see the screen, you have information like time, maybe weather, maybe notifications, you have dates, maybe you have your important meetings, you have an image, something like that. Now, imagine someone taking all of those things from your phone. I think that you would feel somehow naked, right? And I have this example just to tell you that you have to show the important information, but you don't have to overdo it. For example, in my phone, I keep the calendar, but I don't have the details of the calendar. Then if I click the calendar, I can see everything. That's what we want with your product as well. You want to show the information, but you don't want to share and show everything. Okay, rule number 2. Match between the system and the real world. We used to have this kind of icons that you can see here, because when people started using products, maybe they didn't know what they could do with these icons. But if, for example, I have a folder, I know what it means. If I have a compass, I know what it means. So that's how we started using these icons, but also do the same with your words, with your phrases. Match them with, sorry, my watch. Okay, so we have that one as well, and I feel it's quite important. Maybe you and your friends have your argot, maybe you talk in a new or fancy way, but if your product is for everyone, keep it real and stick to things that people know. Let's go to the third rule, which is user control and freedom. You always need to have an emergency exit. That can be something simple like an exit button or a go back button, or maybe even a refresh, something like that, because either you want it or not, the user will make mistakes. It's not always up to you, but sometimes our users will make mistakes. Maybe they are in a hurry, maybe they didn't treat something well. So you should always provide them an exit button, a go back button, an undo button, something like that. And we will talk about that again in a bit. So let's see the fourth rule, which is consistency and standards. And as I say here, it doesn't mean that because you are different, you are useful as well. Yes, if you have like a very creative app or a very creative idea, try that out, but it doesn't always mean that the different is cool and nice. Really, really test your ideas, test your products, because maybe you, your friends, your group, maybe you have a problem and you have a cool solution about that, but it doesn't mean that this is something that you can sell. It doesn't mean that it's something that you can market easily. So you always need to think about your users. If I have to give you like one tip out of all this presentation, it's always think about your users. And maybe you're also using your product, but you are not the user, because you are the person who is developing that product, so you can't be only the user. Now we have error prevention. This is quite crucial as well. We have two kinds of errors. We have slips and mistakes. When we have slips, that's the, let's say, easy task, because with slips, yes, the user will make a mistake, but as we mentioned earlier, you will have the emergency exit button, something like that. So it's okay, our user will make a mistake, they will come back and they will do it again. That's cool. But you also have the mistakes, and this is quite harder, because it means that our users are doing mistakes because they don't understand what our product is all about, what they can do with our product, and that's why they are doing mistakes. In that case, you should go back with your team, talk with your team, talk again with your users, see what the problem is, see why your users are doing that mistakes, fix it, and then ship it again. Cool. Now we have the sixth rule, which is recognition rather than recall. Our memory has we have two types of memories, and let's say this is recognition and recall. We always want recognition. Recognition is when you see something and you can immediately understand it or think about it, or in your memory you can easily revert and think about that specific thing that you're searching for. Whereas in recall, it's not so easy to remember things. For example, we tend to forget names, and we have to think about names, or if it's dates, sometimes we don't remember dates and we have to go back to our memory to remember a date. Now in our products, in our applications, we always want the recognition, and recognition can be done quite easily. You can show images, for example, if they have to select something, if your users have to select something, you can have a drop down menu so they can see the options and they don't have to think about them. If it's about dates, again, you can show them a calendar or something like that. Again, you have a lot of options. Always go for recognition rather than recall. And I have here this example from Coursera. I don't know if their UI is still the same, because this example is a bit old, but I think that Coursera is doing an amazing job. Okay, let's go to flexibility and efficiency of use. Every user is unique and they have different needs, and they also have different skills. You want to provide something for every type of users. And hopefully in your product, you will have the first time users, you will have the power users. Power users are the people who know what they're doing, and you will have the people in the middle. you want to provide something for everyone. So maybe the first time users, they will want to do things a little bit slower. Maybe they need more information. Maybe they want to catch up with something. Maybe they want to save something a lot of times. I don't know. But on the other hand, the power users, maybe they want the connectivity. Maybe they want to do things fast. Maybe they want to share your product with someone else. You should provide something for everyone. Okay, and let's go to the 8th rule, which I think is my favorite rule. It's aesthetic and minimal design. We all have seen some ugly designs, am I right? And we all have ideas about how to fix them. But before we do that, let's go maybe to our product and again check it out in detail and see what we can improve in our product. Again, if I had to give you a couple of tips, the first thing that I would suggest you is don't overdo it with animations, okay? Animations are fun, but until a point, okay? I just maybe want to see some information that you have on your personal website. Maybe you have a portfolio. Okay, I will go to your portfolio. If you have too many animations, that's distracting. Also, if you have too many colors, again, that's distractive. We don't want that. For in the same example, in your personal portfolio, you're selling yourself. So I want to see some information about you. I don't want, as I said, fancy animations. I don't want weird typography. I want simple things. I just want to see information about you. Now, if you are a designer, maybe you say, okay, but I am a designer. I design my own page. Okay, cool. You can show me that through your projects, not through your website. And another tip about that is use a bigger font size. A lot of us are not in our 20s, okay, sorry, some of you are, but also a lot of us are not in our 20s, so we cannot read that small font size, okay? Come on, you can do it a little bit bigger. Thank you. Let's go to the 9th rule. We have help users recognize, diagnose, and recover from errors. As I mentioned earlier, we will have the users that they will do some mistakes, some errors, and we should always provide something about that. Now, a really good approach is, after presenting that error, also help them recover from it. And in order for your users not to make the same mistake again, you could have something like that. For example, if your product is, the second one, right? So if your product is about uploading maybe images, you could mention, I only can accept this type of images and I cannot accept anything else. Even better, you can say that before the user goes to upload an image. And let's go to the 10th rule, which is help and documentation. You should strive to have the perfect product, but because it's hard, because you will have different type of users, it's also really important to have some kind of help and documentation. You don't need something big. You don't want something very fancy. You want to write simple stuff. And I say that because not everyone is also an English speaker, and maybe your product is for everyone. So write simple stuff, not super technical, because again, you will have your first time users, and strive to have something for everyone. Okay, that was for the 10 rules. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, but we have more things to say. Okay, the do's and don'ts of UX. I will show you here a few things and try to keep them in mind. So, thinking about the user does not guarantee a user-centered design, and we are all about that. Using the right UX research methods, techniques, and tool does. Also, don't assume you know what users want. That's why we are testing with our real users. The keyword here is real users. And don't follow the HIPAA at the root. HIPAA stands for High Paid Person's Opinion. Just because your boss is paying you, it doesn't mean that you shouldn't say your true opinion. Do make the time and effort for user research. And don't just create a list of methods to click. Don't prototype too soon or don't code too soon. Again, test with real users. And sometimes people ask me, yeah, but I don't have a product. How will I test it? That's even better because you can show them some designs. You don't even actually have to have those designs in your laptop. Maybe you can just scrap something in a paper and you can ask them, okay, which one do you prefer, this or this, that or that? Or if you see this, what are you going to do with that? Can you understand what that thing is? It's really easy to test with your users. And an extra tip here, if you want like real opinions, again, don't go with your friends because your friends probably like you and they will say, yeah, you have the coolest product. But go to your ex-partner, go to your mother-in-law. They will say the truth. Trust me. Do focus on what people do rather than on what they say. So observe people, observe them really. Don't overlook existing insights from customer care representatives. And if you have the chance to see I don't know if you have a support system or if you have someone in your company that are handling the support tickets and stuff like that, but if you have the opportunity to work maybe just for a week in that department, do that, because you will see what the users are asking, what the users can't understand, and then you can fix those stuff or you can change those stuff. I did that in my past company, and it was eye-opening. So do collaborate. You're not alone. You have around you a lot of people. And even if you are freelancing alone or if you are developing your own project, again, go out there, talk about it, go to meetups, go to conferences, talk about it. You're not alone. Do find someone qualified to do your research or become one yourself. And hopefully with this presentation, I have helped you a bit with that. And let's go to the final part of this session, the good and the bad of UI. I will show you 2 things at a time and think about yourself. It's like a small quiz. Think about yourself. Which side would you pick? We'll skip that. Okay, so the designers or the developers mindset. The good designers listens to everyone from decision makers, team members, and stakeholders, whereas the bad one judges and suggests solutions all the time. You can pick up your sides. Then the good one questions the status quo. The bad one follows the rule of we've always done it that way. And I'm quite sure that you've heard that in your company, or if you haven't, that's better. And then the good one digs deep to find the real problem and the real solutions, whereas the bad one will only assume something and will try to persuade everyone else that he's right about that. Now, the good one takes time and asks, again, questions, is always uncertain about their understandings and designs, whereas the bad one follows their assumptions and is always certain about their work. If you think that you're okay with all of this, maybe you can think about your colleagues or how you could make in your company the situation a little bit better by understanding this to different types of designers. Now, the good one has many solutions and ideas and tries always to find issues and flaws in their work, whereas the bad one has only one idea and they are trying to make people believe that their idea is the best one and is always defending about their work. Now, the good one loves working with others, collaborating, as we said earlier, and revisits their thought, has something to learn from everyone in the team, whereas the bad one loves to work alone and tries to confirm their thoughts and thinks they know everything. Now, the good one loves to be wrong and seeks feedback, whereas the bad one loves to be always right and seeks praise. Now, the good one leads, whereas the bad one follows. That's it. Thank you very much. And again.
We'll get the next speaker set up. Thanks. Couple thoughts. One is my UX for letting the speaker know their time is almost up as I just slowly move closer. And eventually, if I'm like right here, they know they're out of time. So it's pretty funny. No, yeah, I was over there. You had a couple minutes. It was good. Yeah, two other UX things that are funny. One is, I don't know if Norman is also known for Norman doors, and the idea is like a door should only have a handle if it's a pull door. If it's flat, it's push. So Serbia is really bad about that. Like handles everywhere. And then they put signs, push and pull in like multiple languages, and it's bad UX. But anyway. And then the other thing is it's bad UX to feel like you have to sit in the same chair all day long. Like we're used to standing and sitting and doing other things. So if you ever need a break, you can always like go upstairs and stand, and you can still see in here if you need a break like that. There's also an outdoor terrace upstairs if you just need a few minutes of fresh air. The audio you should be able to hear upstairs. Is that right? Can you hear the talks upstairs okay? Yeah, okay. So again, like if you just need to stretch your legs or whatever, you can always go upstairs and take a few minutes. And if for some reason you need to take a phone call or something, there are two little rooms in the back that are like soundproof, like podcast style rooms if you ever need to take a call or anything. So lots of UX options for your human body, not just your developer body. HDMI. You have an adapter, or you can, that one will work, or I have the other one right here too. Both should work. I don't know yet. Just give it a second. It takes. And is it shared on StreamYard? Did you turn? Oh, okay, so open StreamYard. And click present. I think share screen. Yeah. And I do the whole screen. I think that's easiest, and choose the correct screen, the one on the left probably. Oh, unless that's.
I don't know how to get there. I don't even see my maps.
And just click displays, and it'll gather displays over there. Go into system settings and click displays. Oh, okay. All right. Click arrange. Up. Left. Click. And then, oh, no, just click done. Never mind. Go up where it says use as main display to the right. Up. Here, dude. Go up here. Go up here. Right there. Choose mirror. Yep. Cool. So you can bring that over there. And let's give people just like 2 minutes to stretch their legs because they're getting drinks and stuff. So we'll start again in 2 minutes.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
Event, so I'm also going to be seated just for the sake of it, and just grab your drinks, and if you want to sit. If not, do whatever you want to do. I'm just going to slowly get started. Hi, my name's Josephine. I'm here. Hi, I'm here to talk about accessibility in headless systems. And we were just saying accessibility may not be as flashy as programming cool glasses that display your company logo or some fun flashy backpack cover, but what's more important than making the things that we make accessible for everybody and inclusive, right? And so I appreciate that. So yeah, we're gonna get started. this is me. I'm from Germany. It's my first time in Belgrade. I'm really happy to be here. So thank you so much to our friends from Halfstack and from Cityjs for making all of this possible. And yeah, if you have any questions afterwards, if you want to chat about any of the things that you see up there, cats also very much appreciate it. Just come by and let's grab a coffee or beer later, and then we can have a chat. Or of course, accessibility. And so what are we going to do in the next 20, 25 minutes? Let's see how fast I'll talk. We're talking about web accessibility and why it's important. We're going to have a look at what a headless CMS is, and we're going to see how the two can kind of complement each other, hopefully. And unfortunately, I don't have the time, at least not in the next 20 minutes, to get to know all of you in person. But maybe, quick show of hands, have you worked with accessibility? Have you implemented anything? Quite a few people. All right, really, really cool. And how about headless? Have you worked with headless systems? Some people. Okay, cool. Yeah, so maybe you know things that I don't. Let's catch up afterwards, right? I'm going to try and share some stuff that is maybe for beginners, but also maybe for if you know something about it already. But if you know otherwise, let me know afterwards. All right, so we'll dive into web accessibility. What does that mean, right? We want to make sure that the tools and the software that we build as software engineers is inclusive and can be used by everybody or as many people as possible, right? And if you're thinking about it kind of from a monetary perspective, there was a report by the World Health Organization. They found that over 15% of the global population experiences some form of disability, and that is 1 billion people. So even if you're looking at this and trying to figure out, like, is it worth my time and money? Yes, it is, for sure, right? And plus, all of us are getting older, if we like it or not. So it's going to affect us at some point. And we'll see also it benefits people without disabilities, right? So here's a slide that you can see different kinds of disabilities. So physical, auditory, cognitive, all sorts of different disabilities. But you can also see there's situational and temporary limitations in there. And that could be, for example, it's super nice weather out. You go in the sun, you can't see what's going on your phone because maybe you don't have enough color contrast on the page. Or maybe you are in the subway and you want to watch your favorite content creator, but they didn't enable captions. And so that's awkward, right? You don't want to turn up the volume. And all of these things fall into web accessibility, and they will benefit you and all of your users, right? And if you're curious about different user personas, so we just heard a lot of amazing things in the previous talk about thinking about your user. And if you just want to broaden your idea a little bit of what your user could be, there's this really cool tool. They're called Cards for Humanity. They deal you 2 cards. It's a little bit like a game. And you get a user persona and a characteristic that they have. That can be a disability. It doesn't have to be. And this way you can kind of broaden your horizon and see maybe you haven't thought of them before, right? And so this is definitely something to look out for. All right. So we've talked a little bit about web accessibility. If you weren't convinced before, I hope you are now that this is important and relevant for all of us. And now I really want to reel it in again and talk a little bit about the world of headless and the world of content management, right? Because maybe if you work in an agency or for a big company, likely you're going to work with other people, and maybe they don't want to go through the code, right? Maybe they need a user interface, and maybe they need to be able to fill this in a non-technical way, right? And that's usually where your content management system comes in. And how does that relate to accessibility? Well, ideally, it's a tool where everything comes together, right? So your designers, your content editors, your marketeers, your developers, this is where everybody comes together. And ideally, the tool that you use for that should enable you instead of putting stones in your way or hindering you in that journey, right? And so if you're completely new to the world of content management, there's 2 big families. The monolithics, which is kind of think old school WordPress, everything under one hood. It comes with a lot of themes, a lot of predefined things, less decisions, might be more appealing if you're just starting out and maybe you're not so technical or you're a really small team. And then we have headless, which is the more modern approach, if you will. And this is where everything is decoupled. So you have your code, and then you have the way where you put it in, right? You enter your data. And so this is completely decoupled. And I might be a little bit biased because I work for a headless system and they paid me to come here, but I'm trying to show you how this might help with accessibility, right? So let's have a look. Of course, important question. You might be wondering, I've talked about accessibility, I talked about headless, now is it accessible? Developer answer, it really depends. So unfortunately, neither monolithic systems nor headless systems are inherently accessible. And unfortunately, Storyblock isn't either. Not yet, we're working on it. But there are a lot of things that you can do to kind of smoothen your path, if you will, and make accessible content for sure, and make your users' experience a little bit more enjoyable. And so a few of the benefits of headless would be, for example, I mean, this is a lot of fluffy marketing terms, but for you as a developer, what might be important is that you have a lot more freedom. You can work with a technology that you want to, and you can add the tools, you can connect everything through API. And so you are a lot more flexible when it comes to making choices, and you have more control about everything. So there's no additional baggage, if you will. Like if you think dealing with a old school legacy system, maybe you have to know a specific technology to actually make changes there, can be quite painful. And there's a lot of like technical depth that comes with it that you first would have to fix or find workarounds. And that's something that you don't have in a headless system. All right, so I talked a lot, it was a lot of theory. Now we're gonna have a look at a few things. And just because this is kind of, accessibility concerns all of us, right? And there's a lot of overlap between the different disciplines. But today we're just going to focus on the things that affect developers. And if you're curious about any of the other ones, come have a chat with me afterwards. And regarding developers, it's always a little bit like the metaphor with the iceberg that we just saw. We're diving further in, right? We can't explore the whole thing. It's just a really big topic. But we're just going to have a look at some of the things that can be changed in or in relation to a headless system, because there's so much more that you could do in your front end, right? All right, let's dive right in. So the first thing I really quickly want to talk about is page titles. And if you just, page title is whatever is shown up here in my browser tab. If you're like me and you have 200 tabs open at all times, really helps orient if you at least see a logo or something, right? And then what you could do, or what it is beneficial for in terms of web accessibility is if you have a cognitive disability, for example, it really helps orient. It helps screen readers so they don't have to go through the page content. Again, it comes back to respecting your users' time and usability, right? And then what you could do in a headless system is include your unique page title to be updated dynamically, right? So that whatever page I'm on, it shows exactly what that is and not just a generic term. So this is something that you could do, for example. Big topic, semantic HTML. Semantic HTML basically means we're using the HTML elements in the way they were intended, right? Seems pretty straightforward, goes wrong a lot in the wild. We're all using a div and styling it in the way that we wanted to instead of using the correct term, right? And this is really problematic because the screen readers, again, if you're visually impaired, for example, you're using a screen reader, it's going to announce and use these different kind of elements to know where we're going. Is an element supposed to be interactive? All of these things we're missing out if we're just using a div. Plus, we're not getting the inherent like style and functionality, but that's a different problem. And so a screen reader would use some of the HTML elements kind of like landmarks, right? So for example, the navigation, the footer, the main, the headlines, right? And all of these things kind of guide the screen reader, give it context and an outline. And this way you can kind of structure your content. And if you're working with a legacy system, you can't change everything the way you want it to. There's an option to add, they're called ARIA landmarks. So this is an accessibility kind of tool that helps you add these attributes to actually have the correct role, but still if you can always go with a native element, right? And so in a headless system, how would you use this? Well, you would want to make sure that your components, especially if you're following an atomic design approach, you would want to make sure that your components actually have meaningful landmarks, right? So just one main, make sure there's really just one H1 headline, and so on. So really make sure also people know what elements they're actually using and where. Right. And you can also, use roles and permissions, make sure people are not allowed to do this stuff that they really shouldn't be doing. Because with freedom comes a lot of responsibility, right? So one of the things that I mentioned are part of semantic HTML and the landmarks are the headlines, right? And this is a little bit tricky in the headless context because we want to give our marketeers, for example, a lot of freedom, right? We want them to be able to build pages independently. We don't want them to go to us to create pages. But we need to limit that freedom a little bit to make sure our headline hierarchies don't go completely awry. And if I say headline hierarchies, I mean H1 to H6, and then like not skipping them, using H1 just once to signal the most important content, right? Why is that important? Some people use screen readers like you see here, and there's a function. So this is the screen reader that's used on Mac, but there's many different ones out there. And you can use the rotor function to go through interactive elements, right? So that could be, for example, announcing all the links, announcing all the headlines, going through the navigation. And if you mess up that structure, like I did in the example, you see I have one H1 and then only H2s. That's messy. That's not going to tell them what's important. And also choose your headlines wisely, else it's going to read out something super random, right? So that's why it's really, really important. And so in a CMS, what does that look like? I'm going to show you two different options to kind of control the madness a little bit. And the first one is to manually control the headline hierarchies. And actually, we're going to move over, or I'm going to show you in the example first. So we have here an example. And if we check really quick, this is an H1. And then here we have an H2. And I'm just going to go into Storyblok. So this is our visual editor. I have a headline here that I actually can't access because that's my H1. I don't want that to be messed with. I only want one H1. But if I go in here, I have my teaser and I could change the headline as I wanted to, right? I could make an H3, H4, and it just gets smaller and smaller. Should I do that? No, no, no. Absolutely not. This should be an H2 because it's the second most important content, right? But if we just move over to the code real quick, yep, this is the right one. You see we are adjusting. So this is Storyblok. My content is editable. I have my Storyblok editable. But the important bit is down here. I have my headline, and actually I'm adjusting the element according to the headline level, right? So this changes whenever your user changes this. You can do it like that. More flexibility for the editors, but just choose wisely, right? If you wanted to make sure that this doesn't go completely wild, you could add a description here and kind of communicate with your editors and explain why it's important, what headline level to pick, right? So I could say choose wisely and save it. And then we have a little hint here for our users. But again, this is a lot of flexibility I'm not sure we want to give, right? But it's an option. And the other option would be to actually have automatically generated headline hierarchies, right? So that would be our next example, which just died on me. Let's see if we can bring it back. Oh, no. Oh, no. Let's see if it died. What's happening? Let me just stop that. Let's bring it back. And let's see. Not sure why we can't see it. It's the right URL. Okay, I'm going to show you, because this always happens. I have a slide. So what we see here is that what's happening actually in our example I have no option in my CMS, right? So I can't actually choose because it's taking the headline level automatically. So I have a little helper function, and then it's going to check, is it the first element on my page or not? If it is, it gets the H1. If it isn't, it gets an H2. And this is the same, we're kind of implementing it the same way. So we're setting the tag according, or we're setting the element according to the tag, right? So this gives you a lot more options, if you will, right? Just go back. Yeah. So you just have one H1 for sure. You have more security. It's a little bit less, it's a little bit less flexible for the editors, but in general, you can make sure it definitely works. Now, you might say, okay, but then it looks like in your example, right, with all the H2s, that's not really what you want. This is not going to give you a proper hierarchy. You're partially right if you say that. But now it would be on you to set up the individual components that then follow, that I then fill in onto my page with the other headlines, right? So I can really make sure I have like a really clean structure. All right, so that was our headline hierarchies. One thing that I always want to bring up, just because it goes wrong so much, is not technically very related to the CMS, but I want to talk about it anyway, is keyboard accessibility, right? So I want to be sure that my users don't only use a mouse or a trackpad, but they can also navigate with the tab key and the arrow keys through my page. And this also translates to assistive technology. It works very similarly. And one thing that you can do for your users, again, usability, to make it more enjoyable, is add a skip link. So if I were to tab, this did not work as well. It's beautiful. Let me start here at the top. Okay, so you see a little, is very small, but there's a little skip link that lets me skip to the main content. If I press enter, I'm in the main content. I don't have to go through all the content manually. So if I were to try that again, and now if I just tap, I have to go through all the navigation. It's very tedious, especially if I visit a page a lot, right? So adding a skip link will make your user's life a lot easier, and it's not that hard to do. You want to stick to a logical tab order. Again, I can really quickly, let's see if we can run this. So you want to make sure if you're on an English language page, you want to go from left to right, from top to bottom. Make sure that the user flow is kind of similar to what you would also have if you're reading the page. And now you could use a tool like this one. Is called Tab Ally, but basically it visualizes the tab flow and shows where we're going. And for example, here we have a little bit of a messy situation with my cookie notice, and then we go down and we can kind of try and make sure that we're not skipping any of the interactive elements, for example, right? So this is important, and I'm just going to clear it. Also very important that I can see where my focus is, right? So now we have this turquoise outline. You can definitely argue about the color contrast. I'm pretty sure it's not high enough, but it gets worse because if I go to the button, I actually can't really see where I'm going, right? And here it's just completely gone, and now I don't know where my focus is. So make sure there is a focus, don't hide it, and make sure it has enough color contrast, right? So, and a lot of the tab order will benefit from you using semantic HTML. So we're kind of going full circle here. All right, and don't trap your users. Don't bring them anywhere with the keyboard where they can't actually get away, right? That would be very, very unlucky. All right, another thing that goes wrong a lot is alternative text, right? So you want to add an alternative text that provides context for people who either can't see the image or can't see it very well, or maybe have a bad internet connection and the image doesn't load. And so you still want to tell them what's going on in the image, right? That's my cat. Again, if you want to chat about cats, I'm all here for it. No, but in a headless CMS, I could do something like make sure all the alternative texts are requirements. So I can't actually add an image without the alternative text. But again, take it with a grain of salt, because you don't necessarily, or well, not all the images should have an alternative text. If your image is decorative, if it's really purely just decoration, you actually don't need one. And it would be kind of verbose to like explain something in here. And so you could, for example, create different components for decorative images and normal images I guess, or non-decorative images. And this way really make it clear to your editors again, hey, this is where alternative text is really important. That's why it's a requirement. But maybe in other cases, not so much, right? And really educate the team on why it's important. And last but not least, languages also play into accessibility, right? So we could do, of course, something, or there are many different ways to implement languages in a headless system. But one thing that's kind of interesting to point out is that you can not only add languages, different like international languages, but you could also add a simple version of a language, right? To provide context to maybe folks who are neurodivergent again, or have cognitive disabilities. And this way it's going to be a lot easier for them to comprehend that content. And I personally, I don't know about you, but if I have to do my taxes and I have to look something up, this is really handy, and it has saved me a lot of money before just switching to simple English or simple language on the text form for sure. All right, so to wrap it up, we've seen it's not inherently accessible, but there are a few things that we can do to create accessible content for sure, and to make our experience more accessible. It definitely concerns all of us, and seemingly small things in air quotes, or things that might not even be a lot of effort to you, can make a huge difference for a lot of people. So it's definitely worth getting started, right? And 10% done is definitely better than nothing. If you're curious about diving further into web accessibility, seeing the slides again, anything, you should be able to scan that QR code and get access to it. And of course, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out afterwards. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much for your time, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Awesome, thank you. So lunch is almost ready, so we're just gonna break for lunch. So we'll have about 50 minutes. We'll start up again around 1:15, I guess. Lunch is gonna be upstairs. You can probably smell it. Some of it's gone up. I think it'll be ready in about 5 minutes. So we'll see you up there. Thanks. I know you're not the last. How was the food? Thumbs up. Cool. I enjoyed it too. Take your time. We also have a little HDMI love here for you too whenever you're ready. Yeah. Yeah. Somehow the first row seems to have moved back like 5 feet since the morning started. Just kidding. I don't know if it's true or not, but it's funny. You see nothing. All right, well, he needs to present something then, huh? This is cool. We have a truly international conference. I've met people today from Japan, Australia, New Zealand, the US, all over Europe, South Africa. Pretty cool. Portugal. I did say Europe, but yeah. Europe hasn't Brexited, have they? Yeah. Yeah, a few people from Serbia, apparently, which is cool. In case you were not aware, there is a LED powered backpack available from our friends at Vonage. More people came. Oh yeah, okay, all right, yeah, that works. Who is this guy? What's he doing my stage? What is that flag? I know, I'm kidding. I tricked you. Oh, they're back there. I did that earlier. You missed it. All right, okay.
Let's do one party with the mask and the.
I don't have my mask. I only have my glasses today. Because I'm only concerned about catching pink eye, not about COVID. They're called shining glasses. Really good name for them, huh? The app tries to be like a video game, but it's not. It's just really strange. Awesome. I'm glad. I liked it. Yeah, I like that place. Oh yeah, exactly. Now I just gotta do my backflip, right? No, we're totally twins. All right, we are ready to begin our afternoon of fun and frivolity. We're about to introduce the next speaker. Oh, I can't see. Oh no, that's sweet, dude. So apparently, what are you doing up here, man? What's going on?
So, if you haven't seen, upstairs we're giving away a backpack that does cool stuff.
That's not the American flag. I'm really confused.
It's red, white, and blue, but it's not the American flag. You can do programmable, different cool blocks and shapes. So, You have to program.
Where's
that.
the kick me sign? Yeah.
So if you haven't gone upstairs and signed up for the raffle, come up. We have free stuff. Help me and Daniela keep our jobs. All you have to do is give away your email address. That's it.
Does it have to be real?
Thank you. Yeah, they actually did implement like.
Wow, Val verify. Okay, cool. All right. Well, thanks everyone. Thanks Vonage for your support and for offering cool swag. So up next is Daniel. You ready to start? All right, let's give it up for Daniel.
Woo! Okay, everyone. How was lunch? Okay, so I got the art task, which is doing a talk after lunch. I see Naim there is also falling asleep immediately, so hopefully we'll wake him up. I was thinking about stuff that we could try out to wake up after lunch, so I'm going to ask each one of you to do a push-up. No, just kidding. I'm not going to ask you to do that. You can just... I wouldn't do it as well, so I'm not going to ask you to do it. So, everyone, first of all, I see some people coming downstairs. Thanks for joining. Thanks for being here. Thanks to Dylan and for Aris for bringing me here to allow me to be here in Belgrade for the first time to speak to all of you. And this talk is going to be on a subject that is very dear to me, so hopefully you'll enjoy it as well. I want just to measure the room. Who here is a React developer? Okay, so we have some React people. Who here is an Angular developer? Okay, some Angular here just to help to give us Santosh some heads up. He's going to do some Angular. You see some 3-4 hands raised up. So heads up for that talk in a bit. Super excited. Yeah, just a disclaimer. Some of the code snippets that you'll be seeing here are React stuff. So considering a lot of you raise your hand, it should be okay. But don't worry if you're not a React guy, a React person. The concepts that I'll be talking about are transversable between some frameworks. So don't worry about that. Now, oh, and by the way, at the end of the talk, I'm going to do a small quiz to give away a copy of this thing here, which is something that I may have not written. So let's see. Okay, so this talk is about state management. And, well, I like to say that state is the heart of your application. Really, I challenge you to try to build an application without state. You probably could for a bit, but then like 30 minutes after, you'd start ripping your hair and stuff like saying, why the heck did I do it? Well, the first one would be to prove me wrong, but well, that's a completely different thing. State is a very important thing. It's the art of your applications. And just to think about it, just look at all the ways that we can have to manage it. There's a lot of state management solutions. It's like opinions. Each one has their own. Now, one thing that might come to mind is, what the heck is state? Okay, if we have this thing, what is it? Well, state is often defined as the mutable data source that you can be used to store data relevant to your application. This data can change over time and can be used to influence how your component will render. Now, in the React ecosystem, there's 2 native ways that you can handle state. If you're a React developer, you're definitely familiar with them. We have the use state hook, pretty simple, a value and a setter. Then we needed to start having more complexity a bit, so we started having a reuse reducer. Now, pattern is a bit different, but okay, we have actions. We dispatch an action, and this thing will change its state. Well, I don't use this a lot, but it is what it is. And then we started to have a need to share this state, because this state was in its component, but we need to share it between components. So what's the native thing that we can use to share state between components? Oh, sorry, timeout. Let's see. Everything okay? Can you hear me now? So we have an issue. Let's see how the Wi-Fi. Okay. No, not this. I don't want speaker numbers. Okay, sorry for that. We had to change a bit because we had some issues with streaming, but it should be okay now, hopefully. Well, as I was saying, there was a need to change share state between components. So What's the thing that you have in React that you can use to share state between components? Anyone wants to answer that? Exactly. So some of you already gave me the answer. It was context. That's what we started doing. Now we have our use state or use reducers or whatever in context, and we can use it to share state between components. Now, soon we started having some other issues, namely two. The first one was we started putting everything into context, and we had unrelated logic grouped together in the same thing. So that was a nonsense to manage. And the second one was that a lot of people say, oh, now we have a lot of unnecessary re-renders. Heck, you might care about that, you might not care about that. It depends if you're a performance freak, if you worry about it. Re-rendering is something that it's important, but that's not the point here. The reason why we started to need context was to have something that you can use to share state between components. Now, when this thing and this pattern starting to being a bit of a nonsense, we went back to the solutions. Heck, some of us even skipped the native stuff and went straight to Redux because that was the thing that everyone was using, or any other solutions. The point here, and I think I already said this previously, state management solutions are a preference. You might like Redux, you might like ZooStand, heck, you might like Recoil, whatever, MobX. It's a personal preference. Each one has their own. And they exist to do something. What they exist to do is to manage state. It's a state that is shared between components. Often what happens with this state is that we call it something. We call it global state. It's the state that it exists somewhere over the tree, everyone can access it. But there's one issue with global state. And the issue is global state is a container. It's a container that exists to manage different types of state. And each type of state has different challenges. The main types that we often hear is client state and server state. And we have been using these tools. We've been using these tools that were built and created for client state. But the challenges that they solve are not the same ones that server state solve. And because we have been using these tools so far, we have been putting everything into this container that's global state. Well, first we might be misusing our tools. And then therefore, if you're misusing stuff, we might be wasting our time. And what happens? If we waste our time, we're wasting our money. So we're going to talk about some things in this talk that will hopefully change the way that we look at state, introduce you to something that I really like to manage, server state, which you might have already been spoiled if you see me showing the book. But yeah, the title of this talk is You Don't Know Server State Yet. Hopefully, by the end of this talk, you will, and we'll know a bit more about how to manage it. Just to introduce myself, after being here talking for like 5 minutes, I'm Daniel Afonso. I'm working as a developer advocate at OLX. I came all the way from Portugal. I'm an Aged.io instructor, an Altiero ambassador, and you can find me on X, I guess that's what it's called now, and pretty much any social network at the end of Daniel JC Afonso. Oh, in case you don't recognize me, I'm this person here. This one is my pair programming buddy. Also, I might have written something about something that we'll be seeing today, which is this book called State Management with React Query. I already spoiled it. I'm going to do a giveaway at the end of the talk, so stay tuned and pay attention, because hopefully some of the questions that we're going to have there will help you answer and get the book if you want it. Now, getting back to the talk. And here we're talking about states. We're talking about splitting states. We have client and we have server state. And each one of them represents different things. Each one of them represents different challenges. Some of you might be thinking, okay, but what's client state? What's server state? What does each one of them entitles? Let's start with client state. Client state is defined I like to define and split them in 3 different things, because there's 3 different ways to figure out if you have what's called client state. The first thing is it's local. This state exists in your application. It's there. It doesn't exist somewhere over the internet. That's a spoiler for the next topic. But it's a state that is contained in your application. This also means that it's synchronous. You don't need to wait to get it. Probably you call a function, you call a value, you have it directly. You don't have to wait to get this state. And another thing, if it exists in your application, then it's probably temporary. So if you refresh your page, then probably this state will be reset. And I think that's all that I have to say about client state, because that's definitely not the focus of this talk. The focus on this talk is server state. Now, what defines server state? I like to say, once again, it's 3 things. The first one is it's persisted remotely. It exists somewhere over the internet, somewhere out there, a database, who knows, this state is there. If it exists somewhere over the internet, then probably it means it's asynchronous, so you have to fetch it, probably do a data fetch request or something like that. And that's how you get this data. You have to ask for it and wait a bit until it shows up. And what does this mean? It means if it exists on the internet, there's no guarantees that it's up to date. It might mean that, well, I got this data. If someone else is also using it, someone else might change it. So if they change it, there's no guarantees that the moment that I got this value, I haven't lost. It hasn't been changed by someone else. And server state has a bunch of challenges. I'm just going to name a few. The first, anyone wants to try to give an idea of some challenges that we might have with this state? No one? Okay, I'll start with the first one, caching. That's the main one that we start seeing when we have to deal with server state. Oh, we have to implement caching. We want to get this data, but we probably want to save some money or try not to refetch this data. So what if we could cache it? That's the main challenge. Then we have stuff like deduping duplicated requests. For those of you who are not familiar with this term, let's imagine that you have 3 components being rendered, and these 3 components need the same data. What would probably traditionally happen is each one of these components triggers a data fetch request, and the 3 of them there are 3 requests fired, and you get the data for each one of them. When you're deduping duplicated requests, what happens is when these 3 requests are fired, only one will end up going on the network. You're going to get your data, and this data is going to feed these 3 data sources. So that's pretty much canceling some requests and only getting your data from one point. Then you have other patterns. So if you're dealing with server state, with data that I already gave you a hint, there's no guarantees that it's up to date, you have to manage it. You have to understand on how do I make sure that the data that I have, it's still fresh, it's still something that's on the database. There might be stuff like, if we're doing caching, then we also have to deal with caching validation and a bunch of other patterns. And then we have some patterns that some of you might be familiar. So optimistic updates, paginated data, infinite scrolling, lazy loading. There's so many stuff here that's associated with server state that the challenges, they still continue. These are not the ones, they are the only ones. There are many of them. Now imagine that I, as a product manager or a developer, or whatever, I got to you and said, okay, I want you to implement all of these things by yourself in your product. You have to take some time and go ahead and implement it. This is probably how it would feel, right? You might be like, okay, I'm tired of it. I'm going to waste so much time implementing this and making sure it works with the solutions that I have. Then that's the other pain. So I was asked to do this 4 years ago. And we started thinking, okay, let's roll our own thing. Let's start implementing it. But this is one issue that I feel happens a lot. There's that paradigm of build versus adopt or buy or whatever. And we were starting to think about implementing all these things. But we started with caching, which is probably the biggest one. And after a week of trying to build our own stuff and doing the stuff that we have, we gave up. Because there's a lot of work that we have to do. There's a lot of challenges. Server state is very complex. And nowadays, the issue would be tying it, or back then, the issue would be tying it with all the solutions that we had. We had Redux. Yeah, some of you might say, okay, or Sagas or whatever. Yeah, they exist, but they are something that were built upon on something that already exists, which main focus was to focus on the client state. We needed something new. We needed something that would help us fix and deal with the server state challenges. And this was when 10-stack query, back then React query, popped up into our lives. It had just been released, announced by this guy called Tanner Winsley at I think it was React Summit in 2019 or 2020. 2019, I think that was then. And we were hooked because, no pun intended, but we were hooked on it because it was something that seemed very, very simple to manage something that we were having so much hard time to implement. Now, before we get into 10-stack query and understand what it is, because that's going to be my focus throughout the rest of the talk, I'm going to focus on React query, in case you haven't noticed so far. And we're going to learn a bit more on how it works and how we used it to solve some of the issues that we have. And hopefully by the end of this talk, you have some concepts that you can take home and apply it. Now, 10-stack query, or React query, on how it was called when we started to know it, was, I like to define it as a protocol agnostic collection of hooks that you can use to fetch, cache, and update your server state. That's a definition, I guess. And since V4, it has been merged into this thing that's called 10-stack. So the creator of React query back then, Tanner Winsley, since it's V4, V4, I think I'm right on it. V4 has merged it into this super set of libraries called the 10 stack. So he has a bunch, which is pretty much the stack of things that he built. So you have 10 stack table, now 10 stack router, 10 stack query. And it is a high set of software that he uses and he builds to help developers. Going back to the React query aspect of it, because one of the things, and it's funny because this discussion already happened today, when someone says, oh, I use React query, and someone tells you, oh, now you have to change it for 10 stack query, now it's called 10 stack query. That was actually the first question I asked when they renamed it. I did a tweet on it. It probably would have been a good idea to put it here, but I did a tweet on it when it released. So now should I stop saying React query? Should I only go for 10 stack query? Well, the answer is it depends on what you're using. So if you're using what it's called the React adapter for 10 stack query, you can still call it React query. If you're using the Solid adapter, you can call it Solid query. You can still call it whatever. This is an issue that doesn't matter a lot, but just to clear up some misconceptions that it has been. The superset is 10 stack query, and the adapters are the name of the framework. All the examples and the stuff that we'll be seeing here are focused on React query, so let's go ahead and learn some stuff. Now, there's two fundamentals. There's two fundamentals that we need to grasp to understand on what and how should we use this library. The first thing is queries, and the second thing is mutations. Now, starting with queries are the things that allow you to, well, query for data, fetch for it. So typically, queries are associated with data fetching. On the other side, you have mutations. Mutations is when you want to go somewhere and change the data that you have there, create it or delete it. So if we're talking about or thinking about a CRUD application, then queries would be the read, and mutations would be the create, update, and delete. And you can use both of them with React query and in different ways, and the pattern is different. So let's start with queries. The ways that you use queries is by using the use query hook. By the way, this is the part that I mentioned that the context might change a bit. If you're using view query, it will still be use query. But if you're using Svelte and Solid, the name changes for create query. So the fundamentals are still the same because at its essence, there's a main library called built upon it that feeds all these other ones. It just changes the naming that you use on each framework. So use query is responsible for fetching data. And there's only two things that you need to do to understand to deal with use query. The first one is the query key, and the second one is the query function. The query function is responsible for being the function where you fetch that data. The query key is responsible for identifying that data. How does this work? Well, so here we have our computer or React component, and this component will be using our use query instance. What happens is when this component renders, if we are assuming a default behavior, that hook will be responsible for fetching a data request. So what happens is our component renders, and we need our data. So we have the internet, and our hook will be responsible for fetching our data, calling a request to get the data, ask it somewhere from a data source, and getting it back. This part that we have here, let's see if this works. Yeah, this part that we have here, it's associated with the query function. The query function is responsible for fetching and receiving your data. Now, on the other side, we have the query key. And the query key is super important. Sometimes people don't understand how powerful query keys are until they start working with it, because query keys are responsible for doing one thing, and that is caching your data. Exactly. So query keys are responsible for being the identifier in the query cache that React Query has of the data that you just fetched. So hopefully now you start seeing a bit more of the value that they have. Now, I'll show you some things, but not on the next slide. The next slide here, I have some examples of query keys. By the way, query keys need to be arrays. If you have been using React Query previously, you could have whatever you wanted, but since V3, they have changed it to be only arrays, and now on V4, which is currently in beta, is being mandatory. So now query keys needs to be arrays. And I like to treat query keys as dependency arrays. Then you should always use them to identify all the dependencies of your queries. What do I mean by this? Let's once again try this thing out. This example that we have here we have an array with a string called users, page, and filters. This query key is representative of all the dependencies that I would need to build pagination. Why? Because here we have a string, which is generally a dummy identifier, a page, which is the current page that I'm getting, and some filters. What happens here is whenever I render something, imagine that page value is 0 and we have 0 filters. What happens is whenever our hook mounts and our component mounts and our hook renders, it's going to fetch data and cache it under users, 0, and probably an empty object, which is what this array is. Now, imagine that our user changes a page. Now he goes to page 1 or page 2. This value is going to change. So now we are not on the same cache instance. And so what will React Query do? Trigger an automatic request to fetch data and feed this cache. So this is why I like to say that query keys need to be treated as your dependencies arrays. They need to be the things that will identify and mostly relate to how your data is stored in your database, on your cache. There's another thing, but I'll show it to you in a bit. This code, it's a lot. Don't worry about understanding what's happening here, but this is an example of how query functions work. By the way, I mentioned that React Query or 10-stack query or whatever, it's protocol agnostic. This means that you can use whatever you want. You can use REST, you can use GraphQL. Heck, if you want, you can use SOAP. I don't care. As long as there's some promise inside of there that returns data, you can use whatever you want to fetch data. Here we have an example of using GraphQL. So on the top, let's just use this again. On the top, we have our query, and here we have what's called the query function. This is the function that's responsible for doing that promise and getting the data. And what do we do afterwards? We get this query function and we pass it to our hook. So now our use query instance has the query key and the query function. What will happen is once this function is triggered, it will return the data and be stored under the cache, under the array with the string posts on the first element. And this is pretty much how it works. Now, next part. Let me just close the example here. The next part, and this is why I like to even more put emphasis, that's the word, put emphasis on the query key aspect. Here we have a query key that on the first instance of the array, we have an object with a property of query identifier and API name. The reason why I like to have this pattern is because your query keys can be injected in your query function. So what does this mean? It means that your query function in the first element, and I'm pointing, let me just put the laser, oh, spoilers. Let me put the laser so people at home can see it here. Here we have our query key. And because query keys can be injected into query functions by using something that it's called the query function context. And these query keys are injected here. Why is this important? Because then you can access it and use it. In this case, we are using it to customize the URL where we're going to be fetching data for. This is super powerful as well because now imagine that we had that pagination example. It would still work because now we would have our page here, whatever. We would fetch our data and return it. So this is why it's even more important to treat query keys as your dependencies arrays. Now, I just want to clear up some, I'm going to say bad habits that exist for people that already used React Query, and that is cache time and stale time. This is probably one of two concepts that are most misunderstood when talking about React Query. And I'm going to explain both of them, and hopefully it will be clear for everyone here. And when you go use React Query, hopefully you will, it will be easy to understand. So let's start with the first one, cache time, or how is it's called in the new version, GC time. It's defined as the duration in milliseconds until the query data that it's inactive is garbage collected. This is the normal term. And probably you can start to see why there's some confusion, because when you see cache time, what does your brain think? Oh, it's the time that the data is going to be cached. That's partially true, because it's the time that the data is going to be cached after your query is no longer being used. So imagine that you're using a query in a component, and then your component unmounts. That query is no longer being used. So this is when cache time comes into the loop. It tells React Query, hey, after this time has elapsed, then you can garbage collect this data. And you can see that this is why they have renamed it GC time recently. So now the pain disappears a bit and it's more clear what should be expected, because I can tell in the past 3-4 years of using this library, this is probably the most misconcepted term out there. And the second part is stale time. Well, stale time is also duration in milliseconds. That is used to define the time until your query is no longer considered fresh. Why is this important? It's important when we're talking about stuff like managing outdated data. Because let's picture the following scenario. We fetch some data, we cache it, whatever, that's cool. But imagine that now immediately another component will render that needs the same data. What should be the behavior here? Well, the default behavior is React query will go to the cache, serve its data back to the user, to the component in this case, and depending on the stale time, it will decide, should I trigger a new fetch data request or not? Let's imagine that you have a stale time of 1 minute. What will happen is you just fetch data and immediately another component renders afterwards. If your stale time is 1 minute, then React query will know, okay, I can serve the data from the cache, and I don't need to worry because I was programmatically told that this data is fresh. I know that this data is out there and is considered to be updated. By default, and I think they're thinking about this changing this in the new version, but by default, this value is 0. What does this mean? It means that you fetch the data, you cache it, and if another component renders, React query knows, okay, I'm going to serve you the data, but I'm going to automatically fetch it again so that we can have data that's up to date. And this is super important when you are dealing with stuff like managing outdated data. Then you have a couple of other scenarios for caching validation, but I have some code snippets that I want to show you in a bit. Before we go into the code, let's talk about mutations. The way that you can do mutations is by using the use mutation hook. If you're in React, Vue, it's also use mutation. Svelte and Solid, it's create mutation. The use mutation hook only needs one thing, which is the mutate function, which is the function that should be responsible for doing this mutation. And this function will receive some data. So let's once again get to this part here. Let's see if I can use it. As you can see here, we are expecting some user. We are expecting an object, which is probably going to be some user data. The way this works is, well, we pass this query function to our use mutation hook, and we destructure something called mutate, because mutations don't happen automatically. We don't want them. We only want to call mutations whenever we have a need to execute them. So whenever we have the need to call mutation, we use the mutate function, and we pass it our object. In this case, it's going to be our name and our age. And this thing is going to be injected into the mutation function and be used in this case to do our post. That's pretty much the behavior on how mutations work in React query. Now, I don't know how much time I still have left, but I want to show you some code before we go into the quiz. So I'm going to sit for a bit. This is okay. Let's see okay, you're seeing this. Should be okay. Let's go into our Visual Studio. No, let's show how this works first. So here we have an application, which is a note-taking app where you can only add notes. You cannot do anything else. It's just responsible for adding notes and displaying them to the user. So let's just clear this up. If I go here and say, hello, I add a note, this thing should work. Let's see if I can zoom this a bit more. No, I don't want to zoom here. I want to zoom here. And this thing would happen here. Let's see what happens. So this part doesn't matter here. We added note. When we click and add, there was a mutation that was responsible for, in this case, doing a post and sending our data to the internet somewhere. But automatically, what also happened after that mutation was finished was there's a GET request here. Automatically, what happened was there was some caching validation that went out there and says, okay, now that we created a mutation, we need to update our data to show this to our users. So what's happening here is we're doing already caching validation despite also along with the data fetching. So let's see how this thing works and behaves before we continue. So I need to speak to the microphone, sorry. What do we have here? Can you read it? Okay, need more zoom. Bit more, let's do it. Still good, bit more. Because in my computer, it's very big, but there it seems to be very small. Okay, hopefully this way you can all see it. Let's put this full screen for a bit. Okay, so here we have the normal things we're used to. We have a use state, so we know that there's going to be some client state in our application. Then from 10-stack query, we are destructuring a use query. So we already know that there's going to be some querying in your application. A use mutation to perform mutation in something called use query client. What's query client? Stay tuned, because I'll tell you in a couple of seconds. And we have a const called API A that apparently has a string. Okay, might be relevant for something. And we have a fetch data function. So looking at these, I will assume, okay, this is probably a query function because I'm going to be fetching some data. And this function is receiving a query key. So I know that there's going to be a query function context working at here. And I use this query key to get an API name to customize the fetch request that I'm going to get to my endpoint. And then after I get the data, I validate if it was okay. If not, if it's okay, I return it. And here I have a create node function. So I see create, so I assume there's going to be my mutate function. And this function is receiving a node. What happens here is I do a post request to endpoint, which has my API hey, which is this route here. And I send my data. Okay, standard mutation, standard data fetching. Let's look at our component working. Here we have, once again, the use query client. What does this work for? We'll see it in a bit, don't worry. We have our use state, which has a node, a set node. Okay, what is this supposed to be doing? Well, if we go back here, we have a form, we have an input, our input has a node. Whenever we change this node, we update our state. And then when we click on the button, we submit it, which will probably be responsible for doing our mutation. As you can see, there's a mutate being triggered. So it's going to get our data and trigger our mutation. Going to the React query part, because this is the fun part here. So let's start with the use query. A use query hook has a query key, which has our on the query key array. On the first element, we have our query identifier and our API. And this API is going to receive the API A. So the thing that's going to be injected here, it's going to be the value that we're passing there because of the query function context. And then we have our query function, standard behavior. Whenever we get the data, we're going to have it here that we can use it. And there's something here called the is fetching. So the is fetching is network status. So there's a difference. We can talk about it afterwards if you are interested into these things. But pretty much the gist of this function, this value is it's a Boolean indicator to tell you if there's a data fetch request happening right now. The way that I use this is going to my div. If I'm fetching, I'm showing a fetching indicator. If I'm not fetching, then I'm going to assume that I have the data. So I map over it and display it. Pretty standard behavior. Now going into the mutations. Going into mutations, we have our use mutation hook or create node mutation function that we are passing. We already seen it. It's this one here that expects to receive a node and then does a post. And let's hide this for a bit. And yeah, that's the standard behavior. Whenever we submit, we pass it a node. Mutation successful. Amazing. Now, what will happen here? We're going to do a mutation, but we are still displaying our data. And if you remember when you saw this example, after I did a submit, my data was refetching. This is because I'm doing cache invalidation or query invalidation. What happens here is when we're doing a mutation, we know that just because we change the data source, this data is no longer going to be fresh. We know that we changed this data. So we need to tell React query, hey, look, the data that you have right now has changed. And this is where query invalidation comes into the mix. How do we do this? Well, it's thanks to this hook here, this callback called the on success. This is something that you can pass to your use mutation hook that allows you to do something. And in this case, I'm doing query client invalidate queries. What is the query client? Well, the query client is pretty much, we can talk about it as the context aspect of it, which is something that it exists on the top level that's wrapping your component, and it's used to hold your query cache. So when you see the query client, you know, okay, this is where my query cache is. So if this is where my query cache is, then I can use it to, well, to name a few, prefetch data if I need it. I don't have the example here, but you can do it. You can invalidate queries. And there's a bunch of other patterns that you can do. In this scenario, what's happening here is I'm going to my query client and I'm telling React query, hey, the query that you have cached under this query key here is stale. It's no longer fresh. And when this happens, React query knows, okay, because my query data is no longer fresh, I need to refetch it. And then as you can see, or you could see it immediately when I did the post, when the post was successful, it immediately triggered a new request, so we could feed our store. Now, because I don't have a lot of time, and I want to go to the Slido example. You can ask me, and I'll post on Twitter and LinkedIn the repository, because this repository is open for everyone. This is the repository that has all the snippets from this book. And there's a bunch of stuff that you can do here. There's a lot of patterns. You can do stuff like optimistic updates. You can do multiple queries. You can do infinite queries, pagination. And one question that I've been asked is, but now with server-side rendering and whatsoever, should I still use React query? The answer is depends, but you can still use it. Because in most scenarios, when you server-side render stuff, there's going to be some client stuff happening afterwards. So you can still use React Query to integrate with your server-side rendering. So there's also some examples here of using Remix and Next here's on how to use React Query to do those patterns. So now, to wrap up this part and go to the quiz. Let's go here. Okay, you should be seeing here. We saw some code. And let's get back to my clicker. We saw some code, and as you can see, React Query allows you to do a bunch of stuff. In the beginning, I talked about caching. And as you saw, let me take out the clicker. Sorry, this is the first time I'm trying out this thing. There's caching. There's deduping duplicated requests. We didn't see it, but it works. Paginated data. Managing outdated data, optimistic updates, infinite scrolling, lazy loading, scroll restoration, offline support, data prefetching, and many other stuff. React Query has definitely been one of the things that probably when I know that I'm going to have data fetching in my application, which is pretty much everything, I know that I will install it. So hopefully I have given you some overview and convinced some of you to try it out. So yeah, to wrap up, yeah, this is the last slide, so I'm not going to show more slides. I have a quiz to give away this copy of the book. So, and I'm just going to go here and start my present with Slido. Oh, just a disclaimer, if the giveaway is going to be a physical book, so for the people that are watching online, I'm sorry, it's exclusive for people that are here, but if you want to participate, you can still participate. So the winner will get this copy of the book. So I'm going to ask you to join Slido, and there's going to be 7 questions, so it should be fast. Let me hide for a bit here, just to give you time to scan it. And it's going to open the page. I'm just going to now prepare, and I'm going to ask you to join, add your name there, and start participating. Let's just start seeing people showing up. Okay, so there's 3 people here, 4. I'm just going to give you a bit. Okay, there's 14 people. I'm going to give you 10 more seconds, and then we'll start. When you're on stage, 10 seconds look like 50 minutes, just by the way. Okay, so let's start the quiz. So there's going to be 7 questions and only 1 winner. So have fun, hopefully. So the first question, according to this talk, how should you split your global state? Client state and server state, UI state and server state, user state and server state, or synchronous state and asynchronous state? Let's see you paid attention to the first couple of minutes of the talk. 4 seconds to go, 3 seconds to go. And 83% gone to client state and server state, and 83% got it right. Let's see who's on top. So Toma, is this how I pronounce the name? Is currently winner. Okay, so he's on top right now. Congratulations. Let's see if you can still stay here. Next question, who created React Query? Was it Ryan Carniato, Tanner Lindsley, Kenzie Dodds, or Bruce Wayne? Let's see. 10 seconds to go. Let's see this answer. This was mentioned during the talk. I think I only mentioned it twice, but it was mentioned. Let's see how many of you got it right. Okay, 83% got it right. It was Tanner Lindsley. Last time I did this quiz, more people put Ryan Carniato than Tanner, and it was fun because then Ryan went ahead and said, I created React Query. Next question. Oh, now we have Vidran. Vidran, I hope I'm okay, you're winning right now. Let's see if you keep here. Next question. Where is the next Cityjs event? So let's see if you have been checking the event list for Cityjs. Is it New Delhi, Berlin, Nigeria, or London? Let's see. Let's check these answers. 5 seconds to go. 25 people answered. Some of you were trying to Google it, probably. Okay, 60% went to Berlin, and only 20% got it right. Next week, there's going to be Cityjs in New Delhi. Next week. I hope it's next week. It's next week. Aries is there somewhere. Okay, doesn't matter right now, but it's New Delhi next week or the week after. What are the main hooks of React query? Is it use query and use mutate? Is it use queries and use mutation? Is it use query and use mutation? Is it use queries and use mutate? Let's see who gets it right. 17 people have already answered this. 22, going the countdown. Let's see. Okay, 69%. Use query and use mutation. You got it right. Let's see who's on top. Dusika? I'm sorry if I butcher your names. I'm terrible. Okay, you're on top right now. Let's see. 4 out of 4. Congratulations. Let's see if you continue this way. Can I use SOAP with React query? Let's see. Yes or no? Let's check. 10 seconds. 24. Okay, 3 people to go. 25. And going for the answer. Let's see who paid attention. Okay, 96% got it right. Yes, you can. It's protocol agnostic. You can use whatever you want in your query function as long as there are promise there. So we still have the same winner, 5 out of 5. Let's continue. 2 questions to go. Where's the next Halfstack event? London, Tel Aviv, Phoenix, or Vienna? Let's see. Oh, hide. Let's see. Spoilers. Oh, well. Let's see. This just need to find people with shirts. Specific type of shirt. Exactly. Still, only 62% got it right. It's Vienna. There's a lot of people here with the shirts. See, as you can see, it's already announced here. Oh, and by the way, who has a ticket to go? Oh, you still have an opportunity. Okay. And going, oh, wait. Yeah, going for the last question. I forgot to show the leaderboard just for the suspense. What is cache time? The time your query data will be cached. The time until an active query data is garbage collected. The time your data is considered fresh. And the time until an active query data is garbage collected. Let's see who gets the last question right and gets the book. Okay. Okay, 60% of you got it right. It's the time until an inactive query data is garbage collector. Therefore, the renaming for GC time. So let's see the winner. Okay, so who's the winner? Oh, congratulations. You just got yourself a copy. Okay, so as you can see, the hardest question is where is the next Cityjs event? So now you know it's New Delhi. So yeah, with that, thank you so much for having it. It has been a pleasure. And I'm going to hand it over for Dylan to pass for our next speaker. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. That was fun. That's sort of a preview for tonight, but tonight is analog instead of digital for the JavaScript pub quiz. Analog, so you have to actually talk to people and stuff. While Chris is coming up, it's the last chance to sign up for a lightning talk. We have 3 people signed up so far. If you would like to give a lightning talk, it'll happen in about an hour or so, I guess. So just let me know in the next 5 minutes if you'd like to speak.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals.
Chris and I met in like 2006, 7, 5, sometime back then. Back at one of the first JavaScript conferences ever on the planet, Ajax Experience, I think. Yeah, it was called the Ajax Experience, and that was not ironic at the time. It was like truly awesome. Anyway, without further ado, here's Chris. Woo! I don't have 2 hands, so.
Hello. I don't have any books to give away because print is dead. But okay. I'm going to talk today about the problem that I have with AI and with the UX of AI. I worked on AI solutions for quite a while. I still think there's no AI out there. It's all machine learning and lots of if statements and clever databases. But we're very happy about calling everything AI, and it's the big new hype. All the resources in my talk are behind this robot barf. So you can actually scan that one, and there's going to be a lot of resources, so it might be a good thing to have. Alternatively, you can also type down the URL. So if you go to github.com, code point 7AFA09CC9, no, or just scan the thing. That might be the other option to do that. Now, who am I? I've been 25 years a web developer. I'm not a 25-year-old web developer, as Dylan just called me. And I wrote 3 JavaScript books and contributed to dozens of others, accessibility books, books on UI, books on database, API design. In the 30 years that I did IT, I've never set up a database in my life, and I'm very proud of that. I'm a W3C member on the machine learning on device group to make sure that actually devices like mobile phones and laptops can actually run models rather than us having to use the cloud all the time. I worked on Firefox and Microsoft Edge, Firefox for 5 years, Microsoft Edge for 8 years. I was CPM for the Chromium developer tools and Visual Studio Code integration. And now I'm the VP of DevRel at wearedevelopers.com. So in short, I kind of know this stuff, and I've done it for a long time, and I know what developers need. So, hey, do you want to have a chat? Everywhere, all the time, and as your main interaction with computers. Because according to the market that we're in right now, ChatGPT is computing. And everybody can be a developer because of ChatGPT, or a designer, or a chef, or a gardener, or almost anything out on this planet. It's also the fastest growing consumer app in internet history, until Threads came around, and then 4 months later, Threads didn't have any users anymore. I'm going to give another talk in 3 weeks' time that I still have to write, which doesn't scare me at all, about explosive growth and how this has to stop. How everything that we create has to be $100 million user thing, or it's not worth anything. Writing a few lines of code that do something cool is good enough. It's great. You don't have to be another $100 million app. But ChatGPT really blew up in the face of everybody and became a big thing. And it was because it was kind of a perfect storm. It was a replacement for web search. And I wrote about this. I worked on Bing. I worked on Yahoo search before that. I worked with Google on things. And I'm very disappointed by the state of search these days. You search for something, you have like a defined term. You say like, I want this shirt from that brand in that size. And then you basically get like 200 ads telling you, do you want to have a toilet seat instead? So web search used to be the thing that found me good things on the internet. Now this is basically hidden in 10,000 ads and clever interaction things, and web search is kind of dead. And that's why ChatGPT filled a gap that people had. I just want to know how to make pancakes, and ChatGPT explained to you how to make pancakes, not like, do you want to buy a subscription to pancakes or something else? ChatGPT was a great alternative to get that information. And the interface appeared mock human and very sci-fi. We all grew up with Star Trek, and people like, computer, tell me what to do, and a computer would do it. And that felt like that. You were chatting with a computer, or you were chatting with a very clever person. And that clever person explained things to you in a human fashion. And that not only for us was cool because we got the sci-fi bit, but for the normal users that don't like computers, for the first time it felt for them like, this is like a helpful help desk, you know, some helpline that I call that gives me information. And the results sounded incredibly useful. In English, in other languages, not so much, but in English, it sounds very Californian and like very much like I know this stuff. I like calling ChatGPT mansplaining as a service because it can tell you utter nonsense, but it sounds very, very interesting. And it sounds, oh, clever. Wait, that doesn't make any sense, but still sounds clever. You know, like Trump speaks and other people. And this is what it looked like, and this was the go-to that everybody said, like, oh my God, this is what's going to be the future. So I type something in, and it types it down, and I interact with it. I ask it more questions. I ask it to verify. I ask it to regenerate. And I mean, flattery is one thing, but Google Bard looks like this. So I'm like, okay, you didn't put much effort into do UX research to do something else than ChatGPT, because this is kind of a clone of each other. But it feels like this was the most effective way to tell people about GPT. What is really, really fascinating is if you go to Google Bard now in Microsoft Edge, and you go to bar.google.com, you get this alert in the URL bar if you want to compare the answers with Bing AI instead, and then ask you to open Bing AI next to it. It's a bit like asking Siri, can you ask Alexa to tell me what the weather is and start arguing with her for me, please? Because I want just to go there to get the information. I don't give a crap if Bard is better or Bing is better. I basically want only one information piece that gives me that information. But what we do here is overload the end users with options because we want their clicks and we want their eyeballs. Because the great thing about ChatGPT is that it's super sticky. And I always like it that UX people, or not UX people, marketing people like the term sticky because it means like, ooh, more clicks, more ads. Sticky always sounds to me like something I want to wash off, but it seems like I'm not a marketing person. And there's a full browser integration in Microsoft Edge, so that's actually quite cool. You can press open that Bing thing, and then the Chat GPT instance inside Bing opens, and you can actually generate a page summary from the page that you're in, so you can stay in that context. I don't mind that. I mind that it tells me while I'm already in a chat system to tell me to use yet another chat system. Because that sounds to me like that guy. And Dylan had that in the beginning as well. And the thing about Clippy is it was actually not a bad idea, because back then Word and PowerPoint was just an absolute mess. Nobody knew how to find the information. It was basically driven by new features rather than like user research, what users really wanted. So Clippy, basically, when you typed something, it says like, it seems you're trying to type a letter. Can I help you? The problem was it didn't help you. It just showed you other stuff that you didn't need. And that's why it became that kind of running joke. So it is actually a UX bankruptcy was that Clippy thing. Like, we built an interface that is not understandable. So let's put an assistant in there that explains people how to use it. IKEA had this chatbot in Flash in like 2001, where you can chat with a really creepy artificial lady about IKEA things as well. And these things are coming back as well, sadly enough. So it became an annoyance rather than a helper. The thing was always in your way rather than just helping you to get faster to the end result that you wanted to have. And nowadays we have Clip A, which is basically the same thing, because we're trying to put a chat system into bloody everything out there. Like, no, I don't want to go into a chat system because it's a sticky, addictive environment. It basically means that I'm 100% connected with that computer at that moment, and I chat with it. I already had a task. I needed to build a PowerPoint. I didn't want to go into ChatGPT and then spend 20 minutes how that PowerPoint should look. I had a task. Please help me with that task, rather than getting me into another environment. So let's avoid the old traps of Clippy to just basically put the system next to the other system to appear helpful, but instead look at what we can do when we use AI or when we use LLMs in our environments. And almost everybody has that dream right now to build a ChatGPT plugin or an AI-powered app to become the next big thing. So AI-powered chat systems have a few problems. They take a lot of time. And we don't realize it because the thing animates and types in, and we look at it and you're like, oh, now I know the pancake recipe, and it only took like 24 minutes, which would have been like 2 seconds in a proper search engine to give me the pancake recipe. But it felt interesting, it felt exciting to do. But the full typing that when it answers you back is fun at first, but it gets annoying fast, especially when you cannot intercept it. When you realize the machine is telling you something stupid or starts hallucinating, as they call it, and it's still animating, and you're like, no, you're wrong, just tell me something else. I want to go to the next step. The other problem is that discarded interaction doesn't mean positive experience. A lot of these systems, actually, when you communicated with them and you found the result and you stopped communicating with them, a dumb system would upvote that result and say like, oh, that person got what they came for, so that was the right result. But the person might have been so annoyed with the result that they actually don't want to communicate with the machine anymore. It's like when your partner says like, oh, is everything all right? Yeah, everything is all right. No, you probably should ask another question. It might not be fully all right yet. You might be something that you've done that you don't quite know yet. And then they're not demanding context. A lot of these chat systems, basically the cheaper ones that are basically just a search engine in disguise, will basically not ask for context. They say like, write me a song. And it should say like, what kind of song do you want to have? It should be a real communication to ask for more detailed context. Because if your prompt is not good enough, the result will not be good enough either. And it's also the problem of, do you feel lucky? So using ChatGPT and asking it something is like hitting the I feel lucky button on Google, because it's only one result. It's not there are several results that you can choose from, but it's the one result that the machine thought was the cleverest one. And that is, if it's not the right result, it's really frustrating. And if it's the right result, well, good for it, but it's not that often. So AI and voice recognition makes the web accessible to all is a big selling point that people do right now. Like, okay, it's great to talk to a computer because then grandmother and grandfather who don't like computers can actually start interacting with the machine. It's great when you have voice recognition because people who can't use a mouse, can't use a keyboard, can actually interact with the computer and do it. There's great videos out there of people with like cerebral palsy programming with GitHub Copilot because they can talk to it. And it's wonderful that these things are in there, but these are also headlines, because in essence, talking to a computer is kind of the most inefficient way to talk to something. I hate that in sci-fi movies when you got robots talking to each other. Like, why would they do that? Or any AI article that you see right now is some robot typing on a keyboard. You know, teaching a robot to type on a keyboard is really, really hard. Sounds exciting, but it's also the most stupid way a computer would interact with a robot. Or the other way around. So when GitHub Copilot said that it's going to have voice recognition, one of my favorite was one of those YouTube cool code guys when he's like, oh, I'm looking forward to that because then I can program on the cross trainer. You're like, just shut up. You know, like no, just go to the gym and be like the bro there and then go back and be the code bro there. But no, you're not going to program on a cross trainer because like half your code will be like wheezing and coughing, and that's not something that the computer would recognize properly. So there's also a big problem that these interfaces are not accessible. And we talked about accessibility earlier. There's basically an analysis of what a screen reader would do with the output of ChatGPT, or somebody who actually turned off animations. A lot of people turn off animations on the operating system level, and that's because they get confused when there's animating things. Their battery life is basically not so good. They want to turn off animations. And if you turn off animations on the operating system level, all your animations in your application should be turned off as well. We can do that in CSS, we can do that in JavaScript. That's what media queries are for. But not a single one of those ChatGPT kind of interfaces, when I have turned off animation, will still do the typing for me, confusing somebody who cannot deal with animations. So we haven't even thought about accessibility of that. I don't want to use my iPhone as a webcam. It's in the basement somewhere here. Cool. So AI is here to stay. The question is now how, and how we as developers and designers and people who use AI are going to make the next level of that ChatGPT thing. It could be a lock-in addiction machine like ChatGPT to a degree is, and Bing tries to be. So basically it tells you like, oh, keep chatting with me and I tell you more cool things. I can tell you a joke if you want to. Yeah, you can also get out of my way and let me do my job. That might be the other option. Should it be a distracting helper? Like, oh, these slides seem to have the information, but I can make a dinosaur dance in the background. Do you want that? Automator of the obvious. That will be a good thing to do. If I do the same 10 tasks in an app, maybe the machine should tell me, hey, here's a new button that does these 10 tasks for you, like create an automation script from your interaction. That's something I haven't seen much yet. Enhancement to existing use cases, like you already do this, let's make it better by computers by doing the automated rounding for you, centering the image, cutting the video to the right resolution, and so on and so forth. Or an eager listener and problem solver, like, hey, I like that in like mail systems when it says like, okay, you said that, you forgot the attachment. Or you basically, talked about that one person, that person isn't English. Are you sure that your English is not too complex for them to read? It would be fun if the machine helps you to actually interact better with other people. So I want more helpful things and less noise. But what we do right now is noise, because it's about the clicks, it's about downloads, it's about interactions. This is now Bing when I'm using it on my MacBook here, and I accidentally just swipe down. And out of a sudden, I get the chat system of Bing. And okay, I did that wrong, so I'm scrolling down. And I want to do a real search. I want to do how these chat systems work with a screen reader. And instead of getting explanations that there might be problems, I just get information how to install a screen reader, how to fix ChatGPT. Is OpenAI down? My chat system started running without me interacting with it, so that's already happening. So when I'm on a screen reader, I probably hear that crap in the background. I don't know where it came from. So all over the place, the machine is offering me things rather than just offering me the result that I came for. So we try to actually get people away from doing a search, clicking on something and being happy. We want them to actually start chatting with the machine, start doing more searches, stay within the box, do more clicks. Now, developer tools is something that I worked on for 10 years. And in that case, AI is really, really useful. And I'm going to show you a lot of examples how GitHub Copilot, in this case, is really useful and what they've done right. And if you want to do a developer tool that is AI powered, these are the right things to do. But the wrong things to do is not integrating with existing tool chains. Like tell people, okay, how do I become a JavaScript developer? Go to ChatGPT and type that thing in and copy and paste the thing somewhere else. No, do it in the environment where you're actually going to be a developer. Stay in that environment and enhance that. Generating code versus aiding development. Like here's a function that does it. I'm not going to tell you if it's secure. I'm not going to tell you if it works. Most of the time, the generated stuff doesn't even work. And I like that the other day was Replit, I think. It said, like, okay, it's generating code for you, and then it validates it immediately. And then it says, oh, by the way, that's not right. And then it shows you another one. Oh, that's not right. Oh, that's not right. That wasn't right. So you're sitting next to the machine trying to figure stuff out. That's wasting my time again. I might as well just work with another developer. That is a really, really bad interface. It's honest because it does the validation, but it should just tell you like, oh, I'm working on that. I found 5 solutions. I'm checking them. Come back in 3 minutes and do something else, and I have the result for you, rather than you sitting there like, oh, that was wrong as well. That was wrong as well. What's the usefulness of that? Offering outdated results. LLMs, like the large language models that these things are based on, cost a lot of energy and effort to work. And they actually cost a lot of money to get as well with the data. So most of these LLMs, the free ones, are like 2 to 3 years old. The other day, I wanted it to help me with Playwright, and actually it gave me API calls from the API from 2 years ago that is not working anymore because the LLM was that outdated. Generating invalid, insecure, and unoptimized results. There is no validation. It just gives you code back and says like, good luck. That might be something that you want to do. Mind you, that's what we do with randomly copying from Stack Overflow as well. But the machine shouldn't do that for us. So the interaction models that we have is function via name completion. So you write a function called share to Twitter in this case, and then you see GitHub Copilot spinning and doing stuff and offering you a full function. That's one way how people use it, and also you can have a comment saying that and then generate the function that way. There's also the tab completion thing, where you can actually type a new function and type the name, and then instead of waiting for the whole function, you actually write line by line and let the machine do the next step for you. And that gives you a bit more control, and you actually realize that makes sense, that doesn't make sense, that makes sense, stop doing that. So you got the interaction that you don't have in ChatGPT, where you can say if something goes in the wrong direction, you can tell it to stop doing it. There's inline creation via prompt, so you can use Command Shift I, and you can highlight some part of code, and then you actually, oops, what's going on there? And you get this Copilot directly in here. So you can say like, create a function that does something, I don't know what I typed in that demo because that was yesterday night, that shares to Twitter, okay. And then it actually does thinking, and then it offers you that, and it offers you to it in an inline div view as well. So you can actually see the changes that are coming in there, and you can edit them before you submit it back into your code. So you don't overwrite your whole code, but you actually see the changes, and you have another editorial step in there. And this editorial step is super important because it means you have to interact with the code that was generated and validate it rather than hoping it's right. You can also add comments, so you can highlight a bit of code, and then you can tell it to actually comment it. And that's a big discussion where angry code bros say like comments are not needed, but they are very much needed because you will come back to your own code months later and have no idea what you've been doing. So you can actually say add comments, and then it will actually do step-by-step comments for you on the code. And again, giving you the div view saying like, are these comments making sense? You could delete the ones you don't want to have. You can actually take the ones that you want to have. You can also do the JS doc comments, which is something I always hated doing by hand. And there were lots of packages in VS doing that. So you can highlight that and say like, do a doc comment, and then it creates all the types and describes the types for you and describes all the functionality that is in there as a JS doc comment in case you generate your documentation automatically from those things. That's quite a helper as well. did it take a bit long in that demo because it was in the hotel room. There's chat integration explained, so I can highlight a bit of code and you can say like, hey, explain to me what that thing does. And then the chat window, instead of taking me to another window, stays in the same editor and tells me this is what's happening here and this is what's going on here. I like that because that helps me also understand other people's code or even learn another language. Like if I go to a Python code that I don't understand, why is it like that? It actually explains to you what it is. It also does code translation, so you can translate from one code to another language, which of course most of the time won't work, but it's a good idea to actually get used to the syntax of another language in an interactive manner. Code referencing is a very interesting one because that's a performance, a compliance issue. So if you get some code auto-completed in GitHub Copilot, you can say reference this, and actually it will give you a warning that it's actually code that's been used somewhere else. So in this case, I get a pop-up and say like, hey, that's actually from another code base, and it shows you where in that code base it is and what license it has. So when you get auto-completed code that is from somewhere else and you're in an environment where you cannot use MIT licensed code, that's a very good thing to cover your ass, basically. Code workflow integration is another interesting one because when you do pull requests, people don't write pull requests. It's just a pain. It's like I worked on Microsoft products and people sent me pull requests, doesn't work. You're like, okay, what should I do with that? I would love to spend time with you to help you understand my code, but if you just say it doesn't work, that doesn't help me. So what I like in the code workflow integration is that you can say like, create a description and a summary of what changes were, and then create a walkthrough. So in this case, it will take the code, analyze it, and then create a human readable description telling you what the code changes were, and also a step-by-step explanation how to validate that actually that code was done. So that's something I do by hand right now, but that's actually Copilot for GitHub pull requests. Terminal integration is another one where I do question mark and say like, I want to convert all the videos in this folder to another size, and then it generates a bash script for me, explains the bash script, and actually you can run or cancel it. So that's pretty nice as well. It's very important that you tighten the context at times. So instead of having the world in ChatGPT, you can tighten it to a certain code base. So in this case, MDN or React. And then you can actually filter and say like, I'm an intermediate developer, I'm a new developer, I'm an expert, I just want to have the information. I know this material well. And then you get the answers according to this level that you want to learn. And you get the answers with references to the rest of the documentation. So in this case, you get the chat back and you can see where in the official documentation it came from. And you can actually then see that it actually is the valid code, and you can copy it the way you want it to. GitHub wrote that whole thing down, a guide to designing and shipping AI developer tools. There's a huge guideline explained to you how they've done that. Authoring tools, writing, for us just to do writing rather than coding. Not starting with a good word processor is the worst mistake I've seen with people. I had 8 people send me things, oh, you want to write blog posts? Use our stuff. And their editors couldn't copy and paste. That's not a good word editor. This is something I don't want to use. It disrupts the writing process. Basically, oh, you wrote this, I'm going to override it because it makes more sense. You generate tons of text without style matching. So a lot of like these things generate text for me, but it doesn't realize that the rest of the text I wrote around it is in a completely different style. So it makes me sound like a Californian sales guy rather than myself. And it repeats content. Oftentimes you have like one paragraph generated and then it repeats the same sentences over and over again. That makes no sense. There's a system I call, an app I use called Hemingway. And Hemingway shows you the reading level that your text is in, like how well people have to know English to understand yours, how many words it has, and so on and so forth. And it shows you the problematic sentences. That's like, this sentence is too long, this sentence is hard to read, and this sentence has adverbs in it that you shouldn't be using. And the new version of Hemingway actually allows you then to click on those sentences and say like, okay, rewrite that for me, fix it for me. So you get that sentence and you can compare them next to each other. And you can say, okay, this is postgraduate and now it's grade 9. So I want to use that sentence and make it easier. You can also generate content by using a slash that actually generates text inside Hemingway. The problem with that is that it actually doesn't follow its own rules. So the generated content, you have to clean it up again according to the Hemingway writing rules. There's an emerging convention / commands, like most of the things that allow you to do text entry is basically when you type the /, it actually shows you the possible commands. So in this case, write some content for me, or in GitHub Copilot to explain, fix, web, and help. So that's an interesting pattern that you might want to think about if you build something like that as well. The problem with that is findability. People don't know the / commands yet, but it might be something that becomes commonplace, much like command palettes are inside Visual Studio Code or inside the developer tools, inside browsers even, but people don't use them yet, and you should use them because they're really useful. Video tools is an interesting one because there's a lot of them that generate videos without editing options. So they basically give it the video and let's like be happy with that, or generate another one for more dollars. They're offering the same as filters in chat systems oftentimes. They just like remove a background or something like that, but nothing clever. And create packaged content without tracks. So you cannot actually separate the tracks in the video out anymore. It's just one MKV file or something like that. Video tab is something I'm really using a lot right now. It actually, you upload a video, it creates a transcript for you. Then it actually takes that transcript, creates subtitles from it, timed subtitles that you can use. Then it creates it takes that transcript, creates social media tidbits like tweets that are interesting, sentences inside that video. Then it creates a meta summary for you, like for your website. It creates YouTube meta content for you. It creates a blog post from your video using ChatGPT. When I talk about a URL, it will be a link in that blog post. When I talk about a code example, it will be a code block. It creates headings for you. It creates paragraphs for you. And it also creates clips for promotion. So I can actually take a part of that video and can go to the transcript and highlight a part of the text and say, like, make me a video from that part of the text. And that way you can actually generate small like YouTube or Instagram videos that actually will have these overlays for it. So I highlight a bit of the text and say like, make a video out of that. Should have been faster with these video demos because Dylan is freaking out here. So create clip from the select. Yeah.
Almost on stage.
Yeah. So you can actually define how many words are going to be displayed, the highlight color, the text size, and so on and so forth. So you can create a smaller video from the transcript of a larger video. Graphical tools you can generate destructively. That's another thing, like generate a cool image. And you're like, yeah, you got to go to a cool image. I got no layers. I got no colors. I don't know what to do with that video, with that image. Full page versus component thinking. It creates like the big demo was somebody painting a website. He created basically one image from it rather than just create something that I can use. There's a system called OpenDream on GitHub that actually does it non-destructively. So it generates images, but gives you the layers. So you can actually interact with the different layers of it. And there's a company that I work with called Locify that actually is a plugin for all design systems for like Figma and Adobe XD and so on. And it actually creates components from your design. So when you have a button in Figma, it tells you, should that be a button in React as well? And creates a React component that creates a real button rather than just a design that might be a div with 6,000 actions on them. So it does deep analysis of what these things might be to create the right component for you. And integrates with all the design things and then creates it for all these different environments for you. So if you want to include AI in your products, try to stand out with good UX and local relevance. That's another thing. As I said before, in English, all these things are great. In Serbian, probably not. But you could be the first company with somebody who's done language analysis for a long time. Several companies out there that could be the first chat system in Serbian that doesn't give random nonsense back. That will be a great idea. You don't have to be 100 million users a day, but you have to be a successful one for your city, for your environment, and that's already a good thing to do. So this can be a revolution or just another hype with lots of wasted money and energy, and many a forgotten startup that disrupted too hard and tried to be too cool. That's all I had, so thanks very much.
Thanks, Chris. All right, up next is Santosh. The AC is on maximum, so the problem is people. All right. All right, let's give it up for Santosh. Woo!
Ah. Hey everyone. So I'm here to talk about a framework called Angular. I'm not sure how many of you have used Angular. So can I see how many of you have used Angular or using Angular? Ah, thank you. I thought I'll be talking to just people from React or Vue community. But yeah, thank you so much. So I'll be giving you a walkthrough, like how Angular framework started, like where it is, and what's coming up, right? So that's why I have. Okay, so my talk name is the framework of the past, present, and future because I believe in it. Like Angular has a great future. It had a great past, and I think the present is beautiful, right? That's what we say. The present is beautiful. And okay, it's a journey of Angular framework. So before I go ahead, let me give you a small introduction about myself. My name is Santosh Yadav, and I'm a senior software engineer at Celonis. So I work on the platform team. I'm also a GD for Angular, so that's why I'm here talking about Angular. No, because I love Angular. I'm also a GitHub star, so it's a program by GitHub. I've been recognized as NX champion. The other tool I love a lot. I mean, I'll be talking about NX in Berlin, Cityjs Berlin as well. And I'm an Auth0 ambassador. I'm also part of or a co-founder of a community called This Is Learning. So we have blogs called This Is Learning. And in case you are in Angular, you might have heard about This Is Angular. So that's the blog post we run as part of this community. And in case someone wants to be part of this community, just let me know. We can onboard you as a writer probably, in case you want to share your knowledge. I'm available on social media. Of course, Twitter is where I'm most of the time, apart from my house. So just kidding. And I'm also available on GitHub and LinkedIn with the same handle, Santosh Yadav Dev. So let's go. Let's get started, right? So this is the day when everything started, right? So September 14, 2016, the Angular 2.0 got released, almost 7 years back. And it's in today's world where you get a new framework every 2 weeks. It's hard to be relevant for 7 years, right? It's a very really long years, and Angular is still relevant for many of the enterprises where it really shines, and it's going strong. I'll show you what's coming up. But one thing about Angular is Angular really thinks a lot about choosing the stacks or the tools because, of course, Angular thinks about future. It's not like they want to integrate a tool or they want to integrate a build tool, which will be gone after 2 months. Everyone knows what happened to Rome, right? After a year, it's nowhere to be seen. And just think about a framework like Angular investing in a build tool, which is gone in a year. So when Angular started, they announced it way back, 2014, that they will be using TypeScript. So Angular was the first framework to actually go ahead and invest in TypeScript. They said, okay, we'll go full in TypeScript, and they started writing the framework in TypeScript. There was a time when Angular team thought, let's give them choices, right? So you can choose TypeScript, JavaScript, and there was something else called Dart, which still exists somewhere on the internet. You can still search for it. But yeah, so TypeScript everyone knows what happened after a few years, right? When Angular said it will choose TypeScript, people were against it. People literally said they will never use Angular because it uses TypeScript. And now, I don't know, just tell me the framework which doesn't use TypeScript apart from Turbo, right? Let's not talk about Turbo. But yeah, so that was a great choice, one of the tools which Angular team invested in, and they helped to become TypeScript popular, right? So one of the blog posts from Microsoft a few years back, they said they owe it to the Angular team for believing in them, and that's why we have a strong future of TypeScript as of today. The other tool which Angular team picked up really early was Webpack. I hope you recognize this logo, right? So this is Webpack. You can see web, spider's web. But when it started, Angular was not using Webpack, right? So Angular 2.0, anyone who tried Angular 2.0 here? Thank God. Okay, you did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So there was option, right? So you had System.js, you had Webpack, but you had to write your own configuration. Just think about writing thousands of lines of configuration file and maintaining it. So Angular team realized that, okay, we are giving this solution, but this will not scale. Probably after a few years, people will be lost in this all configuration files and they won't be able to see what's going on. I mean, it's not a bad thing to learn about any new build tool, right? Of course, you will learn something extra. But this is a wrong expectation as well, because Angular really shines in enterprises, and enterprises, no one has time, right? I mean, product managers needs a new feature every day. I don't know for whom, but they need it. So, so what they did, so Angular team realized, okay, this is not going to scale up. So few releases, after few releases, like Angular 4, they came up with an idea of Angular CLI. They said, hey, we will not give you Webpack configuration. You don't have to write it. We will write it for you. We will hide it for you. And let's forget System.js. Let's think that this never existed. So they dropped the support. They said, let's go with Webpack, because they believed in it, right? They said, Webpack is the tool which will be valid, or which will grow for next few years. Of course, everyone knows what's the future of Webpack is. Now every other company is claiming they are the replacement for Webpack. I don't know who actually is the replacement for Webpack, but let's see, the time will tell. So Angular team said, okay, we will give you 2 new APIs. They called it as schematics and builders. So what happened? So when you start a new application, what you do? You create a new project. How you do it? So Angular CLI came up with the solution. They said, okay, there is a command called ng-generate application. You can create a new application. You don't have to worry about your folder structure. For new projects, most of the teams fight for a month just to finalize the folder structure. Angular team said, yeah, day 1, done. You don't have to fight for it. So they call those APIs as schematics. So you got few more commands. For example, creating a new component. React, should I name it as my M capital, my component C capital, or should I use hyphen? Angular team said, hey, don't worry about it. Just do ng-generate component and your component is created. We follow the same structure everywhere. So for component, directives, services, everything is a single command. You don't have to argue with your colleagues, hey, this file naming convention is wrong. It's the standard trick, because Angular CLI team said. And then, so these are a few commands. For example, ng-generate app, library, ng-generate component. There are many. So you don't have to worry about or argue about how my file naming structure should be, or how my application should look like. Angular team also realized that after a few years, people will be fighting if I do npm start, or if I do npm run start, or whatever a new person comes with, right? So they said, okay, let's close this discussion down. We will give you some commands which are unique, which are standard for all the workspaces. So they came up with Builders API, where they did this. So if you're not from Angular, don't worry about it. This is a simple angular.json file, which have the mapping between your command. For example, if you think about some standards, right? So you have build, you have start, you have test, you have end-to-end, right? These are standard commands which you do. So for every command, they said we will plug in one tool, one build tool. You don't have to worry about it. So here you can see on line number 3, It's for build. The tool is build Angular browser, which uses Webpack internally. So you don't have to worry about all the configuration of Webpack. Same for serve. It uses Webpack internally. For test, it used to use Karma, but yeah, the time is changing. Now we have new tool. But what is the advantage of using these builders? Because there are some restrictions when you use something which is built in. You may want to extend it. Developers love to extend tools because they like it, probably, right? Even though you don't need to override, you just say, okay, let's do this. Probably I will learn something new, right? So with this builders, with this schematics and builders, they actually made this APIs public with Angular 6. They said, hey, these APIs are public in case you want to extend it, because of course they don't want to restrict you. They don't want to say, okay, these are the only configuration you can use. You can do whatever you want to. You want to extend Webpack, go ahead and do that. We have opened this API for everyone. And schematics and builders API actually led to inspiration for NX DevTools. How many of you know NX DevTools? Okay. Oh my God. Okay, you should read about it. It's a build tool for everyone. It's not related to only Angular or not related only to front end. You can use it anywhere. So it led to in the inspiration, and NX DevTools adopted these APIs, and they have now built a solid build tool which exists. After again, Angular 6 release again came up with one more addition. So Angular team realized that what you do in enterprises, what you do, you fight over the architecture, right? You have a full team of architectures who keeps fighting in every call. This is how it should be. This is how it should be. So they said, okay, let's come up with the monorepo support. If you see it, as of today, not any other framework has monorepo support. What do you mean by monorepo support? So you can create a workspace. You can have multiple applications, multiple libraries. You can split your libraries to a smaller, let's say UI library, right? Or your state library. Angular had the support since 2017. So with Angular 16, with Angular 6, with Angular 6, they actually gave us this functionality. What else? Angular team realized that one day Node.js will screw up, and we will left with no option only to fight with ESM versus CommonJS. How many of you are still struggling with it? CommonJS versus ESM, right? There are a few who are already fighting with it. So Angular team realized that, okay, this will happen in future. And they said, okay, let's stop this right now. With again, Angular 6, they came up with the idea of support for authoring libraries. So Angular came up with a special format, and you don't have to worry about whether you're generating an ESM output or you're generating a CommonJS output. You just need to worry about your library. That's it. Your library should compile. Even the advantage is, if you create a library, let's say in Angular 9, it's possible that it may work in Angular 13 or 14 as well, 5 major versions, right? Not even Node.js supports that. So how you do this? So you just have to create a command, run a command called nggenerate, give your library name. What it does, you don't have to do anything. No setup needed. Can be published to NPM. Yes, it can be published to NPM. And it uses a special format called Angular package format. So you don't have to worry about CommonJS or ESM. Again, after this, there was a period the Angular developers call it as an IV period. Nothing happened that time. So between those period, nothing new happened. Angular team said, okay, what we want to do is we have our rendering engine, and we want to actually fix that rendering engine. We want to write something new, which will help us in future. But that took a long time. So literally, I could see there was frustration among Angular community. They said, looks like Angular is not moving, and it's not the right tool for the job right now. But of course, Angular team was preparing something for a better future, right? They knew that the existing rendering engine has limitation, and we cannot scale up. So the IV period was very silent period, probably one of the most silent period in the Angular development history. But after that, they came back. Now you might have seen people are actually talking about Angular again. Why? So let's see some of the features which Angular has implemented in past few releases. In Angular, let's say to communicate between multiple components, you use something known as input. So it's like a HTML property. Like you can actually provide, add this property as an HTML property on any component, and then you can pass data from anyone. It's very useful in case you're writing your, sorry, if you're writing your own UI component library, which is reusable. So what has changed? So there are a few changes. For example, I hope this is visible. Should I zoom in? Okay. Oh. Oh. Let's do one thing. I think I can increase the font size. Cool, I think this is visible. So let's say if I want to make an input property as mandatory input, what do you do? I mean, as earlier, this is what we used to do. So we have an input property, like this is something which will be provided by a parent component who will be using this component. And then I have a check, and I'm throwing an exception. Where do you think this exception will be thrown? Of course, runtime. Does it really matter? I mean, probably as a developer, I can miss this. And one of the user finds in production and then tweets on Twitter, right? That, oh, this tool sucks. This is what they do. So Angular team realized, okay, this is a common pattern, and we should not do this. I mean, this is why it should be so complicated. So Angular team came up with a solution. Okay, so this is 20. I'm really sorry for this font size, but yeah. So let's see the solution. So Angular team said, hey, you don't have to do that anymore. So now the input is really powerful. You can say with input property called require true. And now what will happen is you will get this error during compile time. So as soon as you serve your application and you don't pass this property, you will get the error. So you don't get this error at runtime or even in production. So you can create really meaningful UI components with all the required properties where you can actually throw an exception in case your developers or the consumers of your tool try to not pass this property. So this is one of the addition with input. But again, there is one of the common pattern of transforming data. So let's say if you want to get a Boolean value and then you want to show the status like active, inactive, what we do. So this is the way to do it right now. I mean, so you say, okay, hey input, let's take a Boolean property, and then you create another private property and say, okay, if it is true, pass active or do an active, and then you have to write setters and getters. Angular team said, okay, you don't have to do this anymore, and now you have an API for this as well. So now you got transform as a property. So what you can do is now you can pass a transform property. You can receive an input of different type, and then you can, while rendering, you can show it as a string. You don't have to do getters and setters anymore. Angular team realized that this is very common pattern. So what we can do is here on line number, okay, yeah, I have to, yeah. If I'm going back or front, okay, sorry. Yeah. So Angular team realized that this is a very common pattern and transforming Boolean value and number value. So they said, okay, now we have built-in transformer for you. So you don't have to write any extra code for this. So you can say transform number attribute or transform Boolean attribute, and it will convert your values. You don't have to do anything. And they are actually available as part of, really sorry, I'm just really bad at handling this. So you can, from Angular core, you can say Boolean attribute or number attribute, and that's it. So you don't have to write any extra code here as well. Component authoring. I'm sure if you are an Angular developer or you have tried Angular any time in past, you know the pain of authoring a component. So you have to write a component. You have to write a module. Why? Because of course you have to write it, right? And then you have to register a component using declarations property. And whenever someone teaches this to you, they says, okay, you have to register it. Why? Okay, just register it, forget about it. So Angular team realized, okay, this is not something which is going to scale up in future. So Angular team now with Angular 14 came up with new way to author component. Now we call this as a standalone component. It means you don't have to write modules anymore. Are modules going anywhere? Probably going for a walk, but they still exist inside the framework. They will still exist in case you want to use it. They are not going to be deprecated or being going to be removed. You just need to pass this standalone true property, and then you can use component as a standalone component anywhere. This brings some advantages. So in past, whenever you used to have a child component inside one of the component, actually your parent component never knows about that child component. It was like Angular language service is something which was making it like possible for you to navigate through IDE, but that was the Angular language service, not Angular itself. So with standalone component, the advantage is you are going to register all the component with your parent component. So it knows that, okay, this component exists. You might have seen that, okay, when you run your unit test, you get an error or warning that this element does not or is not recognized, or this is not a valid property of this element. Very common error in case you try to run unit test. You will not get that warning anymore when you try to run your unit test with standalone component. If you have standalone component, not have standalone component, you will still get that error. Okay, so what else? What's happening after standalone component? In future version, the standalone property will go away. The standalone component will be the default way of writing or authoring a component. So that's what's happening in future. Standalone APIs, of course, once modules are vanished or like no one uses modules, Angular has to provide a way to use the existing functionality, because as of today, Angular relies heavily on the modules itself. For example, here is an example of providing a router. Let me just increase the font size. Yeah. So here is an example of providing a router, providing an HTTP service, providing an animation. So this is how we do it with modules. But as I said, modules will be not used probably in future. So what's the new way of doing it? So Angular team came up with something known as standalone APIs. So now you can just say, hey, provide router, provide HTTP client, provide animations. And these are actually services, because Angular team says, because these are all services, right? These are the services we are providing to the framework. So now this is the new way using standalone. But there is more coming. Currently, the Angular HTTP client uses XML HTTP request internally, which has problem. You cannot use it on edge. So provide HTTP client is coming with a new option called with fetch. So it uses fetch API internally, but there are some limitations. This is actually in developer preview. Only works with Node 18, because that's where the fetch API is available natively. Otherwise, you won't be able to use it. So make sure in case you try to run Angular on edge, you are using provide HTTP client with fetch. Angular has support for lazy loading like way before, like from Angular 2 onwards. So of course, as a front-end developers, you know lazy loading, right? I don't have to go into detail and tell you what lazy loading is. So in Angular, you have to use router. So this is how we do it in Angular. You have to say, okay, load children property, and go ahead and load this particular module called rooms module at interaction time. You can change the behavior when you want to lazy load this module, but this is how we used to do it. But again, modules are going away. How to do that? So the new way is actually to use a new API again. So now you can lazy load component by using this load component API. So routing is moved from module to component now. So you can lazy load components of course, with the help of routing. One of the things which Angular really figured out when it started. So Angular team knew that, okay, moving from one version to another version is very costly, especially for enterprises, right? They cannot just invest 2 months' time migrating your application to a new version. It costs money, a lot of money. I mean, in case they have vendors, they will just like cost you millions of rupees just to migrate from one version to another. So with Angular CLI, Angular also came up with the idea of migrations. What you can do is you can just run one single command that's called ng update. and then you migrate from one version to next major version without doing anything. You don't have to write in even a single line of code. It may fail. In case you have some third-party library dependency, which is not probably used in a correct way. That only can cause issue, but Angular will never cause you issue. You can easily migrate using ng update from one version to another version. You can still go to update.angular.io and you can still read the document, like guidelines, how you can migrate from one version to another. You don't have to actually do it manually. You have to run the command. It lists all the command which you have to run, and it will tell you the difference, that what should happen. And it is always recommended that you should migrate from one, you should migrate to another like major version. If you're on Angular 10, migrate to 11, then 12, then 13. Don't like jump from 10 to 16 directly because it's easier. No, it's not. Okay, so even NX dev tools took an inspiration from ng update, and they also have something known as NX migrate. And let me tell you, that works for React as well. So in case you are using React application, you are using Webpack, you can just install NX, add NX as dependency, do NX migrate, and you get migrated to Vite by default without doing anything. It will take care of 90% of the migration for you. So yeah, something for React developers as well. We are in 2023. One of the biggest issue with slow performing websites is images, right? Because your product manager said, hey, take this 2 MB of image and upload it on the website. And you said, okay, I don't care about it. So Angular team, with the help of Aurora team, Google Aurora team, which also worked with Next.js and Nuxt and many other frameworks, to come up with a new solution for optimized images. So Angular has a solution called ng optimized image. It's a directive which you can use today. And this is backported to Angular 13. So in case you are still stuck on Angular 13 for any reason, you can still go ahead and use it. So the advantage of this directive is you can, this will actually lazy load your images. You don't have to do anything. You can also add the different providers. For example, it had support for Cloudinary. And here you can see it also had support for image X loader. You can provide your own custom configuration, like you can provide your own CDN here as well. And the only change you have to make from SRC, you have to just do ng SRC, and this will start lazy loading your images. It will also add prefetch property to your images, so it works faster, and it takes care of your images on different viewports as well. So you don't have to worry about your images anymore. Angular takes care of it. Hydration. I think we just had a talk about like client-side, server-side data rendering, right? Or server-side state management. And there was a topic called hydration. Angular has support for SSR. How many of you know that? Okay, one. I mean, it's Angular's fault because they never really promoted it, right? I mean, I have never used it on production. Like I have used it so far only once on production, Angular's SSR. Okay, so they had Angular SSR from Angular 4 onwards, and there was a problem with the hydration. How many of you know about the partial hydration? Of course, we don't give a damn about all these buzzwords because those are buzzwords. But yeah, Angular had this problem with dehydration for so long because when you use SSR, it actually destroys all the DOM element and re-renders it once the state is transferred on the client. Not a very good way, right? I mean, the problem is if you, in case you come across any Angular website which uses SSR, just notice there will be a blank page for a very tiny fraction of a second, because that's where Angular destroys all the DOM nodes and re-renders it on your client. So Angular team said, yeah, we know that it is an issue, but it took us just 7 years to resolve it. So they finally, after 7 years, they said, okay, we have a solution. And the community was like, what? We are not rewriting our code. They said, no, you don't have to. So only line of code which you need to do is this. So in case you are using Angular modules, you just need to provide this, provide client hydration. In case you are using standalone, you just need to provide client hydration as a service. That's it. The single line of single line of change, which took 7 years. 7 years to just reach here. So, okay, but at least we are here. Okay, so let's move on and let's talk about some other changes. In Angular, we use services whenever you want to actually have any business logic. The recommended way is to write your services. But there is a problem. The way you use services is this. I'm still again. Okay, so the way you use services in Angular is this. So you have a constructor, because everything is a class in Angular, right? So you have a constructor, you inject a service, and then you use that service. So you can see, okay. On line number 2, right? So we are here. I'm really sorry. So on line number 5 and 6, this is the way to inject a service. And line number 2, you can see how you can use that particular service. So you can just get an instance, call any methods. But it has a restriction. You can only use inside a constructor. It means you have to have a class, right? So you have, because constructors are available inside a class. But Angular team realized that, okay, this is something which you want to avoid in future. So they came up with a new API called inject. With help of this inject function, you can use actually your services anywhere. You can also use the services inside a function. So you don't have to rely on constructor injection anymore. Advantage? We can move away from classes. Does it mean we are going to have functional components in Angular? No. I don't like it. Personally, my opinion is no. But yeah, you never know. So as of today, you can have functional guards, functional interceptors. Some of the third-party libraries, for example, NGRX, they are adopting this inject function to simplify their APIs. For example, for effects, for writing effects, they used to have classes. Now they have moved on to something called as create effect function. So you don't have to like go ahead and write classes everywhere. You can just move on to functions as well. That's possible. Okay, so change direction and signals. This is one of the magical thing which happens inside Angular. I'll just show you a small example, not a very big demo, but let's see if you can, if it makes sense for you, especially if you're not using Angular, right? So to use a property in Angular, this is how you do it. So on line number 19, we have a property called product. Line number 21, which is a function which adds a product, right? And to render this, we just put this property here. How does this work? Does it make sense? I mean, just have a property and then it's rendered whenever you make some changes. So there is a magical thing which is happening behind the scene, which is called as zone.js. In case you are an Angular developer, this is something which you know. So zone.js is responsible for finding out what has changed and re-render it. So in case you make some changes to product, Angular sends a signal to zone.js. Zone.js looks into your application, says, okay, there is a change, and re-renders it. It works perfectly fine. It works perfectly fine. But in case you have a very big enterprise application, this is where you start to get a performance bottlenecks, right? So you look for solution. And once you start looking for a solution, it says, okay, go ahead and use RxJS. Go ahead and use NGRX. Go ahead and do reactive programming. Why? Just to simplify all these issues? Okay, not worth it. So Angular team finally, after many years, said, okay, we are introducing a new primitive called signals. And I think people from React knows what signals are, right? You might have heard it from Ryan Carniato. He used it in SolidJS, right? That's how it works. Preact also uses signals. Vue also uses signals in some other way. I mean, not signals, but yeah, some of the APIs. So with the introduction of signals, it resolved this issue. Now you don't have to rely on zone.js, because here, once you create a property as signal and you put this property in your template, there is a contract between these two. So Angular will create a graph. It will maintain that graph. Okay, it will say, okay, this is the signal property, this is the template property, and this is the mapping. And whenever something changes, it knows. So in future, zone.js becomes optional. And that's the end goal of using signals or introducing signals as of today. So as I said, not going to be a very big demo, but the question is, as of today, Angular developers are taught to actually write reactive code. They are asked to write RxJS, they are asked to use NGRX, all these reactive patterns. And Angular team want you to have a very smooth migration in future. They want you to have a very good integration with RxJS as well as signals. So they created new APIs called toObservable and toSignals. Is it like? Okay. So the new two APIs called toObservable and toSignals are available. So you can convert a signal to observable, observable to signal. You get best of both worlds, right? You can still have your existing code. You can convert it to signal, make RxJS, make zone.js optional. Still works. So what's happening? Okay. I know what I have to do. Okay, I'll run faster. Believe me, I just did like a walkthrough last night. After 1 hour, I slept, and I couldn't finish it. Okay, cool. There are just few slides left. Don't throw the chairs, please. Okay, for accessing router data, this is one of the thing which Angular developers do a lot because we have access to router. And the way to do it today is this. So you have something called activated route, which gives you access to all the router data which is available. But in future, you will be able to do it. No, not in future, but as of today, you can do this. You can define any property on your router. You can access any properties which is available with your router with a single line of code. I'm saying you don't have to do activated route anymore. So what you do is, with standalone APIs, we can provide something called with component input binding. And then on component, you just define an input property. That's it. Single line of code. You don't have to do anything. You get access to all the router data here once you define your input property. Cool. So what's more? I mean, yeah, it means I'm very close to the slides. Okay, so Angular team realizes that Webpack is not going to be like available for upcoming future. No one knows its futures, right? I mean, there are people who are fighting about it, like I'm the next replacement of Halfstack. So Angular team said, let's move on. Let's move on, and now we have support for ESBuild. So ESBuild support is available for Angular. It's in developer preview as of now, so you can use ESBuild with Angular as of today. But Angular team went ahead and said, okay, we are coming up with a new builder where you can actually use ESBuild plus Suite for SSR, SSG, and as well as like the default way to build your application. So this is something which is also coming. Just support. No one uses Karma anymore. Karma is deprecated. If you are not aware, they deprecated it few months back. And now you have just support in Angular. This is still experimental, but will be probably stable in future. Angular team has 2 new RFCs for control flow and deferred loading. So these are still like under discussion. In case you want to give your views, just go to this discussions on on GitHub, and you can give your inputs as well. If you want something to be added in Angular, Angular has Angular survey available. You can just go to angular.io. There is a link for Angular survey. You can give your inputs if you're happy with the state of Angular, if you want something new to be added. And that's it. Thank you, Cityjs and Halfstack. Thanks to my GitHub sponsors.
Thank you. All right, come on up, Toma. We'll let him see that for a few seconds.
So this is my free Angular course on YouTube, like 17 hours of content free. If in case someone wants to study Angular, they can go there. Thank you.
Thanks. I've gotten soft in my old age because when I was younger, if it was 30 minutes, I would just yank the HDMI cable out and put the next speaker up. So, so we have one more talk and lightning talks before the break. I know it's a long block here, but we'll get through it and because it's good stuff. He's going to be speaking about YJS, which is actually a framework I use with my team at Living Spec in our product. So it's really pretty cool stuff for real-time collab. And yes, remember, if you are doing a lightning talk, find me in about 5 minutes over there, and we'll just go through it real quickly in that little side room, just so you know the format, so we can get through those as efficiently as possible. If you haven't entered the Vonage contest yet, they have the backpack, which is pretty cool. That's about it. Any questions while we're getting them set up? Anything you want to know or afraid to ask? No? Was that a question about Dojo? I couldn't hear you. It's a troll on the term full stack, because everyone expects everyone to become a full stack developer and be good at everything. No one can be good at everything, much less a conference. So we just focus on the fun part of the web ecosystem. And the fun is determined by what the speakers are most passionate about in that moment. So the idea is we just assume that no one can really be better than like good at half the things they're interested in. So it's just kind of a joke that like, well, I'm a Halfstack developer. Which half? The part I care about? Now, if you only come to half of Halfstack, I guess that makes you a quarter stack developer. It's tapping, but mine's better. I can swap this one. This one is working better, I think. Boop, boop, boop.
Yeah, it's okay.
You're going to want bigger, just as a bigger font.
Yeah, of course. Just give it a sec. We good?
If you could make your side smaller and make one size bigger, you'll be better off.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
15-minute break now, please, instead, because I don't want to make you all wait and watch us set up streaming. So let's take a 15-minute break now, and then we'll resume with the rest of the talks. Thanks. So what we're gonna do is Toma's gonna talk. Then we're gonna do 3 quick lightning talks. They're 3 minutes each, and then the final 4 sessions. So we're in the final stretch. Now, this is when the day starts to feel a bit longer, and I usually try and pick talks that'll be the most energizing to keep you engaged and interested. So if you're starting to feel a bit fatigued, hopefully the next wave of talks will counteract that tendency. And if not, then stretch your legs and take a break. Do what I did and go grab 4 more shots of espresso and stay nice and hyper. You laugh, but it's true. When I was in Finland last year, they're like, well, we do like the daily 8. And I'm like, wow, I'm like an average Finn. Daily 8 shots of espresso. So anyway, are you ready? All right, let's give it up for...
Someone needs to start.
Lucy and Aaron, are you ready? Does he need to turn the mic on? Or is it on?
It isn't on.
We just try to give each speaker like 7 microphones. It's kind of like 15 cameras on your speaker, you know, it's good. That way at least one of them will turn out for the recording, hopefully. All right, let's give it up for Toma.
So, am I on? Do you hear me? Okay. So I have some presenter view bugs, so we're just going to present from this. I have 10 slides, and then the rest of the talk is basically a demo. So today I'll talk about how to make your app collaborative in less than 20 minutes, and I really mean less than 20 minutes. So my name is Toma. I'm 23 years old. I've been active as a software developer for about 7 years now. I started off in a robotic chef company doing some simulators, mobile apps and stuff like that. And now I'm a software developer and developer advocate at Daytona, where I'm part of the core company team. And 2 lines about Daytona. Daytona is a startup that aims to empower developers to focus on what matters most. And that's actually developing instead of wasting time on environment and toolchain configuration. So the main topic of this talk is collaboration, and you probably have heard of some collaborative apps already, such as Notion, Google Workspaces, so think Docs, Sheets, Slides, Excel, whatever. Figma is now taking traction as one of the most prominent design tools that also integrates with some developer stuff, but collaboration is a big focus of Figma as well. And then we have Miro and ClickUp and apps like that. And these are some of the examples of these apps. So basically what they do in terms of collaboration, they allow you to seamlessly collaborate on documents, on designs, prototypes, whatever in real time with users, in a sense where you know what's going on, you know where each user is pointing to, is focused on, you know the list of users that are actively working on the document, and so on. And collaboration in these apps is really so successful because of its really seamless integration. So there's no configuration for the collaboration. You don't have to enter any session URLs, nothing like that. You just enter the application and you're good to go. But for example, for developers, how does collaboration look like? So for example, in our Daytona browser ID, I know, okay, you can see. So in the browser ID, you can see where each cursor is located at. You can collaborate inside each text document by writing code inside, and it's all synced in real time. There's no saving the document, reloading the page. It's all happening in real time. You can edit the exact same line of code in 2 exact same browser sessions. It will sync across in real time. Then, for example, you could enable collaborative terminals as well. So you can create a terminal that will sync across all of the clients. And that really enforces, for example, I don't know, interviews where you need to test someone's bash skills, or you need to work on the exact same terminal process. So for example, think developing an app and you need to start the application in development mode. It doesn't make sense to start it at 2 places at once. You just start it in one place and it's all synced in real time, as in this example I'm showing you right now. So The great thing is about this, it's easier than you think. So it doesn't really involve any, you don't really have to know the inner workings of these systems. You don't really have to be an expert on collaboration to include these collaboration features. And in less than 20 minutes, I'm going to show you how you can implement such features in a demo application. And the, let's say, forefront of this whole talk is a library called YJS. And if you have a GitHub, and I know you all have GitHubs, go to this repository and start it. This is by far the best collaboration library out there, by my opinion, of course. YJS has a huge ecosystem of supported protocols. So, for example, WebSockets, WebRTC, peer-to-peer, and so on. But also it has seamless integrations with Monaco editors, Quill, and editors such as that, which I'll show inside the demo. And YJS really is the tool that allows you to not worry about all the collaboration specifics and the implementation. You just focus on, basically you focus on the front end and a bit of the server component as well. So YJS is based on CRDTs, and CRDTs are conflict-free replicated data types. It sounds complicated, but it's truly self-explanatory. So these are really data types that are replicated across all the connected clients. And the easiest way to, let's say, metaphor it is by passing a JavaScript object reference to all the clients connected. So all the clients modify the value of the reference, and all of the clients have the exact same value in the end. So basically, you pass the object along all of the connected users, and all of the connected users have the exact same state of the object. And these objects can be anything, any object, a pure object, an array, a text document, a string, map, XML object, anything you want. YJS supports it all. Another important concept that we'll cover in the demo as well is awareness. And awareness is an awesome feature of YJS, which allows you to have a so-called, let's say, state object for each client. And this state object exists while the user is connected. So, for example, I connect to Notion. I create an awareness object that says I'm in this document, my cursor is here, my name is Toma, and that object tells all the other clients that I'm Toma, my cursor is here, and I'm in this document. When I leave Notion, when I leave the workspace, the awareness object disappears, and all of the clients know that I'm no longer inside the session. And we'll use that to our advantage when we move on to the demo. And don't worry about all of these concepts. I'll go over them one at a time while we're actually developing the app. So prayer to the demo gods, and we can start developing the application. And so the easiest thing for me would be to just create a to-do app and open it in two browser clients, and then collaborate on the to-do app. But I wanted to show you how easy it is to actually integrate collaboration features in existing applications such as your own. So I choose an open source headless CMS called Tina CMS. So then I basically forked it and added collaboration features inside the CMS, which of course are not production ready because they took 30 minutes to implement. But it just goes to show how simple it would be to add collaboration features on top of your existing apps. So we can move on to VS Code, and if you can see the screen, is the font large enough? A bit more? Yeah, sure. There's going to be a lot of code, so if it's not large enough, it's going to be a problem. Okay, we good. Okay, so I have a to-do list MD file here of all the stuff that needs to go into creating collaboration features inside this application. And I'm not going to code everything. I have it all in VS Code snippets. I'm just going to snip it around and explain the code as I go along. So the first thing I need to do is create a YJS server. So a YJS server is basically the server component that is tasked with distributing messages across all the clients. And I mentioned before that YJS supports different protocols such as WebSockets, WebRTC, peer-to-peer, and I chose to implement the Y WebSocket server, which basically means if we see the package JSON, it's the library called Y WebSocket. And that means that our server component will talk to all the clients via WebSockets. So if we go into the index.ts file, we can basically get the snippet for the Y WebSocket server. So it's YJS server. And now what's going on? Let's take a look. And as you can see, the server has 23 lines of code. And this is the entire server component. Nothing more goes into it. If you want to add authentication, of course, it's more, but this is completely unauthenticated. So if we see what's going on, probably the most important line is, is importing from the setup, the WS connection from the Y WebSocket utilities. And this is basically what sets up the server and tells how to communicate with the clients. And here we can see that we're just initiating a WebSocket server. We're telling it to respond OK for the upgrade and stuff like that. And then we are initiating the connection. And this is the whole server. We just need to run it. It's just a couple lines of code more. We tell it on which port to run, and that's it. So we're just going to serve this server because nothing more goes into it, and we can forget about it. So that's the first line of the Cityjs doc.md file. And by the way, this code is on my GitHub in a branch. You can do whatever you want with it after the talk. So the second thing we need to do is we need to create a YJS provider inside the actual CMS code. And the CMS code is written in React, so the YJS provider is just a provider and a context within React. So if we go to the YJS provider, and let me just start the compilation so it's we don't have to wait for it later. So we'll just do watch and we'll do dev just so we're faster later. So, okay, so we now need to create the YJS provider. As I mentioned, is just a base context and provider for React, nothing special, as you'll see in a second. And the YJS provider will handle all of the logic of connecting to the server, to the WebSocket server, and then exposing functions and objects we need to manipulate collaboration aspects of the application. So we can ignore all of this for now. Wait, I have a failure. Of course I do. One sec. All right, okay. We'll compile later. So the thing is, okay, so the YJS provider, we have a couple of utilities such as user color, which defines the color of the user, which will be the exact same color across all the clients. The font color, the user data, such as the username and color, and the cursor state, because as you'll see, we will track cursors of each user inside the application. And then the YJS provider, the most interesting part is getting the username. Here, if you have authentication in the application, you would get the username from your auth provider. Here, I'm just using it from local storage or prompting the user to get the username and just writing whatever you want. Then we have the YDoc, which I'll explain in a second. And the provider, as you can see, it's a WebSocket provider, which means connect via WebSocket to the WebSocket server. And the Y session is the identifier. So you can use, for example, different rooms for collaboration session, but this is just hard coded because I want all the users to be part of the same session. And now what's YDoc? Well, YDoc is basically a document that is the root of all of your collaboration features, such as collaborating on a document, on a text document, collaborating on a chat array, as you see here. So we have a Y chat array, which basically is created from the root document, and it's called chat. And what this means is that every single client which calls the array chat will get the exact same chat array. And if we go back to the example I said about before, that means that every client will have the exact same reference to the chat array and will be automatically synced, automatically updated, deleted, whatever. Then moving on, we have getting some random colors, and then we have a cursor map, which I'll talk about in a second. And the most important part is, of course, the use effect hook, which fires on mounting the component, which connects the provider to the server and updates the awareness field. So this is where awareness comes into play, because as you can see here, we update the user value to our username and color. And what this means is that every single connected client will know that my user object contains my username and my color, and every client will see it exactly the same. You can ignore this very suspicious code. It's just a workaround for some stuff later. And then, of course, we dismount the component and destroy the awareness and disconnect, and that's it. This in and of itself does nothing. The interesting part is when we handle cursor updates for each user. So for example, I have a snippet called Cityjs1, not the Emmet one. Give me a snippet. Just a sec. Come on, come on. Come on, come on. Okay, I guess I can talk while waiting for the, okay. So it's Cityjs1. And as you can see, it's a chunky function, but it does very little. I'll just move this so you can see a bigger portion of it. So it's just handling the awareness update by seeing first which clients are removed. As I mentioned, when a client is removed, its awareness is destroyed, and then we just destroy the cursor that's rendered inside the application. Then we can handle the cursor update by just creating a cursor and moving it to the location of the client. And we do that for each client. So we go over the awareness updates and then update all of the cursors inside our application. And this will make much more sense once I actually run the application. Then what we need to do is subscribe to the awareness update. So we do provider awareness on update, and we have Copilot to help us along. And we handle the awareness update with that function. And the other part of it is actually subscribing to the window location update. So it's Cityjs2. So we need to actually subscribe to the window cursor update to propagate the X and Y coordinates over the network to all of the clients. And this all might seem complicated because I'm talking so much, but you'll see in a second that it's actually very, very simple. So updating your cursor location is exactly like 7 lines of code, including enters. So these 7 lines of code basically tell each client where your cursor is located at and where they need to move your cursor object. And of course, last thing left to do, no memory leaks. So we need to remove the event listener and do provider awareness off update and handle awareness update. And that's basically it. And now I'll check what's wrong with the code to compile it, because I think it's use YJS users. I think I left an import somewhere to block the, so it's blocking compilation. One sec. Yep, it's here. So let's just do this. And let's just do this because I left this by accident. And we'll get to this code in a second. Come on. What's going on? Yeah, my Mac is giving up on me. Okay, let's comment this out and comment it out from here, and we're done. Okay, apologies for the delay. So we just watched the application when we started in dev mode, and we'll see in a second that I'll mock having 2 clients by just opening 2 browser windows, which are basically as you would open, for example, I would open my client session and you would open yours. It's exactly the same. So let's open up the actual page. So it's just some test page that I'm editing inside the CMS, and I'll open it twice. So I'll do this and I'll do this side by side. And while next is developing, one sec. While next is compiling, which will take a second. I wanted to talk about another thing, and that's not going overboard. So it's very important that these collaboration features are just a helper to your users. You don't have to spam them with collaboration. Don't say collaboration is the ultimate efficiency booster, because it's not. You just need to use it for some focused, for example, pair coding. So for some focused collaborating on articles and stuff like that. Just don't overdo it. Okay, so now the CMS is loading, and I think it's gonna be a second, and we should be fine. And as you'll see, as you'll see in a second, I already have a username in the local storage, so it's not gonna ask me for it. It's just gonna enter me and track the cursors right out of the box. So, one more thing. I'm not following my Cityjs MD file, so apologies for that. So we created the provider, which is fine, but we need to wrap the get CMS, or we basically need to wrap the application with the provider, which will initiate the the collaboration session. So let's just uncomment this. Without this, this of course wouldn't work. So let's uncomment all of this. And where is it? YJS provider, it's here. Let's do it. Okay. Building for production, even though this is far from production. And as you'll see from the front end, it's nowhere near production because I really wanted to keep it low level and kind of ugly because it really took me 30 minutes to set this whole thing up. So building for production. Why is this still loading? Just give me a sec. I promise it will go okay. That's not it. Wait, I lost one of the terminals. One sec. Is it actually active? I don't think it is. I lost one terminal. So one sec. Sorry about this. I need to start the development server. Don't know how it got killed. So experimental, Tina, and then PMP dev. Okay, should be fine now. Apologies for the long wait times. Indexing. Yep. Okay, let's just refresh this. And of course it failed. And now we'll just refresh it and we should be good. So Tina CMS is just it's a really lightweight headless CMS. It uses GraphQL in the backend to handle all the logic. And as you saw from the code I did, most of the collaboration features are done on the front end and written in React and in Next. So it should be familiar to a lot of you. Okay, so we are good to go, I think. Yep. Okay, so as you see, the cursor can be anything. In this case, it's a Space Invader because why not? Why should it be just a cursor? As you can see, I have two exact same users with the exact same name because it's in local storage, so I'm called mate twice. But the color is different. The color is different because these are physically two different users that initiate with their own colors. So for example, if I refresh the page here, you can see that the cursor is gone because the awareness state is gone. And then I'm rendered back with a different color. And this is the basis basically of our collaboration features. So what I'll do next is I'll add some user avatars in the top because why not? So that's what was wrong before. And I'll just, let me just go back to the Cityjs doc. So what we need to do to get the user avatars rendered inside, we need to create a use YJS hook. I use YJS users hook and render the avatars and that's it. So as you can see, I'm writing just regular React code. There's nothing really special going on. So the hooks will be just normal React hooks. Apologies, I'm in the wrong, in the wrong folder. So as you'll see, these are just React hooks which expose some different functions that are needed for collaboration. In this case, it's the context. Then we need use YJS users, which is use YJS users. Okay, so this is the interesting part. The use YJS users is a simple hook that basically handles awareness updates and lets us know which users are available inside the application. And this is just a mapping between the client ID and the user data, which is the username and the color. And now what we can do is we can go to the file which needs to render the user avatars. So fail to open link. The target is not missing VS Code. We can uncomment the use YJS avatars, and then okay, that should be good. Yep, and now it's gonna recompile. And as you'll see in a second when this reloads, we'll get the user avatars. And these user avatars are, again, a couple lines of code that tell us which users are inside YJS and where they need to be rendered. Just a sec while this builds. Okay, it's gonna recompile. It's gonna enter edit mode, and as you'll see in a second, or you won't, because it's still compiling the other version. Apologies. Yeah, this is the, let's say, drawback of having an entire CMS as a demo and not just a to-do app, but I still think it's better than a to-do app. So now it should recompile and go into edit mode. And as you can see here, we have user avatars implemented. And now you can do all sorts of fancy front-end stuff. You can do on hover, see where the user is located. You can track the cursor. You can see what's his username, status, whatever. This is just the base implementation of user avatars. And now let's say probably the most interesting part of it is if we were to use the CMS in a collaborative way, we of course need to be able to collaborate on documents. So for example, if I write hello world here, you can see that on the other screen or on the other client, it's not propagated. I would need to save this file as a draft. I would need to reload it on the other client for us to collaborate. And that's in no way collaboration. You can't say that your app has collaboration if anyone has to refresh the page. Just don't do it. Collaboration needs to be in real time. And we will make this real time in, I think, 7 lines of code. So going back to our Cityjs doc, we did this. And we need to do the Monaco binding. So let's enter this file. And this file is basically just don't bother with the code. I have a Cityjs comment here. So I will do the Monaco YJS snippet. And as you'll see, it's literally, it's 63 to, it's like 9 or 11 lines of code, including enters. And here you can see the shenanigans from the window dot something. That I did that because this is a whole separate package, so to make my life easier. And what I do here is I create a text document called Monaco, and that means that every client that creates this object called Monaco will have the exact same reference, will have a synced state. And I create a binding, which is the Monaco binding, which again YJS supports and does all the heavy lifting for you. So you just install it as a package, do the 4 lines of code, and you're done. So I'll just refresh. I'll save this. It's built. I need to refresh because there's no hot reload on this page. And as you'll see in a second, we will have solved the real-time collaboration aspect of this Tina CMS document. All it took was 9 lines of code to get these 2 editors to sync in real time and nothing more. So once this loads, give it just a second. Okay. Are you all right? Oh, apologies. Yep, it crashed because I didn't import it, or I did, but what's wrong? Apologies. So when in doubt, just refresh. I think it should be fine. So let's talk about YJS Monaco binding while I wait. So what does the binding actually do? The binding basically connects to the exact same provider we have before, so to the exact same server, component. And then you get the text document in, and then it handles all the stuff in between. So let's check if we're fine. So we're loading the exact same editor in 2 different clients, which are physical 2 different clients. And then once it loads, hello world. This is real-time collaboration. There's no refreshing, there's no saving drafts, 9 lines of code, and we created a CMS which is natively collaborative. This CMS now doesn't have to do a lot of content management to, let's say, push a document collaboratively or do an interview, for example. You can use this to interview people and then work side by side with exact same documents. Moving on, wouldn't it be cool to, for example, track the cursor of each user? So I should know that I'm hovering this and he's hovering that. So let's do the Monaco decoration rules. I'll save it and refresh and won't go too much into it, because you'll see what it does in a second. So I'll just refresh. Okay. Now we can go back to the Monaco editor, and you'll see a cool feature as well in a second. So, as you notice, I have the state of the document from before. Why is that? That's because YJS can also be used as a sort of storage for offline as well, because when you create YJS references, they are saved in the server, and when you get them back again, when you reload the page, they are instantly returned to you as the state was before. And now, if you see, I can hover the page and I can see where all the clients are. So I can say I'm here, and you can see the cursor tracked, but I'm here. And that's really cool because, again, it gives you more context on what each person is doing in a non-intrusive way. Again, it's just a couple colors. You can see where the cursor is of each person, and that's it. And this is basically the forefront of collaborative editing, of collaboration on text documents and applications such as CMSs. And one last thing left to do, because why not? We can add chat to Tina CMS. And all we need to do is create a YJS chat hook and add the chat window into the navigation bar. And again, as you'll see in a second, it's going to be very ugly. But it's just base CSS blue-red color, but it will serve its purpose. So we create the use YJS chat hook. Which is just, which again just has some observers that let you know which chat messages are being updated and which are deleted, and you just pass it as an array to React. And the last thing left to do is include a chat window here, so we can uncomment this. I'll show you what the chat does in a second. So it's chat window. And it's chat window over here, chat window. Yep. Okay, let's compile it again. So what does the chat window do? It's probably the dumbest React component yet. It's just an array of messages being rendered. Just a second for it to scroll. Okay. So it's messages that are from the use YJS client, which are just an array, any array, but you don't know that it's being collaborated on. You map it with some divs. Those are the messages, and you have an input, which basically is to input the text message, and that's it. So if we were to reload this, and this is the last thing I'm going to talk about. Yep, it's going to reload, and on the sidebar we can see the chat, the very pretty production-ready chat window. So I can say I'm here, and this is the chat message. So hello world, I'm collaborating on a CMS, whatever. And then, for example, in this client, I can do clear the messages, which clears them, or say, for example, first message, and then reload the page, which will again get the exact same state from before, and the chat will be reloaded, but the messages are there. So this, I hope it was less than 20 minutes. I lost track. You can tell me if it's not.
It was not quite 20.
Okay.
But it was pretty close.
Okay. And then, so basically, those are the collaboration features. You can find this repository on my GitHub. We can talk about collaboration after the conference. I can help you with making your apps collaborative. And it's really a fun experience. It just makes your app that much better and have that wow factor and make it much more efficient. So thank you all for listening to this talk.
Awesome, thanks. You just need to disconnect and make way. We have 3 lightning talks. They each have 3 minutes with a stopwatch.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
friend, actually a friend of a friend of a friend of my father, which is really unusual. I like to say a stop clock is right about twice a day. My father's right with introductions about twice a lifetime. So it's pretty cool. And it's very unusual and unexpected. And first time we talked, we riffed on ideas for like 3 or 4 hours, which was really cool. So anyway, that's why we're here. And met my wife through OkCupid. Without further ado, Nemanja. Oh, you're not ready? Did you? Dude, Aries, where are you, man? You guys are supposed to get everyone set up. Sorry, I'm gonna be an asshole. We should have everyone set up to go. StreamYard. It just takes 2 minutes of it working right. Sorry, everyone. Any questions about the rest of the day or festivities or anything else? What? There's none? What? The beer? I don't think it was all drink. It's just ask. Say I want a beer. Yeah. This is not, we're not rationing the beer. I mean, if we run out, we'll buy more. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Are you waving at yourself? Oh, that's good. Good user interaction. So I'll go over the pub quiz rules right now. So the pub quiz is a British tradition of asking really horrible, awful, impossible questions. Speaker's nervous, you're not looking at them, you're looking at me. Because I don't get nervous at all.
I just want to find a way to get my team to collaborate efficiently. So what is this living spec?
Well, Living Spec is an app specifically crafted to help individuals, teams, and organizations take messy ideas to final products.
Thanks.
Living Spec, your brain in the clouds.
It's like you changed language halfway through your sentence. So yeah. now for real, Nemanja.
All right, hello. Okay, so first the story I also deleted my production database. I was even, more of an adventurer. I basically deleted the entire folder. I did not have a backup, and it was 3 a.m., so I had to improvise. So I found an app that restores your disk. That worked that time. So if that helps with the collection, great. All right, so I'm Nemanja. This talk is called Complaints and Grievances. And this talk covers the tales from the chronicles of LivingSpec. Now, my former team manager is here. I wish I'd known, but I didn't, so we're going to stick to what happened in LivingSpec. Basically, I never hear a talk that complains much, all right? Usually talks are very kind of, everything worked, everything is awesome. Now, we've been doing this company, LivingSpec started as an idea or in some form 5 years ago. There's some shit that has transpired and it was not perfect. So I kind of did an agenda. I did my best, but every single time I went through the agenda, I tried to rehearse the talk. It was always different. So I figure we're all in this together. So if the talk sucks, it's your fault as well as mine. So less pressure on me. Awesome. So this is what we're going to cover today. Of course, Complaints and Grievances is a George Carlin stand-up, so for all you fans out there, shout out. And I kind of did topics in a kind of, witty way. I was bored. So we are going to talk about a comedy of priorities, but this wasn't even on the menu. The transformation of team dynamics and usage and abusage of AI. That's a book on English. I kind of did a spin on it because I was clever. So to kind of set the tone for the talk, I picked a couple of quotes. Why? It helps me warm up. This is the first time I'm doing a talk such as this, so every bit helps. So Arthur Schopenhauer was, I'm not sure whether anyone is aware of the person, he was a very kind of, negative philosopher. So what he said was basically, I have not written for the crowd. I hand down my work to the thinking individuals who in the course of time will appear as rare exceptions. They will feel as I felt, or as a shipwrecked sailor feels on a desert island, for whom the trace of a farmer fellow sufferer affords more consolation, and yada yada. This is a fancy way of saying, they invited me to do this talk, and I'm kind of needed to vent a bit, and psychologists can be a bit expensive, so that's just what we're going to do today. The second one is from George Carlin, and I think it describes me. I don't have pet peeves. I have major psychotic fucking hatreds. Now, everyone that talked to me knows that I do not just calmly look at a PR and say, well, that's nice, we can improve it. No, that's not the way it transpires. Usually Dylan knows. The rest of the team may hear the second version. And this is one by me, just, for my partner. I'm getting to an age where girlfriend seems silly. So, honey, can you please help do the slides for this talk I have? No, there's no money involved. But she did the slides, so without further ado, actually, no, there's still a bit more. All right. So about me. So I started working in about 2009. I did a lot of things before LivingSpec, 2019, sort of. It's really all a blur. I'm not sure whether anyone had a startup. It's like a black hole, which just sucks in time. So you'll just have to trust me or not. So we started about 2019. And I wanted to attach this photo because I had a full set of hair there. During the course of the startup, I became bald. The project is still out there. I think there's a correlation. Fuck knows, it's just what it is. So the first kind of bit is called the comedy of priorities. Now, I did this kind of witty couple of things to kind of, set the mood. So this kind of talks about how we started with the project, and basically I started alone. I had an idea of how things could be done better because I went through a couple of companies and they just all did things in a very weird way. One of the stories was they basically had 5 ways of capturing requirements. So there I am reading about a book called Writing Effective Use Cases, and bam, I think we can do that. So basically what I thought up was a multi-purpose document collaboration. Well, I didn't. That's what the marketing team came up with years later, but it seems nice. So basically, this is I was working with this company at the time. So what I did was I approached the people and said, look, guys, I have this neat idea. Should we consider it? And blah, 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 yada, yada, yada. We love it. We want to get on board. We signed a joint venture agreement. It feels like a company is getting started and whatnot. So I kind of say, I don't want to do development. Oh shit. I don't want to do development. I just want to kind of, be in a different role, because I don't think a technical founder is the best thing, because I'm just going to get sucked into tech. So, let's just do it as efficiently as possible, and let's just exclude me as a factor because I don't have an experience building a company. So a data set, we're supposed to have the first meeting where we're supposed to set up priorities. We're supposed to set up, what we're going to do in the coming period. So there I am researching how are we going to do this. This is a collaborative app. You have to collaborate. You have to do this. You have to do that. Holy shit, there's a lot of things to do from the business perspective as well. How are we going to manage a team? I personally dislike Scrum. Your mileage may vary. So I'm looking at alternatives. I'm looking like, hey, there's extreme programming, which I like. There's this process called the rational unified process. So I start researching that. So, and then kind of there's other things, collaborative app, you need an audit log. So we pick an architecture. Well, I pick an architecture called event sourcing. I did not exactly know how it's done. All right. Because there was a full team of people behind me. So I said, fuck it, it's going to work. Right. So there's the meeting, and they've been pushing off the meeting saying, hey, you know what? We're waiting on a React expert. Perfect. I'm not an expert in React, so I'll wait. All right. So there's the meeting, and we get started, and then I'm sharing my, very enthusiastically sharing my thoughts. And the React expert, basically, I'm talking about collab and whatnot. We shouldn't do collab. I'm like, why not, React expert? Well, they did it in Evernote. Maybe, I don't know. And it didn't work. So we should lock one of the users while the other user is editing. So multi-purpose document collaboration tool initially didn't have collaboration. Awesome. So, but I figure, what? There's a big team, so we'll just wait, right? Everything's going to come into place. All right. The technical director was supposed to, CTO of the company was supposed to help with event sourcing and stuff. And he basically just said, oh, all those buzzwords. He was Spanish. Anyway, so basically the meeting went terribly. However, there was a big team, so I was happy. What happened was, the company went into trouble a month later. So we started off with this large amount of energy, a team, and it just crashed a month later. Why? Well, they went into some trouble and whatnot. So basically, we had nothing. So we set out priorities. The priorities kind of got kind of mangled, and we had nothing, which was kind of the first venture of mine into the business world. Risk-driven development didn't work out. So, the first thing I kind of learned is you really want to tackle the risky things first, otherwise your project is not going to get there. So at the time I meet Dylan, and things start getting fun, right? Because we start working on a project. I start working full-time-ish and whatnot. So these decisions that we missed start to bite us. Why? We're raising money for a collaborative tool. We cannot collaborate. All right? So problem. So we start trying to make it collaborative. Now, ironically, the previous talk said 20 minutes. Well, it was 3 or 4 months more. All right? It was painful. It was very painful for us. So one of the engineers we had did research, and it was 2 competing libraries, AutoMerge and YJS. The engineer says, well, AutoMerge is awesome, and YJS is kind of works, but So what happened was we picked AutoMerge. Months in, the fucking thing doesn't work. All right? It works in 20 minutes as advertised, essentially, but what happens is the server starts crashing. Why? It's running out of memory. Why? Well, AutoMerge keeps a history of the messages ad infinitum, so server crashes. And it basically and keeps adding memory every time you click a button. Press a button, adds memory. So we reach out to the people, and this is basically open source goes wrong. We reach out to the people and I'm like, look, guys, it's really not working. Can we talk? And yes, we talk, and we kind of try and fix it. But in the end, they say, we're going to solve your problems. This is where JavaScript fucking shines. We're going to solve your problems. You just need to use WASM. All right, how? I mean, all right, we'll try it. But hey, guys, it doesn't work in Webpack. We use Webpack, right? It doesn't work in Webpack. So what are we supposed to do? Well, you use WASM and try not to type too much or use it for too long. Matter of fact, just tell the users to read this white paper we wrote and use their imagination, the possibilities. What we did right back then was we created an abstraction, something that nobody talks about in these conferences, I feel. We created an abstraction around auto-merge, and it then came time to actually make things work because we said these guys are assholes. All right, you know, don't put that in, maybe they'll see it. We're just going to use YJS. The abstraction held, and we used YJS, and we never looked back. However, we learned so much from the failure that was auto-merge that the abstraction was actually reasonable. And it took us months, but you know, we never looked back. So abstractions, important. JavaScript, not like the abstractions, but hey, the community. So basically, in the same arc, we have this dependency, this large dependency of ours. It's an editor, all right? This is also part of collab in a way. This editor is so important to us, yet what you see is what you get, collaborative editor, is so difficult to fucking do, all right? So it's not, and basically it's not just that, it's not just the editor. You have to do the UI, you have to do the lists, you have to do this, you have to do that. So we're, of course a small startup team, so we pick a library called Slate Plugins at the time. Slate Plugins does as advertised for us, right? Dylan basically joins, becomes a maintainer because he's just a wizard that way. He just asked. That's an American thing, by the way. They ask and they get stuff. It is incredible. 2 times, both Slate Plugins and Slate itself, the editor, I swear to God, he just said, hey, can you give me maintainer access? And the guy said, sure. That happened. That happened. I'm not even, it's difficult to make these things up. So Plate, Slate Plugins, later known as Plate, and basically what they do is they have this nifty product library at the beginning. However, as time progresses, the author becomes creative, all right, and starts going into every new thing he finds, all right. So Redux is apparently too heavy, so he switches to ZooStand, which is again ironic that it was mentioned in the first call, but not enough. No, he creates his own wrapper of ZooStand called ZooStud. And it was like, why, dude? For fuck, why? And why are you changing the entire contract? Like, create an abstraction. It's like, oh, mommy, the bald guy's talking curse words again. Like, wrap it up. Then be creative in your little box. So we kind of lived through that. Somehow I bitch to Dylan, he kind of listens, and you know, it's like marriage, but it works. But then several years later, the guy does the most awesome thing I've ever seen in web development. And I just wonder if you guys saw this. It's called Shadow UI or Shadow something, all right? So there's a way of creating components. And usually what you do is, we did this as developers, all right? I'm not that old, but fuck it, we do this all the time. You export the library of components, and the author, whoever that is, maintains said library. They provide extension points, you extend what you need, you kind of live with it, they maintain it. Perfect for us, you know? Well, he said, I don't like that, and instead we're using the shadow CDN thing. So me and Dylan are looking at, what the hell is that? So apparently what you do is you copy components and you paste them into your code. And we're like, why? How is this popular? And if you have compound components, like a component that references 5 other components, you copy all of them. And it's like the most simple question is, first, how do I do this efficiently? Well, of course, they have a CLI. You copy automatically, Jesus Christ. But then the question is, how do I upgrade? And they have an experimental approach to upgrading that is essentially diffs. So you upgrade things, and then you look at 2 diffs, and then you make changes. We have a limited budget here, people. That's not how it works. So we haven't switched to the library. We're still thinking what to do. But priorities, stable. We need stability in this ecosystem. I'm not sure it's like a curse word, I swear. All right. So basically the next bit, and I lost my clicker thingy apparently. The next bit is, sorry, I have it. The next bit then follows Living Spec through its early employees and contractors or consultants, I apologize. This is really painful, all right? This was really painful for me. So there we have our early employees, and we have this project, and we want to set certain things up, right? So we pick this architecture, CQRS, whatnot, and it has this thing where you have to regenerate view models. But, you know, there's a lot of things that go on in a production of an app. So we're supposed to regenerate view models in parallel. Does not matter if you know what that is. Just remember, there's a requirement. That's it. So this engineer comes along, and he's really smart looking the code and saying, you know, all right, I'm going to take that. So apart from that, we have also zero downtime deployment, all the, well, stuff a project needs. Oops. But, you know, so he looks at it, and basically we're working on what was discussed as regeneration or out of sequence event processing for a month. However, what came out of it is, well, basically we rewrote what was already there, which was, as I was told, too classicist, too object-oriented, not enough JavaScript, whatever the fuck that means. Well, I know what that means, using interfaces and optional types in TypeScript because, all right. And the end result was strict true. So I didn't trust the code was the actual word he said, so I had to do this. Yes, I know this doesn't meet any of the goals we set out, but look, we made it strict. We were not able to solve this problem later. You know why? Because every project is like a organism. It has certain energy going up and down. All right. So there was no energy later. And also, just one thing, guys, every software project has layers. All right. It evolves. Stopping and rewriting the entire project just because you've seen an old pattern just doesn't work. All right. We need to keep moving. So we were stuck with this problem for a while, and the engineer left. So now we had strict in one package. That was the end result. Uncanny. So then as time progressed, we started getting consultants. Why? Well, we needed help. All right. Consultant sounds important. Consultant sounds smart, I guess. So we get these, well, there were two people at the time. They joined the project in the first meeting where I'm saying how to spin up the development environment. They say, you do Vagrant up. Now, I thought that was simple. I thought that was a straightforward request, Vagrant up. It doesn't. Now, well, why don't you use Docker? It's like, who cares? Like, we're using this. Well, everyone uses Docker. And I'm like, so it was a week going back and forth on Docker until I basically said, look, do whatever the fuck you want in your own machine. Put whatever you do in a local git ignore, so not on the git ignore of the project, and do whatever you want. We lost an enormous amount of time, and here's the secret with getting the development environment up. You do it once, all right? Once. You have to do it some more time, but we have Vagrant, so, you know, it is really not important that much. So basically, that was kind of my not first, but very kind of difficult bout with consultants. So at a certain point, we get to a different issue we had, which was our basically the database client we use was inefficient. And it was inefficient because we wanted to stream things. Not to get into streaming, that doesn't really matter, but it was inefficient to stream, and we needed to solve the streaming issue. Now we do the profiles, we do everything, and we pinpoint the issue, and the issue, quite obviously, was the fact that the database itself is sending a format that is not streamable. It's sending everything in a string, and we need to convert it to objects. Now, you only do that in with a specialized being a very heavy word, is JSON-L, all right? It's just not a comma, it's a new line. I mean, so we get into it, and the consultant basically says, all right, I produced a performance improvement. And what he did was, he basically created, well, this. It was 364 change files. It's a fork. It's a fork of a GitHub repo of 3,000 additions and 3,200 deletions, all right? And I asked the most silly question is, how the fuck am I supposed to maintain that as the library progresses? And that's where we get the quote. Well, I know it's difficult to maintain, but only here to get it into the code base, which is essentially what happened. So we couldn't use this. And here's kind of where open source did it right for us. Later, I kind of reach out to the database and say, hey, look, guys, can you consider, that's literally the wording, can you consider adding JSON-L? streaming? And they say yes, 3 changed files, 3. And that basically got us the performance bump we wanted, 3 files, all right? So the consultant charged us, or actually billed us, for $50,000 for this shit. Why? It has so many changes and deletions, and it was utterly useless. I mean, really? Anywho, basically the end result is, and this is from the Raven guy, we have one of them, Raven guys, we have one of them in attendance. The end result was, with the changes I've contributed, was like 5 to 6 kind of improvement. That's all we wanted from the consultant. And it only took reaching out to the people and doing a pull request. It was an awesome experience. I mean, I encourage everyone, help. If it's an open source project, contribute. That's what they're there for. That's why they're open source. So my last story about architects, and I love this one, not architects, but kind of consultants, is I did a wordplay. My architecture has a bigger diction, and therefore should be used. Besides, I was hired to consult, not listen or think or any of that. So another performance issue we had, and we were basically supposed to stream the entire query model back. All right, so I said I want an app without spinners. Like, fuck it, if Steve Jobs can say that, so can I. Let's not have any spinners, right? And it worked. We streamed it all back, and it worked. However, it was getting progressively slower, and we needed to resolve it. So these people join us and like, all right, we'll take a look at it and whatnot. So then, and basically they go AWOL for a week or so, and they come back with this. And basically this page in Living Spec, shameless promotion, is talking about how the idea won't work. All right. And there's a paragraph here, or in parentheses, where they say, given our limited knowledge of RavenDB and the domain model. I love that one. I love that one. Well, you're not. Well, how do you know if it's impossible when you don't have any knowledge of the thing? Well, why don't you talk to us first? So I don't have the date on this screenshot. This was September 1st. Basically, the first commit I made was on September 5th, resolving this issue, or the beginning of the resolution of the issue. It wasn't difficult. It just required a bit of communication. Insane, in my mind. So that basically leads me to what I call transformation of team dynamics, or this is a book I want to write one day called Games Developers Play. So if anyone knows who Eric Byrne is, well, that's basically that everyone plays games and everyone has a certain goal. I think developers are very good at this, basically at squeezing out just a bit more time and not paying attention to the fact that the company actually needs to produce stuff. I mean, that's kind of how we make money and pay you to begin with. But so one of the very frequent things I hear when hiring a developer, I love this, you need to trust me and let me do my job. I do not know where this phrase comes from, honestly. Trust is a two-way process. Why do you think you can join a company and ask the person, whatever, you need to trust me? No, I don't. You need to fit in. You need to actually produce results in order for trust to be actually gained or established between the two of us. In the meantime, you are supposed to produce some results. And this is where Dylan and I learned that you have to do something about company culture. Now, we laughed because we actually had to say words such as, we expect the person working with us to be curious. Now, you do not expect an adult person needs to hear this, but that's what it is. You need to communicate and you need to be curious about your job. I thought that was a precondition of joining a company and whatnot. And then usually this thing progresses, and then we have another gem. On our project, we use continuous integration, which is using a single branch, usually master. Usually when I say that, people get all bent out of shape, and it's like, why? Isn't it logical that every single commit you make leaves our project in a deployable state? We, in the end, need to deploy. So what's the big deal about that? Why do you need feature branches that live for 2 weeks? And who the fuck is going to merge all of them once you go home on Friday? And am I really supposed to merge a pull request that has 500 changes? Give me a break. I have a life as well. So we say, do CI. So you make commits incrementally that leave the project in a deployable state. I don't know why it's so controversial. People get in, never follow the process, yet it is clearly not working for them. How? How do you know? You never even gave it a try. And if CI is an attempt to change mindsets, these people usually don't even attempt that. So, try it for once. Just kind of try and do the thing. You can be, free and creative within the constraints that the company has. So this was kind of one of the things we established that needs to be done. Is like, you will follow this process, and there's a time and place to bitch and moan about it, but not on a Wednesday. All right. So, team planning, retrospect, sure, complain your heart out, not mid-release. And no, we won't do feature branches ever. All right. The last bit I wanted to kind of talk about is AI. Now, one of the talks before me kind of, talked about similar things, but my example, I feel, was very interesting because I said, all right, robot, let's me and you figure out a network setup. Now, saying that, I have no experience with setting up a network. So we needed something, and I actually needed some help. So I figured, fuck it, let's try ChatGPT. It should know these things. There's an infinite amount of examples there. So I tried it. And basically, I kept asking it questions. I gave it very much context. I told it what we have. This is like 100 message in the exchange. It is really far down. At one point, it tells me there's an SDN router, software-defined network router. It actually tells me use an SDN router. And I'm like, holy shit, what's that? How did I not see it? Look at all the text. Look at that. The SDN router operates at layer 3 of the OSI model, which means it works on I was like, really? How did I miss it? Like, its cutoff is 2021. I'm looking at the latest docs. No such thing as the SDN router. So I'm like, all right, how is it created? Look at this. Look at the amount of information. I have the documentation from Proxmox open. No such thing exists. In the end, I said, there's no such thing. And it says, I apologize for the confusion. You're correct. Is this actually it? So, it's not. I don't think saying this is intelligence does it justice. All right? So the thing is, this is my opinion, and I have no formal training or whatnot. All right? This is just my observing it. Basically, it is a statistical process. It wants to give you an answer. So even if you ask it stuff in gobbledygook, it's going to give you stuff in gobbledygook. That's what it does. So it makes stuff up. Now, I don't do networks, but I know I cannot click a button that doesn't exist. All right? So just a question for kind of developers out there. You ask it questions about software, and what are you going to get? Are you going to do the SDN router interface? How do you know it's making stuff up? Simple, you have to know what you're working with. At a certain point in time, we have to stop thinking that there are shortcuts. There are none, all right? You have to know what you're working with in order to give it good enough prompts. And if people tell me, honestly, they need better prompts, sure. So I'm basically supposed to tell it how to implement it, and it's supposed to give me an answer. Well, fuck it, I did all the work then, so why do I need it? And there's also an interesting arc here. If we get the new generations, which we're getting, that rely heavily on ChatGPT, even to do interviews or to do code. So basically, what's the point, right? So if they're only asking ChatGPT question and giving gobbledygook answers, the question is, well, why do we need these people to begin with? I can ask questions as well. And it's really unfortunate. And I don't understand the point of asking ChatGPT for code solutions. The point of this job for me was always I enjoyed solving problems. Now, if this exists and if you use this extensively, well, what's the point? Do you want to solve tasks? Do you want to make money? Like, how does this fit? There was this one time I was on a trip and I'm talking to this diver, and because I bitch about stuff constantly. And there I am in a car in Cyprus talking about it. And you know what? These young kids using ChatGPT, the guy has no idea what ChatGPT is. So I say they're not using their brain, and they're constantly using this, and it's just insane. And he's looking at me, and it's like, oh, like SatNav? Yes, exactly like SatNav. We don't even drive anymore, all right? We punch in. I have a little screen here. Dylan has a Tesla, which has a screen this size. So you punch in, and then it just drives you. But you can argue that's fine. You can really argue that's fine. But, you know, if you apply it to life, then what's, you know, are the new generations of programmers even developing problem-solving skills is one of my questions. You know, if you're asking ChatGPT to do everything, what are you doing? So it's like at some point, I think I wanted to create a plugin for Living Spec because it's a spec, and basically just tell ChatGPT, go there and put the code here. You know, we haven't done that yet, but yeah. Anywho, that's kind of what I wanted to share today. So I hope that wasn't too bad. That's about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Nemanja. In spite of that, the project's going really well. So it's my first experience with a total bullshit answer. We'll get the next speaker up here. Where is he? There, cool. Was in 2001, I proposed a request to the CSS working group, which was basically the equivalent of what we would later call querying or jQuery. And I was told, oh, well, that's too slow. Just use a CSS preprocessor. So I spent like a month looking for CSS preprocessors, which did not exist for 10 more years. So it was basically the bullshit answer to just get you to shut up and accept that they were right and you were wrong. So basically, it's the same thing, but in human form instead of AI form. Yep. You ready? Yeah, whenever you're ready, man. You know all the streaming stuff and all that crap. Yeah, you click present. Alex will help you. And yeah. So we're probably running about 25 minutes behind. So we'll probably finish a little after 6, just to give you a heads up before we start the after party stuff. So I don't remember what time pizza's arriving, but they'll arrive in due course. And yeah. I was told it was the best pizza place we could get that would deliver. So we didn't get like crappy pizza. We got good pizza. So I don't remember the name of it. It was an Italian name. It sounded decent. So yeah. So in Phoenix, we actually have the world's best pizza place called Pizzeria Bianco. It's like if you watch Chef's Table's Netflix edition, it's the pizza edition. It's the first episode is on this guy in Phoenix who makes arguably the best pizza in the world, but the best I've had, even better than Naples. That's mine, and it does not have the dongle, but I need to, do you have yours? Because because my talk's after yours, and I just think it could work. Yeah. Yeah. So this next talk, the reason I pick talks sort of towards the end is talks that I think are surprising or interesting. And the browser is constantly adding APIs, and it's almost impossible to keep up with all of them. So this talk's going to show off a few things that you probably didn't know your browser could do, and in a fun way. So, right? Yep. So my hands are full, so could you all give some applause, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan, so much. Can everybody hear me? We're cool, right? Okay. So we can start. Cityjs Belgrade, welcome. I wish you a warm welcome to today's talk. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for coming today to hear me out, hear other amazing speakers out. I would also like to thank Dylan and everybody from the Halfstack organizing team. Thank you so much for supporting this event, and of course, our amazing sponsors. this couldn't be possible without them. So first, can I get a big round of applause for everybody that I just mentioned? Okay, great. Little energizer right at the beginning. Now we can start. Today we're gonna talk about something called Web API, but before we do that, we need to go to some JavaScript basics. Can anybody tell me what this code will log? 132. That is correct, sir. May I ask you, how do you know that? you just went right into it, right? Sorry, I didn't hear you. Life experience. Okay, that's a good argument. You just sense it, right? Okay, anybody else? Maybe some other answers? Yes, please go ahead. Okay, that's pretty correct. What you basically just said, let's visualize it a little bit. You said correctly, first console log will go to the stack and will execute immediately. Set timeout will go around somewhere and wait for a bit for amount of millisecond that we put as the second parameter, right? And the third one will be logged again. Then once it's finished, staying at somewhere in the background, it will go to the event loop. Event loop will check for the stack if it's free. If it's free, then we go and log that one. But the question is, where is set timeout waiting? And that is Web API. So Web API and set timeout is not actually part of the JavaScript language per se. It's part of the environment in which we execute JavaScript code. In our case, on front end, that's the browser. And the Web API is standard that provides all of those, let's say, functions and APIs that we may call in the browser, right? Question for backend developers. Any backend developers here, maybe? Okay. Do you work Node.js, maybe? Question for you. If you run this code in the Node.js environment, where does set timeout go? That's Node API. So that's the environment in which you execute the code on the backend, right? And that is Node.js. That's why, because of that, we couldn't write backend JavaScript code before. Now we can, because we have environment to do that. And environment in the client side is the browser. And if you're a bit curious developer like I am, Nemanja just told us how important that is. I completely agree. And if we go to Google and type set timeout, we will see that the set timeout is part of the MDN Web API spec. So that's how we know that it's part of the environment in which we execute code. Okay, if we click here in the navigation menu, we can see that there are actually a lot of these APIs provided by the browser. So anybody wrote like a file upload component anytime? Yeah, most of you probably did. If you send a request from the browser, if you use local or session storage, all of those functionalities are provided by our browsers. Okay, so we may conclude that the Web API is kind of a collection of all of those interfaces. A little bit about me. When I was in high school, I always wanted to study psychology. So today I'm working at my dream job at Vega IT as a development lead, which is a position where I help other teammates their careers growth. I teach them not only technical stuff, but also a lot of soft skill stuff, how to communicate with a client, how to estimate tasks, how to deal with stress and time management, and so on. My name is Nikola Mitrovic, and these are my highlights of Web APIs for you for today. Okay, let's start with the first example. I will sit, why not? Everybody else did, so. Okay, let's say we have a page like this, and once we scroll a little bit, we can see that there is something in the bottom left corner. We can see a little astronaut, and once that astronaut is fully visible, he says, "Hello world." We scroll up a bit. Once it's not fully visible, message goes away. We scroll a bit down. Once astronaut is fully visible again, he again says, "Hello world." Okay, how did we manage to do this? There is an API called intersection observer, which basically says if element is visible or not, if it's intersecting the viewport or not. A little disclaimer, the examples that I built are built in React. Sorry, Mike. Test. Thank you. It's a little bit different now. Test. Okay, cool. If we use React for building these examples, and let's say we have a hook called use visible, the code would look like this. Do I need to zoom it a bit? Can everybody see the code a bit? Okay. Let's try it out, but sorry, cannot zoom. I thought it could. Okay, thank you. So we have a hook called use visible, and we pass an element as a reference. That is that astronaut reference element that we want to observe. And there are some options, configuration options for the intersection observer. One of those, that is an object. One of those parameters for the object is the ancestor of the target. If we pass null, then we observe element in reference to the whole viewport, as we've seen in our example. We can put a root margin around that intersection. So if we need to catch that intersection a little bit earlier, and we have a threshold that is a value from 0 to 1. So basically, if we pass 1, we're saying we want our element to be fully visible. So we can even say when it's visible by half, then we can trigger that intersection. We have a state, like is visible or not. And then we initialize intersection object. Inside of a callback, we would get entry object. And on that object, we have is intersecting property. What has left to be done is then to observe that reference. And that's basically it. And then we return that true or false. That example with astronaut was really cute and nice and whatever. But probably you're wondering, how can we use this in some real-life applications, real-life examples? We could lazy load images with this, so we don't have to load everything at the initial loading of the app. We can offload and load only that we need at the moment, and then while we scroll once the section is visible, then we start downloading the other assets. We could create infinite scroll lists. So for example, if we scroll a bit down, then we have an element which represents the end of the list. Once that is visible, we trigger the next request, and so on. We could defer some animations. We don't need to run some animations if they are not visible on the screen, and save computer power by doing that. And one of the things that we always have to consider with using some of these APIs is browser support. Not all browsers are in pace with the implementation, but all they have to comply to this standard, right? In this case, all major vendors are implementing this API, so we're cool and we're good to use it. Okay, let's go to another example. But before doing that, I'm just going to do one thing in my personal preferences. So note that my laptop is not on the charger, and I'm going to say if there is inactivity on my laptop for a minute, then turn off and save the computing power, save the battery power for my screen. But we're gonna see about that. Okay, you may notice at the beginning I didn't talk about myself too much, but I have a minute to spare and now it's my time to shine. Yes. My favorite country in the whole world is Italy. I really like to travel. And once I go to Italy, I enjoy everything, you know, the culture, the buildings, the cities. And I don't know what's about this, but it's so fun to speak like this. So much passion in just that one gesture. One of the things I like most about Italy is, of course, their cuisine. So once I get home from work, I like to prepare some recipes from Italy. Then I go to a website with a list of a recipe. Then I put my phone on the kitchen, follow the recipe, but after a minute or so, my device turns off. But in this case, it didn't turn off, right? Although I set it to turn off after a minute of not doing anything, right? Okay, how did we manage to do this? There is an API called Screen Wake Lock API, which will prevent device to lock screen, even though we have some, even though we specifically told the device to turn off the screen. So we go against that system preferences on our device. It can only work if the document application is visible. And if we have a hook in React to do this, here our situation is a little bit more complicated. First, we pass that toggle that said I'm cooking, don't touch my screen, preserve it. And if we pass true, then we request wake lock sentinel. What that will do is we have a navigator object, then we have a wake lock object, and then we request the screen, and then we have to put that in a reference. Why? Because this promise returns a value, and we need to clean exact that value. If we put it on the state, it would get lost. So we need to put it in a reference and then reference that reference exactly and clean it up once we try to remove the lock. If we try to remove it, then we need to call the release method on that reference. And like I said, we need to put that reference to null, and then it will work. It won't work otherwise. Okay, again, use cases. When you're reading an ebook, when you're presenting to the audience, so which I did, when you're following your favorite recipe from Italy, when you're using map navigations and you're driving maybe, or if you're scanning QR barcodes. Browser support in this case is a little bit different. Okay, so Chrome engine vendors support this, Mozilla doesn't. And for the Safari, this means that it's in experimental phase. So they're getting there, they have some implementation in order, but not quite at the moment. One more thing to consider with this API is different devices. So I couldn't make this working on my iPhone, no matter what I did. I think it has something to do with the fact that the Chrome on iPhone is just like a skin for the Safari. They use WebKit under the hood. So probably that's maybe one of the reasons, but also they have some updates regarding the API itself for the devices. So that can be a little bit tricky. Okay, moving on to the next one. Just a sec to start. Yeah, exactly. Thank you for that info. Okay, here we have an example of svemirko.rs. Serbian people are smiling, but svemirko, roughly translated to English, means spaceman. So it's a little bit futuristic app where you go to this web app a few thousand years in the future. And in the backend, we're communicating with the NASA's API, which retrieves us the list of all habitable planets. And now we can go and search for some planet. And I don't know, let's say TOI 1136G. Sounds amazing. Always wanted to go there for a vacation. Then we can reserve a flight. After some time, that request is a little bit long, but it works. But what if we're on slow network and we're trying to reserve a flight, but after some time it's taking too long and we need to detect that and provide some user message. And note that it's not only about the duration of the request, but it's also reacting to the network changes. So we may move the message or display some kind of different message, like hang on, we're gonna get right back to you if fast network kicks in again. Okay, you may suppose there is a network API for that, which provides information about the system connection. And also it can detect connection changes. In React, if we have use network hook, for example, sorry for that. We have this little bit went off. Sorry for that. But we have a use state, like a state is fast network or not. We need to check in the navigator for the connection object. I'm going to get right back to that. Why is that important? And if we do, then we can, from that connection object, extract effective type property. Now that property may have these values. So we have slow 2G, 2G, 3G, and 4G. So if it's a 4G, then we say it's a fast network. If it's not, then it's a slow network. And we set that to the state like true, false, and that's it. And we return that. Also, we could add event listener change to that connection object and watch for the changes that I just showed you. Some of the use cases, of course, like notification to the user, reacting to those changes, or preloading large resources. So that might come in handy if you're doing some kind of performance optimizations and so on. Again, browser support for this, not so great. So that's why we needed to check for the connection object inside of a navigator. If it's there, then we have support for it. If it's not, then maybe we need to think of something else. Okay. And one more. Again, we have a Svemirko example. I'm just going to zoom this in so you can see it. We just show some of the network effective types, but you may notice that there was one type missing, and that is what if we go offline. Doing offline applications is pretty much essential in these days of web development. So if we hover this link, right? Sorry, that's a bit of caching issue. Sorry. This often happens because I have a service worker in the behind. Let's try like this. Okay, and then we go offline. Something's not right. Just sorry, give me a sec. Yes, that service worker interfering a bit, but let's empty the cache and start reloading again. Okay, and then we go offline. Okay, now should be good. Once we're hovering of this button, it triggers a request. So it's also kind of a performance optimization. But question for you, what would you expect in the network tab if application goes offline and you try to send a request? Anybody idea, maybe? Sorry? Yeah, in the network, sorry? Yeah, it's red, and it showed in the network tab as failed. So you try to send a request, a browser figured out we're offline, right? And the network request failed. But in this case, we didn't experience that one. And once we go back online, okay, there's something happening here. We're sending the request. It takes a bit long. And once it's finished, we get another event. If we go to the application tab, and there is something called background sync, you may notice once I hovered over that button, we triggered the registering event. Once the request, once we went back online, another dispatch event was triggered, and once request was finished, we had a finished request. Okay, so how did we support this? There is a background sync API, which basically provides you a way to detect if the application is offline and do some task in the background without interfering the rest of the flow. So we don't need to have a failed network request in the network tab. Our application doesn't need to crash. We can do some things in the background. This is the component that we previously had. We had that link. Once we have hovered over that link, we registered a background sync. On the navigator, there is a service worker, and there is a ready object. So that's how we registered that background sync event. And we register a task by a tag name, because we might have multiple tasks doing different things. So we can send out multiple requests doing some kind of different stuff based on a tag name. Okay, and once we are in the service worker, we add the event listener sync, and we listen to that tag or that task based on that name. Use cases, of course, offline capabilities and improving some of the UX, or maybe sending an email into the background once we go offline or whatever. Browser support for this one, again, not so good, but we're getting there, so keep it hold on. In the previous example, if you wondered, once we go back online and we're inside of a service worker, how we can, once we're back online, we send a request, we get some data from the API, how we can provide those data back to the component. Anybody maybe an idea? Okay, some kind of a message bus, you're right. Yeah, that is correct. There is a message bus, there is a post message method, but I was referring to a broadcast channel API. So there are multiple ways to do that, you're correct. But one of those ways is using by broadcast channel, which basically is allowing you communication between the same contexts, which means if the application is in the same window, same tab, same frame, same iframe, you can pass on information from, in this case, from a service worker to your component. And it goes both ways. So how do we do that? We connect to a channel. We create a new channel. We post a message, and we can pass on the object. The good thing is that it is using something called a structured clone algorithm, so we can send deeply nested objects and whatever structure we might need. And in our component, we subscribe to that very same channel with the same name, and we listen to on message event, and that's how we get those data. Again, use cases, detect some of the user action, or send messages between contexts. Browser support in this case, sorry, all good. So we're good here. Because we have a very limited time today and there are a lot of APIs out there, I just picked highlights for you for today. But I hope that I interested you enough to go and research on your own. Some of the hints I will give you right now, some bonus points. There is a beacon API, could be useful for analytics if you need to send a request and you don't care about the response. There is a web speech API to detect your speech and give you some diagnostics about it. There is a web share API, so we can share content between different devices. Geolocation, of course. There is a page visibility API, which figures out if the whole page, whole document is visible, not any element in particular. There is a background fetch API. If you need to download a huge resource and you go offline, you can put that in a service worker. And there is a very, very cool a new one called web authentication, which means that soon we're going to have passwordless future. So we don't need passwords for anything. We could log into web application by just Touch ID or face recognition or USB key or something like that. So long passwords. And some of the takeaways. We're seeing that there are some challenges with using some of these web APIs. We don't have support for all APIs in all browsers. Some of that support is experimental. Sometimes we have to watch out for the device support. But in general, why should we use this? Why should we adopt this mindset of using web APIs first and then going maybe to some library to figure out some problem? Because it's standardized code, it's standardized code, it's standardized code. I probably could not stress enough how important this is, especially these days when we just heard today when new framework is coming out every 2 weeks or whatnot. So this is like a single source of truth for everybody. If you build file upload component, I guess 5 years ago, I could bet that it's still working. If you use a library to build an infinite scroll list, maybe it's working, maybe not. Some of these APIs, most of them are pretty easy and straightforward to use. And we can increase performance. Like I mentioned, if we don't need library for everything that we do, if there is a support in the browser for something that we might need, we can use those APIs first and build our own custom code. The bundle size of our application will be smaller. So we don't push a large amounts of JavaScript to the servers and through the internet out there. And we can increase performance by that. With great power comes great responsibility. Anybody knows? I'm sure Daniel knows, but any of you who said this? Yes? Uncle Ben from Mr. Spider-Man. Congratulations. Yes. So I got this kind of a power today to stand in front of you and talk to you. So I felt like it's my responsibility and my obligation to come here today and say this. And there's nobody to stop me now. Thank you. I wanted to talk about a little bit about our planet. Okay. I see some of the 404 not found faces. Like, what? Yes, our planet. Like I said, internet is consuming 21% of the electricity. If we create large bundle sizes of our apps and we push them to the servers, and those servers are spread across the globe, there are a bunch of computers put in the data centers, and those old computers are plugged into electricity, right? And they use power. If we ship less JavaScript to the internet, then we would use less energy. We would be more energy efficient. Luckily, there is a very cool app called the Website Carbon Calculator, which can do all of these things for you. So please go there and check your website, your application, how green you are. This planet is our home. We only have one home. And I would really, really hate if we had to use Mirko to run for our lives and not go to enjoy ourselves on some exotic planet. So please take care of our home. Let's do it together just a little bit. It doesn't have to be anything special. But if we all put a little bit effort, we can produce altogether great results. Please be kind to our home, because if we don't, if we choose not to, well, then one day might be too late. Thank you so much for coming today.
What percentage of that is crypto? What percentage of that is crypto traffic, like Bitcoin mining?
Ooh, I don't want to know that at the moment.
99.9%
Probably
was either
is.
crypto or Netflix.
Yeah, and serverless functions.
Yeah.
Thank you. You probably need this one as well.
I don't actually.
Okay.
Yes, I'll use it. I know you got
I just need to get it.
Here, can I model it?
Yeah, please.
All right.
Okay, so Classic Developer Conference. We're not going to just announce the winner of the backpack. We're going to make you listen to a little bit about what we do at Vonage for the backpack. So basically, well, Ari's always gives me the go ahead. So here we just have our low-code platform called AI Studio. For everyone who was at the talk yesterday, they know what this is all about. As you can see, we just have a few nodes here. I built here, like sitting upstairs in the last hour, a little agent that basically is Ari's Barbie amazing agent, because he told me that this is what he wanted to build. So anytime you need a chatbot that's like text or voice or WhatsApp, our low-code builder helps you do that really fast just by dragging nodes. So here, basically what this app lets you is letting our users do is to learn about the Barbie movie, send a text message to Ari's phone, and this actually works. So you can send a text message to his phone. He's really not happy about that. To let him know how you liked or didn't like the conference. And then the third thing is going to be that it's going to let you all know who won the backpack. So just very quickly how it works is just it sends a message, gets an input, classifies it on those 3 use cases. If it's about the Barbie movie, sends it to our new generative AI node. So this basically makes a request back to OpenAI. Inside of here, the cool thing is you have a knowledge base. So that actually lets you limit where the questions are pulled from. So I just pulled it from Barbie Wikipedia. So you can ask very simple questions about the Barbie movie if you are not sending a message to Ari or finding out the winner. So I could test this all out, but seeing is believing. So if you entered the raffle, now is your time to find out if you're the winner. Basically, you need to text in to the WhatsApp agent and just ask it, am I the winner? You can also do the other use cases and see that actually works. Ask it a question about Barbie. Ask it a question about, you can trigger the agent by saying anything like, hey, come on Barbie, let's go party. I love Ari's. Any of these things will get it going. And if you're the winner, please raise your hand. Milos, yeah, right. And or else we're gonna just do it all together. Oh, crap.
So I won. All right.
So I was gonna say that it pays to stick around at dev conferences because the winner. Well, so let's just see. We have in here a tester. So let's say, how can I help? Welcome to Barbie Cityjs agent. Let's go party. Wait, no, sorry. That's gonna take us to Barbie questions. We want to say, did I win? Did I win? And let's see who our winner was. Janko Mionic. Woo! So, wait, let's just look there, take a picture. Doesn't matter, just for fun. Cool, great job. Thank you, everybody. No more annoying announcements from me.
Thank you. All right. I think everything is streaming. Could you confirm that, please? All right, so next speaker is me. So I think you know who I am by now, but something just happened, which killed Keynote. There we go. All right. So 5 years ago at Halfstack in London, Tony Edwards, who's a legend, he live rapped. And he live rapped to see how good speech recognition worked in JavaScript. And the answer was not very well. So I recently had a requirement for Living Spec to do speech to text. Well, with like our customers asked for it. It was the top feature request. So I decided to revisit the topic with the team and see how far we could get. So that's kind of the gist of the talk. It really helps to think of like audio as just data, and AI is really good at storing data and converting data from different formats. Like that's where it's really kind of shown. So there's a lot of promise and potential for that because really we're just taking waveforms and converting it to text, right? So it must be easy. Or as I would tell Nemanja, it just works, right? Just super simple. I mean, what could possibly be difficult about this? So when you're working with speech to text, you're kind of thinking about a couple things. ASR, which is like automatic speech recognition, and WER, which is like your word error rate. So what you want to do is get as automated as you can with as few errors as possible. So that's what ASR and WER mean. I like every keynote effect, as you know, so we're going to use as many of them as we can. So this is what closed captioning used to look like. Actually, there's people who attempted to hide full data streams inside of closed caption movies and stuff. Just lots of fun things in the history of closed captioning. And luckily, we don't really have to deal with that old technology anymore because it's really painful to work with. So before AI, how would we do speech to text? Like, how would you take audio and create captions for a movie? Any ideas or thoughts on how that worked? Yeah, like slave labor, type it. A human would have to watch it, type it. Yeah, right. Not great options. So manual transcription, live note taking, and turning that into closed captions. There's two different standards for closed captioning. One is like the old style, really raw text. The new one is a little bit richer and a little bit more interesting. And you can list who said what, things like that. This is a schematic of the spec for how closed captioning worked. It's really as hideous as it looks. So we won't go into that, thankfully. Yes, it's awesome. Blew that shit up. But when you look at that, it kind of is like this. This is like me doing aerial yoga upside down with a thought computing device on my head to see if your brainwaves are the same when you're upside down or not. And it turns out they're not quite the same, but they're close. I like to insert random stuff that makes no sense because it's practice for battle decks. So what are your goals with doing speech to text? Accessibility, so that someone can read. But also, it's just faster to read than listen and faster to speak than write. So those are in contrast, right? Because I can talk faster than I can write, but I can read faster than I can listen, or at least I can go back easier and I can manage things faster. And also, as Chris was showing in that demo earlier, it's a lot easier to reorganize things or recombine things by highlighting text than like going in and finding that right frame in a video and the right frame here and clipping it and exporting it and redoing it. It's easier to just say, I want the video that covered these words to work. So there's a lot of cool things. So again, like this talk in 2018, we all had our hats on backwards. It was like Eminem's 8 Mile and Tony rapped. And the green are the words it got right or wrong, but it was getting pretty well. But eventually the Google API, which was the state of the art at the time, crashed and burned on like a 2-minute rap song with the audience cheering and with music going. So it didn't do all that well. If you're curious, you can go back and watch this video on the Halfstack site. So I was like, thinking about Halfstack rebooting because it's been it's been 5 years. It feels like it's been a year since COVID happened. So we were like, what can we do? And we're like, well, there's a lot of considerations. Fuck, it's a lot of shit. But there's a lot of things to take in mind and to consider for doing transcription. You don't have to do all of these, but when you're trying to evaluate like a technology decision, you need to look at all the things that might matter to help you make a good decision, right? So, and then you kind of focus on the things that matter most to you. So for us, it was like quality, word error rate matters the most, performance and cost matters, and eventually we want to be able to support voice commands, so we haven't done that yet. And ideally, if you could do it on device, great, but otherwise, offline or cloud or whatever. So lots of things to consider. And when I first started looking at it, it kind of felt like this, where I'm just chilling and my son throws me in the pool and nothing is quite working the way you want it to work, or it's just more complex than it should. So like, well, who's out there? What could we use? Like, how can we streamline this process? Like, whoa, this is like JavaScript frameworks 3.0. It's like there's more like speech to text options than there were JavaScript frameworks, years ago. But we looked and we're like, well, these are all kind of cool, but let's start with a few and see how far we get with them. So the web speech API was kind of the first thing to consider because that's on device, it's in the browser, but it's not supported by Firefox. And then the second one to consider was sort of look at Google again, look at Siri again, and look at this OpenAI thing, which is the thing that powers ChatGPT, and see what our options were. So we basically started with the default of the web speech API. I say we as in like me and the 3 people in the back and Trenton and Nemanja. So I don't see if Nemanja is back there, but the 6 of us spent like 2 or 3 weeks kind of collaborating on this and stumbling through it a bit and running into problems and then eventually kind of finding a happy path. We started with the web speech API, and it has a few things to use. It has a speech recognition API, speech grammar, which is a JavaScript grammar framework, basically, and speech synthesis, which supports text to speech. So I haven't really tackled the reverse, but you could do that. So if you've ever used Google Docs in English in Chrome or Safari over the past like 6 months to a year, it has a little microphone button, and you can just speak into it, and it will give you speech to text. It's decent. It's not great. It's decent. And that's using the web speech API. And you're like, well, why does it only work in Chrome and Safari? Well, it doesn't work in Firefox because Firefox doesn't support it. It doesn't work in Brave because Brave doesn't, or at the time at least that we were doing this, didn't make that API available because it didn't embed the Chrome API that made it possible. So it actually works by using Siri in Safari or Google's AI speech-to-text engine that they've embedded in Chrome, but not all Chromium browsers have the speech-to-text plugin enabled. So you're pretty limited, and the quality wasn't all that great, to be fair. And like the browser support just isn't there. So the reds are bad, the greens are good, but even the greens weren't perfect. So we're like, all right, well, that's a good experiment. It got us started, but it didn't quite work well enough. So let's look at the OpenAI stuff. I already kind of said all that. And the other thing that kind of is limiting about it currently is single language. So if you're talking in English and you switch to Serbian, they would get half of it right, depending on which language you specified. And that's not great. So we're like, well, what about WASM? Like, we could just do this in WebAssembly, and we could take an AI engine and shove it into WebAssembly and do it on device. That would be great, right? Well, it takes about 10 times as long to process it as it does to speak, and the results aren't great. And you have to train it with a very large data model, which would involve basically downloading megabytes and megabytes of data just to translate like a single sentence to get it correct. So not great, too slow, not performant. So then we're like, OpenAI, woo! It's like all the rage. We really didn't want this to be the best solution, but it's shockingly affordable. You could transcribe your entire day of audio for like $10. So you could basically turn into there's a Robin Williams movie, Remembrance or something like that, where you had rememories and it wore a device and it would translate your entire history of life. There's actually a scary service that does that now, where you wear a microphone all the time and it transcribes your entire day and night. I don't think I want that, but you could do it. It uses Python on the back end, but it doesn't matter. They have JavaScript API. It's just a RESTful call with simple JavaScript APIs. You could run it on your own infrastructure, but I can't see how you could ever make it as cheap as what they charge, which is pretty scary. So for now, you'd be silly to sort of do it on your own, unless you just had a very specific set of words that they don't understand, I guess. So you can start with files, or you could do a stream. So there's a few limits, 25 megabyte limit per file, which for audio is pretty long unless you're recording at like some insane frame rate. But you could just split things into 25 megabyte files if you needed to. And you get results back in about 1/10 the time it takes to play the audio file. So if it takes like 4 minutes to play the audio, you get it back in whatever 1/10 of 4 minutes is. So 240 seconds, so like 24 seconds it usually comes back in. So faster than you can play it yourself. In every language, we auto-detected the language correctly. It even worked when we switched from English to Serbian mid-sentence. It just kind of didn't skip a beat. And I think the error rate was just like really, really low, which is surprising. You can also use microphone. Microphone's a little bit harder, and that basically you have to use the web APIs to capture the microphone, and then you capture the microphone and you create a media recorder implementation, and then you basically send streams to the API. The hardest part is actually deciding when to chunk, like when to send a chunk at a time. So we settled on, I think, 2 or 3 seconds of silence to then send the next chunk. And it's basically then that stream gets chunked into files, and then files get sent to the API, and you get the results back. So I thought it would be fun to pick a few examples that are JavaScript musicians, which there's more than you might expect. They've all performed at Halfstack before, except for Paul. So we'll play a clip from, Mina was supposed to be here, but her family had a medical emergency, so she had to skip. The audio does not seem to be coming through the it's connected here. My audio demos are 0 for whatever today. It's good. Okay. It's playing. There we go. So it's not like just words, it's whatever. So now we can click on that file and live spec, and we can press the transcribe button, and it's going to call the API, and assuming the network here is working. It's slower than it should be. That's weird. Okay. It says, and whose breath gives life to all the world hear me, which is 100% correct. It's exactly what she said in the 15 seconds, even though you only heard part of it. So then let's go to Dylan Beatty next. He is known as the Weird Al of JavaScript. He takes songs and makes them into other fun things. So here's his clip. Can you play that audio again? So you get the idea. It's basically a bunch of framework names. The song's called We're Gonna Build a Framework instead of We Didn't Start the Fire by Billy Joel. So if we select that one, and we press our fancy transcribe button, let's see, and look at that. You get handlebars, hibernate, solar activate, falcon flask, silver stripe, typo 3. Again, 100%. Just crazy, right? So pretty cool. Then Paul Campbell has this nice song called Douchey Dinner for Jed, and it's about douchey startup founders, which is always fun. We'll just go to the middle of it. Okay, you get the idea. So then we'll put that one through the ringer. This one will take a little bit longer because it's a few minute file. So you can just stare at me awkwardly while we wait for it to process. Crossing our fingers, hoping it breaks, Dylan. But you read it, and I mean, for a 3-minute song, it was like really fast, right? And somewhere in here, it's like, have you sold your startup, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, again, when I checked it was 100% accurate. So like, this is a really boring talk. Shit works, but it has. So now the next one is probably the best to listen to. I'll just put it in the middle. It has some swear words in it, so not surprising. It's Halfstack, so. So you get the idea. He did a nice remix with his friends Kanye and Jay-Z and Nicki Minaj through the nice power of tech. So that one is what basically failed miserably in London 5 years ago. Like, it got maybe 10% of the words right, and then it just crashed Google. So press the transcribe button. And that's a 5-minute song, so it might take a little bit, but it seems to be getting faster the more we press on it. Let's see how it does. And I mean, it even got I'm a instead of I'm a, just like your typical rap slang. When I checked it, it had like 3 or 4 words wrong, but I couldn't decipher what they were supposed to be. So it did pretty good. So it's like, wow, AI is really caught on to this speech to text thing. So it's viable. It works really well. It does take some effort to get it working, and there are things that can like break, and there are ways to improve it. So we're not just totally home free, but it is something that went from not really viable to pretty easy to do in 5 years. So it was like this yoga experience. This is me teaching yoga in Switzerland because it's like a humble brag, but this is the experience you're going for when you work with one of these web APIs. Like, it just actually works, right? So how do you improve it? The biggest thing you could do is you could pick words that you think it doesn't get right or isn't going to get right that are specific to your domain and provide those as a prompt. And by doing that, you either shortcut the process for it to figure out what was said, or just give it a list of words that it can sort of, if it's not quite sure, it's probably going to pick one on that list and get the spelling correctly. It's not great at grammar or punctuation yet. So like you saw, it was just like one continuous like paragraph. There's no like separation of whatnot. So I think you could either use the captioning version of the results, which would be time-based, and kind of separate it that way if you wanted to. Or you could use something like Grammarly or some other language, grammar API to clean it up, which is kind of what we'll do at some point in the future. So I've tried to keep this one short to get us a little bit back on track. So I'm Dylan, and that's Nemanja. This is actually us standing right over there a couple of years ago in peak COVID. So we did a lot of fun with our masks, of course. If you don't know me, I'm the predictor of the future. I often get things right. I did a talk a couple of years ago about that. I'm CEO and co-founder at LivingSpec, organizer of Halfstack, plate maintainer by accident. It's not that I wanted to be a maintainer. I said, can I help? And they're like, here's the keys, dude. And then like ran off and laughed in the wake. At least that's what happened with Slate. So it's kind of funny. And before that, I was co-founder and CEO at SitePen, which is the first JavaScript consultancy back in 2000. And I was the co-creator of Dojo Toolkit, which was kind of the first widely adopted JavaScript framework. So thank you. Maya is next. Okay, well, I'll just tell jokes and stand here awkwardly. It's the last chance to volunteer for battle decks. I'll show you what it looks like real quickly, just so you get a sense. It's probably open in 50 tabs already, because that's how I roll. But so you get in your game, you click start. So I have to pitch a startup on photo sharing for millennials. So millennials are obviously the most popular market for photo sharing, and that's what we're going to do. We're going to build an app that's going to scale to billions of users, and we're just looking for investment of $550 million on a $4 trillion pre-money valuation. You can sign up today. We're probably pretty much fully subscribed, but we might be able to get you in. And this is just such a changing app, because we're able to overcome fear and ride the wild tiger of life through our photo sharing app for millennials. And obviously this fear of the wild tiger is what is holding millennials back from sharing their photos online, obviously. So this is why this is such a crucial stage for us to build these applications. So, I mean, obviously this is like super easy. You should invest now. I don't know how fast you can send your money, but you should, because obviously, you're super conscious of how to let go, love, enjoy, and just say yes to investing in our amazing startup idea, which again is millennial sharing photos for photo sharing for millennials. This is actually a really easy one. They're usually much more difficult than this. I'm waiting to be rickrolled or something with this slide deck. I'm just doing the demo. So obviously, if Abe Lincoln was wearing my LED glasses, he would be sharing millennial photos. And he would be chopping trees down and sharing photos with all of you on how he did that, with the nice cyborg style effect on his face. He might even have the matrix running down it, because that would make for an even better photo to share with millennials. So beyond that, if you haven't figured out why to invest, I mean, we all just love, what is this? Not Vampire Diaries, the other one, whatever it's called. Twilight, yes. Twilight, what more could represent the needs of millennials in photo sharing than their dreamy McDreamertons of the Twilight series, which I have never watched, but apparently some have. I don't know why. They should probably be shot, but that's okay. Because obviously, if they weren't shot and they watched that movie, they would be hit by Nibiru's meteoric impact on the Earth. And if you don't share your photos before this happens, you're never going to have a chance. If you don't invest now in our startup, you're going to miss out on the chance to do that before the world comes to an end. And then you would lose all that money. And the money will obviously work after we're all dead anyway. So it's great. And obviously, if you're, in the bayou, in your little boat, hanging out with some frogs, they look really creepy, right? These frogs look like they could eat your boat, but that's okay. You would share these photos immediately, and people would be like, oh, dude, that's like Frogger or Crossy Road. How did you do that in real life? You'd be like, just share my photo and invest in this app, and you will find out the secret meaning of the Bayou life, where you'll always be my butthead, and I'll always be your peers. It's funny, we were just talking about Mike Judge last night. Mike Judge is the creator of Office Space and Silicon Valley, which is actually perfect for this. Like, we're going to change the world with this app through photo sharing for millennials, so you can share your photos of your impersonations of Beavis and Butthead. Shut up, Dill. Shut up. Now, the original millennial of all time is obviously Jason, and he's going to come after you with a chainsaw. And this is basically a lesson to you. If you do not invest in our app now, Jason is going to come and get you and fuck you up. So invest now. I'll share the wire info right after this call. Or you can write a check even. They do that. They still do checks in America. And they send you like a check with so many zeros. You're like, how could this be real? So thank you. And don't forget, our app name is something to share something for millennials with photos. So thank you. Cheers. So if you want to have the same experience of Battle Decks, sign up and there's a prize, a very nice prize for the top presentation I'm obviously not the top prize. There's a sign-up sheet over there somewhere. Yep. I phrased funny, yeah. Because I can bullshit it. There's that. There's dongles. Or StreamYard. Do you have that set up? Okay. Then as long as they say you're good to go, then you press. Oh, you have to.
I have to present.
Yeah, present.
And then
Full screen.
share screen.
Yep, that. Do full screen. I think it's less stuff.
Entire screen. I didn't know I had a screen too. Good. That was not the screen I thought I was sharing.
So it might be not. You might need a mirror. That's what I would say.
Okay. And that's
Everyone seems to default to not mirror with the new Mac OS for some reason. At least on this projector.
Should I go? Okay.
All right, let's give it up for Maya.
Hi everyone, let me see if this is working. Okay.
Clicker isn't working. Doesn't matter. Hi, everyone. Thanks for sticking around for this very last talk. And I'm hoping I will be able to entertain you and that pizza doesn't arrive like right in the middle of my talk because that's super annoying. But we'll be talking about 3D rendering on the web, the fundamentals of 3D, the technologies that are available to us, and why it's a cool thing to do. So a bit about me. My name is Maya. This slide is a lie. I don't actually work at Linear yet, but I will be starting in 3 weeks, and they said I could put this on a slide, so it's on a slide. I'm an art school dropout, and I have a degree in game development, which means I've never made a game in my life. And I do front end by day. I do 3D also by day, because at night I am sleeping. These slides are live on my website, so if you want to, speed read them and then take a break, that's fine by me. I do encourage you to look at them because there are a lot of links and things throughout that might be useful to you. And also there's a lot of code that I really, it's been a long day and I don't necessarily want to go through all of it. So, I'll be skimming it. You can look at it in your own time. Let's all have fun. Okay, so Simon Sinek famously said, start with why, that's the book, right? So you might be asking yourself, why? Why do we want to do 3D on the web? We have game consoles, we have, TVs, we have so many better things to display 3D. Do we really need to put it in a browser that has, compatibility issues and different devices and all these things? I do agree that that is a problem, but it's making the web pretty cool. There are technologies for 3D that are currently available, and they're becoming more and more prominent and used. So you can make cool, presentational product pages where users can actually do 3D views of your product and get to know it before they actually buy it. You can do really cool portfolios and even interactive storytelling. But okay, that's flashy fancy. Maybe you're not into that. 3D is also making the web a little bit more useful. So you're having more and more applications that are browser-based, because browser-based applications are inherently a bit more accessible to your users because they don't have to download anything, they don't have to like, install a program, that actually utilize 3D for real world use cases. So we have Tinkercad from Autodesk, which is a CAD tool, so technical drawing tool to teach students about technical drawing. Prometon is a company that's doing a tool for dentists to help them make better implants for you so that your teeth can look good and fit your mouth. And finally, we have Spline, which is like 3D Figma, I like to say, that enables collaborative editing of 3D designs. And all of these run on web technologies, and they are being used by real people for real jobs. So a little bit about the narrative structure of this talk. What we just went through was the hook, is the call to action. I hope you're excited and you're ready to follow me on this great adventure. And then, have any of you read Brandon Sanderson? One. This is one of those like fantasy books that has about 80% backstory and like tedious lore that you kind of want to get through, but then it's kind of worth it at the end. So most of this presentation is that. We have to go into the historical significance of all of the events that happened before we get to the good stuff. That's the fundamentals of graphics. Then we have to explore the intricate magic system that is WebGL. And once we have all of that knowledge and we understand everything, we get to a really short climax that feels like it should have happened much earlier in this presentation and it should have lasted longer. And that's all of the modern tools that are available to you. And then I finish it off with a nice cliffhanger where I give you resources to go on your way and learn more. Okay, so part one, computer graphics. So what are computer graphics like? 3D computer graphics. It's what this talk is about, and it's good to have like a concrete definition at the beginning. So we'll take this one from Wikipedia. 3D computer graphics are graphics that use three-dimensional representations of geometric data for the purposes of performing calculations and rendering digital images, usually 2D images. So what is like a three-dimensional representation of geometric data? Like, we're developers or programmers, we're already starting to think, how can we represent this stuff in data? Because we know what data is. Data is bytes. Data is ones and zeros, and some other structures that we put on top of that. But like I have a 3D object. How does that get stored into ones and zeros? So for that, let's imagine a 3D object. And here I have a really cute model of a Shiba Inu. That's clearly 3D. Like, we can move it around. It has a shape to it. It kind of changes with the angle. And how does this doggo get stored in memory? That's what we want to answer. So under the hood, it is really geometric data. It's a collection of quads and triangles that make up the shape of it. And where these shapes meet, we have something we call a vertex. So one vertex, multiple vertices. And this type of view we call a wireframe. Now, the dog is a bit complex. Like, even as a wireframe, it's a bit complicated. So let's start with a cube. Cube is kind of very basic in its form. So we have 8 vertices for a cube, 1 for each of the corners. Easy enough. When we connect the vertices in a given order, we end up with something that we would call a cube, right? It has 6 faces. And the order in which we connect those vertices is important, right? Because there are a lot of different ways. I'm not good at probability, so I can't tell you exactly how many, but there's a lot of different ways you could potentially connect those vertices that would not result in a cube. But when we do it correctly, we get 6 faces. And unfortunately, 4 points that generate like a quad for a face is not a really accurate way of doing that, because they don't always necessarily create a plane. And we want a plane, like we want a flat-sided cube. Triangles, or rather 3 points, are a much better way to represent a face, because 3 points in space, unless they're overlapping, will always result in a plane. And that's why we often use triangles in 3D graphics. And vertices plus triangles that they create are what we call a mesh or a geometry. So the dog in the previous example wasn't just a wireframe, right? It had like a nice look to it. It looked fluffy, it looked cute. So there's additional information that also gets stored with each vertex, and we call these attributes. We'll get more into that later, but one of the things that gets stored specifically in that previous model was something called textual coordinates. And texture coordinates function like this. If you think about the model as being made out of paper, and then you kind of cut it up so that you can unfurl it, unfold it, and lay it flat, what you can do then is kind of map it onto like a drawing or a piece of paper, if you're thinking like physically. And what that tells you is when you put it back together, you can map the value of each specific vertex onto a point on the image, and then you can kind of map that onto the 3D object. So that's texture coordinates, and that also gets stored with the model data. So now we have like an idea of all the data that needs to go into creating a 3D model. What are the file formats? How is this data stored? There's quite a few. There's a lot that are proprietary, for example, FBX or USD. There's some that are open standard. So GLTF is the one that's used most often for web development because it is an open standard and it kind of works nicely already with Three.js and the existing libraries. And there is this kind of archaic wavefront OBJ format, which is really cool for us when we're trying to understand this because it is text-based. And so what we get to do is look at exactly how this is stored in a file. So this is a cube exported from Blender. And we can see here that each of the rows denote a specific letter, which is the attribute or like what is encoded in that row, and then some numbers. So we have here 8 vertices, right, for the positions of our corners of the cube. Then we have the vertex normals, which are the vectors perpendicular to the face. Basically, if you think of like a plane and then one vector that's kind of going out of it perpendicularly, that's what's defined in a vertex normal. And then we have the texture coordinates. And you may notice there's a lot more texture coordinates than there are actual vertices. And that's because when we cut up the cube and put it flat, wherever we cut, we kind of split the vertex in half. And so we get more than one. S, I have no idea what that is. But at the end, we have faces because, of course, it's important how we connect the vertices into faces. And here you can see each face has 4 values, so 1 for each of the vertices that make it up. And of the 4 values, it's divided into like 3 chunks where they correspond to the index of whatever entity came before it. So the first value is the vertex itself. So this would be this one. It's not 0 indexed. Like months, I don't know if you know, but months are also not 0 indexed. And the second value is the texture coordinate, and then the third value is the normal. And as you can see, like the first face has the same normal value for each of the vertices, which means that there's only like one direction that's pointing out from that face. Okay, so that's, yeah, and this is what the texture coordinates look like. As you can tell, there's 14 vertices here like there were in the texture coordinates. Okay, so we have our object, we know how it's stored, and we got to put it somewhere. And this might be super obvious, but we use the 3D coordinate system. And the 2D coordinate system we kind of learn in school, unless you're doing more advanced math than you probably should be. That is good for anybody. You do kind of, positive y is up, positive x is right. And when we add the third dimension, you can add it in quite a surprising many amount of ways. And this is the tabs of the spaces of the 3D world, is what is up. Is it z? Is it negative z? Is it y? But for us, for Three.js, we make positive z come forward. Did the mic stop working? Or is it? Okay, sorry. So positive z comes towards us, negative z is away from us, and we kind of keep x and y the way we're looking at a screen. Okay, so we know some kind of mechanism for putting things in place, and how do we actually get objects into a scene. We don't want everything right in the center, and these are called transformations. Transformations are the fancy mathy part of 3D, and the way I like to think about it is if you have like a transformation, like a matrix operation, which is what it is under the hood. It's all like linear algebra and super complicated, for me at least. It's just like a function that you plug in a 3D value and it like gives you another 3D value. That's all it is. And so you have transformations that are translations, basically, that will take the value and kind of move it, move all the values of your mesh to one end, kind of without changing the way they're ordered. Another is rotating them, and the third is scaling them, so making them bigger or smaller. And you can do this to basically anything, anything in your scene, any mesh. Cool. We have stuff. We've put it somewhere. Now we got to look at it, and we do that with a concept of a camera, which serves as our eye in the scene. And we figure out what the camera is looking at by its position, so where it's located and kind of its orientation. We configure the camera to figure out how much it can see with the field of view, which is the vertical kind of angle of what it sees, and then the aspect ratio to figure out how, like, what is actually the scope of what it can see. We also define two concepts called near and far planes to kind of cut off things that are too close to the camera that we don't want to render, and cut off things that are way too far and we also don't want to render. Okay, final part of kind of the concepts of 3D are light and shadows. So in my mind, this is really what makes 3D 3D, because we're, like I said, art school dropout. If I'm drawing something and it's not shaded, it doesn't look 3D to my mind. So how do we do that with in computer graphics? There's two ways. One is trying to simulate reality. So doing things, basically trying to do like behaviors that the physical world does. So trying to emulate what a photon would do and how it would bounce off, let's say that chair, for example, and then what it would bounce off onto and so on. Or you can, fake it till you make it, which is what we'll do because it's so much easier. And for the most part, it really doesn't matter. Like, yeah. No, I'm just thinking about like all the super fancy graphics games that have spent so much on ray tracing and making all these realistic effects, but then they're not actually fun to play. So why bother? Okay, lighting. We have something called a light source that we put in our scene, and it emits light. That's basically it. It's like a light bulb or the sun. We have different types of light sources that we kind of fake and make them behave in a certain way. We have something called ambient light that creates the same amount of light for all objects. Directional lights, which is the sun, for example, that emits light directly in parallel rays onto everything. And then point lights, which is like a point that emits light from the center. And finally, we have concepts of shadows, and shadows come in two parts. So we have the core shadow, which is the shadow that's on the object itself. It's where the object prevents light from reaching other areas of itself. And cast shadows, which are shadows that the object casts onto other objects. And those two in 3D are calculated differently. One is kind of on the object itself, and the other one is based on the light and how the light projects light into the scene. Okay, enough theory. Let's get practical with WebGL. So WebGL stands for Web Graphics Library, and it is an implementation of OpenGL ES2, which allows you, through the browser, to directly communicate with the GPU. And it's supported in all modern browsers, with some caveats about like the device's GPU, because it needs to communicate with the GPU. Okay, it's cool. We get to do like GPU things with WebGL. We get to do 3D. That's cool. How do we use it? First, we need to get a WebGL rendering context from a canvas element. And then we need to bind data into specific special structures called array buffers and put them to a specific location in the GPU memory. And then we need to write these things called shaders that do matrix operations and position vertices and define specifically the pixel color that we want to show. And if all of this is sounding pretty complicated, it is. So bear with me. We'll get through this together. It's going to be okay. I'm going to take a drink of water, and we'll get through it. Okay. The WebGL rendering pipeline. Basically, the way WebGL works is it requires you to set up all of this stuff up front. You have to initialize WebGL. You have to load in all of the data. And then once the state you have created is all set, you create, you do a render call, or you do draw elements or draw arrays, and that actually sets off WebGL, and it starts doing its thing. It first calls the vertex shader for each of the vertices. So in the cube example, it would be called 8 times. The vertex shader is responsible for setting the GL position, so moving in space those vertices wherever they need to go, and it does this by like whatever the camera is, if there's a transformation being done on the model, and so on. And it can also pass on varyings, which are values that get passed on to the fragment shader because the fragment shader doesn't know anything about vertices. It only knows about pixels, and this is a way to kind of move that data along. WebGL then takes over and does 2 things. First is primitive assembly, where it groups together all of the vertices that we've now moved in space and put wherever they need to be. It groups them into triangles or primitives, whatever primitive you're using, and then it rasterizes them. So it takes the primitive and turns it into pixels. And at this point, there's also culling and clipping that occur, which is when any pixel that's not within our viewport gets culled. So any primitive that's outside of the viewport we don't need to think about. And anything that's like halfway in, halfway out gets clipped. So we cut where it's kind of sticking out. And finally, we have, after the rasterization, we finish with the fragment shader, where for every single pixel that we know we need to render, we have to define a specific color. And we do that with GL frag color. Okay, this is the cube that we'll be doing very quickly, I hope, in plain WebGL. All right, WebGL speedrun. First, initializing WebGL. So we need to get the context from a canvas element. We need to make sure that it exists, and we need to clear the color and do a little bit of like setup stuff before we get started. Then we need to pass in data. So the cube we saw, it had the 8 vertices, but it also had different colors for each of the sides. And when we pass values that are per vertex, that's called an attribute. And when values are passed that are constant for the entire duration of the render, those are called uniforms. Okay, setting up the attributes. You have to do all this by hand. You have to say where each pixel or where each vertex will be of your cube. So this is basically the same definition of a cube that we had with the OBJ file earlier, but we're doing it by hand. So we set that. And then we need to create a buffer for this to be loaded onto the GPU. We bind that buffer, and then we load in the data. So now we have a position buffer with all this data. We do the same with the colors. Same thing. And then we define the faces with indices. So this is a different type of buffer. It's an element array buffer, but it basically is that last part of the OBJ file that says which pixels belong to which face. Okay, next part is we have to create the shader program. And we do this with shaders are like the specific program that actually gets run on the GPU. And they're written in a language called GLSL, or the OpenGL shading language. And it's a bit like it's a C-like language that has some quirks. But we need to load it first, create the program, and attach these shaders to it, and then link the program. To actually load the shaders, we kind of get the source code, which is just a string, and compile it. And if there's any errors in compiling, it's very C. Like if you've done C and you have like the linker step and the compilation step, it's very much like that. Okay, so we have the two shaders, right? One is the vertex shader, and that gets called for every vertex. And here we can have the attribute, which is, you know, the things that we pass in per vertex. So each vertex has a position and each vertex has a color. And these are other uniforms that we'll get to a little bit later. And we want to pass the color back to the fragment shader. And this is the fancy math right here. You just kind of have to load it in correctly, and then GLSL takes care of it for you. And we're setting the position. And basically, I'm passing along the color. Okay, and then the fragment shader gets to be really cute and simple, and just say, oh, I got a color. I'm gonna say the GL frag color is that color, and I'm done. I love the enthusiasm for a simple fragment shader. Okay, so now we have all of the stuff, right, that we need WebGL to render, and we just needed to render it. And this is a browser API, so that's pretty cool, called request animation frame, that will draw, it will call whatever function you pass to it before it draws the next repaint. So we use it to kind of create a recursive loop and create a recursive loop and redraw our image for every frame. And we can get to do some stuff before that, make this like draw call that actually draws the thing, and request to do that again. Okay, almost there. Another deep breath. So WebGL has almost everything that it needs to draw the scene, almost. So let's actually draw the scene. Let's go through this draw function. First, we want to clear the previous scene because it's a state, right? It'll keep whatever, we have to be very specific about what it needs to do. So we clear the scene. We set up the camera, right? We're familiar with these terms now. Like we have the field of view, we have the aspect ratio near and far. And then we use an external library to create a projection matrix, which is the transformation, basically, of how we want to apply our camera and our perspective onto the scene. We do transformations directly on the cube, so because we're rotating it, right, for every frame. Now, it's possible to do this with on the vertex shader by passing in the model transform, but you can also do it here, and this is another like look up how to do this, or you use a library that takes care of these things for you. But yeah, basically you're creating matrices that are the functions that will convert the position of your vertex. Blah, blah, blah. Moving on. Okay, and I really apologize for this. This is like, for me, the worst part of WebGL, and I hate it. But we've kind of passed all the things that WebGL needs, and we still need to pass along the attributes because we created the buffer, right? We have that special structure, but we need to actually put it in the GPU. And the way to do that is by first getting the location of that attribute, because we have a very specific name for it, right? We're calling it A vertex positions. And if you'll recall, that is the same name we had in the vertex shader. Those have to match. And WebGL will tell us, we'll match those up if we create the correct location. So we request the location for an attribute of that name. Then we have to define, if you'll recall, when we created the buffer, it was just a flat out array of just a bunch of numbers. And we just put that in memory. We have to tell WebGL how to interpret that. And so the way to do that is by using this. This is actually like loading in the data into the GPU. You have to say what the location is, the number of components, which in the case of, so this is a position, there's 3 components, right? X, Y, Z. The first 3 elements belong together. The next 3 elements belong together. So we say number of components is 3. The type is a float. You know, it's just dealing with memory. It's just a bunch of bytes. It doesn't know what it's looking at. So we're saying you're looking at a float. First 3 floats, second 3 floats, third 3 floats. Those are your vertices. And then the stride and the offset are kind of, let's not talk about those. They make me unhappy. And finally, we say, please enable this, send this to the vertex shader. Okay. And then we finally make the draw call. Can you believe it? We're almost there. Okay. We say we have 36 vertices. They, the type. The type is the type of the index. And the offset. Unhappy, like realm of unhappiness here. But what we do is we finally say GL draw elements, and then we're done. Okay, everyone take a deep breath, please. Inhale, exhale. Thank you. We have our cube. We have our cube. But Jesus, 400 lines? And I'm not even counting the comments that I left in there. There's got to be a better way, right? All right, we're at the climax. This is the big reveal. There are modern tools for this, thankfully. And it's because WebGL is hard. It's low level. You're communicating directly with the GPU. You're doing these operations. You have to translate bytes into something sensible. But thankfully, a lot of people like 3D and are good at it and are experts in a lot of ways. And there's a whole ecosystem for this to make it easier for everybody. So you never have to do WebGL again. There's tools for 3D rendering. There's tools for 2D rendering, if that's your game. There's also game engines and data visualization. So this is just like a really short list of tools that I'm familiar with. This is a link right here to a much longer curated list that I recommend you check out. Again, I will have another slide with the URL for these slides so you can check it out. Okay, so Three.js is arguably the most popular framework. It is a rendering engine, so it kind of enables you to write JavaScript code that will be rendered, that will simplify doing 3D rendering. And it's the one your presenter knows the best, so it's the one we'll be talking about. Let's do a similar type of thing with just Three.js. And I promise you this will be a lot quicker. Okay, so what we need is a canvas element. We get from it the height and the width. We create a scene. That's where all our stuff goes. We create a camera. It's one line. That's all we need to do. This is the field of view. We have the aspect ratio, the near plane, the far plane, and then we position it a little bit away from our scene so we can look at it. We create a renderer so we don't have to initialize WebGL anymore. It takes care of that for us. And we tell it the size of our canvas. We create a cube with one line. A cube with one line. And we give it a material so that Three.js knows how it should interact with light. And then we combine those, the geometry and material into a cube. And we add it to the scene. So our scene has stuff in it now. And finally, we have the animate function, which is kind of the same as it was before. Oh no. Okay. And yeah, that's it. That's 22 lines instead of 400. Pretty good. I mean, granted, you do have to use all of Three.js and load that in, and that's, more than 400 lines, but you can do a lot more stuff with it, right? So let's see what else we can do. Let's do some lighting. Why not? Why not do some lighting? So how we would do that is create 2 lights. We would do an ambient light, so something that would illuminate the whole scene, and a directional light to kind of create cool shadows. That's really the point of it. We need to change the material of the cube because, like I said, the material is what tells Three.js how the cube needs to react with light, and one of the main materials that you can use for good lighting is mesh standard material. And we need to enable shadows so that our renderer knows that it needs to calculate shadows, and our lights also need to know that they cast shadows, and the cube also needs to know that it casts a shadow. And finally, we don't have anything to actually get those shadows. We just have the cube. So let's create a plane. Another really simple geometry to make. Rotate it so it's facing the right way and put it where it needs to go and tell it that it receives shadows. And yeah, that's it. Simple. Okay, so clearly Three.js is orders of magnitude easier than plain WebGL. Like, nobody's disputing that. But I see you sneaking in there. But what if you want to integrate your 3D things into web applications? What if you don't want to write things that are kind of like in an index HTML file, and you don't want to do all the scaffolding in addition? What if you want Three.js to be a bit more frameworky? Well, have I got news for you? There's a thing called React Fiber that allows you to write Three.js, but as if it were React. So you get to write components, you get to use hooks, and you do 3D. And it's really cool. So let's do just one last code example. Bare bones React Fiber cube. And yeah, it's a component. It has, you instantiate it with a canvas that takes care of the render, it takes care of the scene, it takes care of a default camera, it does a lot of stuff, and you get to pass props declaratively. Another component is just an ambient light. Another component is the directional light, easy peasy. I get to, extract code out, so I have a cube that could potentially be used in other scenes. And I have a mesh for the plane. And this is very closely like a one-to-one mapping of the previous example, just declaratively in React. And as for that cube, this is what it looks like. So we have this use frame hook, which enables us to hook into, pun intended, hook into the rendering cycle, and it basically gets called before the next render, and we get to manipulate things, and they change in the screen. And yeah, we just have a regular box geometry, the same standard mesh standard material, wrap it in a mesh, and create a ref to the mesh so that we get to add the rotation. And yeah, that's all it took, like 2 React components, and you have the 3D scene that takes, with lighting, probably much more than 400 lines in WebGL. But like this entire presentation is like, but there's more. There's additional benefits to using React Fiber, and I'm just blown away by their like examples or showcase section on their website. So these are two things that I really liked that I wanted to share with you. So you have really cool post-processing kind of out of the box. And here we have the post-processing of bloom. So any lighter colors kind of get look like they're glowing, and depth of field post-processing as well. And yeah, this is all also just like regular React code that you can more or less interpret even if you don't know 3D. With all of these basics, you know what's going on. So in this case, we have some lights in the scene. We have post-processing effects as components. And we have some like nice helpers, to make shadows so that they don't have to get recalculated every time. And yeah, that's pretty cool. But what else is cool? HTML inputs. So this demo just blew my mind. You can have an HTML input, like an actual input. You can have a form. You could have your user sign up be in a 3D scene. And that also is just React code. And yeah, I encourage you to go to the React 3 Fiber website. They have examples, showcases. All of this stuff is mind-blowing and amazing. So the cliffhanger is, are you ready to learn more? So these are just, I'm going to go through these very quickly, give you some of the best hits, and you can take the time and look at them yourself. So in terms of like books, tutorials, documentation, WebGL Fundamentals is where I got a lot of the explanations about WebGL that I've given today, as well as the MDN WebGL tutorials. The Three.js documentation is pretty great. It's gotten a lot better. If you want to learn like deep, in-depth OpenGL, which some of it translates to WebGL, the OpenGL wiki is also pretty good. And yeah, React 3 Fiber documentation, as I mentioned a few times. And this book, Computer Graphics from Scratch by Gabriel Gambetta, is really like a nice overview of just the principles of 3D, and he goes in depth into like ray tracing and different lighting models and all this stuff. So check that out if you're a nerd like me and like this stuff. Courses, these are paid courses, but 3JS Journey by Bruno Simon is freaking amazing. It is like a masterclass on how you should build an online course. And like everybody's bought it and taken it, and we have so many more 3JS experts now because of it. But I highly recommend it. There's also a few more that are, I'm not sure if the GLSL shaders from scratch, which Dylan might be interesting for you, because you were complaining. Yeah, those two are also pretty good. I haven't finished them though. And these other ones are YouTube channels that I would recommend, where I learned most of the stuff I know about OpenGL and buffers and attributes and all that stuff. Okay, and finally, I think the best resource is the friends we make along the way. So I would highly recommend also joining Discord communities if you're interested in kind of being part of a community, talking to people, having somebody debug for you things that are difficult. I've definitely had quite nice experiences on all of these. So yeah. So hopefully I've shown some light, pun intended, on 3D graphics for you, and you feel more confident in picking up some documentation and trying some 3D scenes yourself. Once again, the slides, take a photo. See some phones going up, so I will awkwardly stand here and wait for you to take your pictures. It's all good. I've had a long day. I'm really tired. Okay. And yeah, thank you so much. Reach out and yeah, ask me any questions later.
Give her another round of applause. Going last is always. And the only reason she went last is because I always try to pick the most creative talks for the end of the day when we're tired and fatigued. And so maybe I should change that. I don't know. We'll see. All right, I'm just going to project. I'm not going to stream because I'm done dealing with that stuff. Maybe I am streaming. I don't know. Whatever. So obviously, thank you all for coming. Super awesome to have you here. Thanks to all the speakers, volunteers, organizers, sponsors, attendees, the team here at Impact Hub that helped. Just thank you for making today amazing. Obviously, the team at DHD for filming. And that's awesome. Yep, I always say things and then the next slide does them, so it's pretty funny. Obviously, thanks to our sponsors for helping. All right, so we have pizzas here. So we're gonna start with pizza. We're gonna stand up. There's about 35 or 40 of us, and there's 10 pizzas, so just keep that in mind to figure out how much you should roughly eat. If you're still hungry afterwards, we can order more. I just wanna make sure everyone can eat something now before we run out. There's still beer and drinks you can get up here. I encourage you to stand up and vacate this space for a little bit because we're going to rearrange it into pub quiz format. We're going to have little tables with teams of 4. I haven't decided if we're going to do battle decks or pub quizzes first, so we'll do that. And we obviously have upcoming events throughout the world if you're interested. We don't have a date yet for next year. We haven't like formalized that yet, but we'll figure that out. And thank you again. Cheers.